Welcome everyone to the 6th round of the Prague Masters 2024. With me today is a very special guest, one of the best players from Czech Republic, Viktor Laznička. Hello Viktor.
Hi.
Viktor, it's a great pleasure to have you and to commentate with you for a few, we'll be here for a few minutes, for an hour or so. Thank you for doing this.
Yeah, it will be great experience also for me because I didn't comment so much, so I'm looking forward. In English, maybe it's first time for me.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, we are lucky here. And so let's have a look, Viktor, at what battles are in store today. There we see Pragnananda receiving the best game award because he won his game against Vidit in round 5. And these are the round 6 pairings. We have David Navara versus Richard Rapport, Nguyen versus Parham Maksudlu, Vidit Gujarati versus Vincent Keimer, Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Pragnananda, Gukesh versus Mateusz Bartel. These are the pairings. Anyone that you particularly find exciting and interesting from this?
Well, I like to follow games of youngsters, every game, so Keimer, Pragna, Gukesh, it's my favorites.
Aha. And also Nodirbek, yes, who
yeah,
is rising.
Also. I don't know. I love these teenagers, youngsters.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Nodirbek, by the way, in the lead with 4 points. Parham Maksudlu right on his heels with 3.5. Then Richard, David, Gukesh, Prague on 2.5. Vincent on 2 with Thaiday and Vidit, and Bartel is on 1 point.
Yeah.
Okay, let's have a look at the scenes. We have shake of hands by all the players. We have the Masters, Challengers and Futures all over there. So it's a very nice setup.
I used to play there also.
You used to play. When was the last time you played the Prague Masters?
Not in Futures, but in Masters.
Which was the Prague Masters you took part? Last one?
It was, I don't know exactly, 4 years ago or something like this. 2019, I think.
Wow.
Like, I played three years, I think, in a row. 18, 19, maybe 20. I don't remember exactly. Yeah.
Wow, that's amazing. Well, we'll ask you a few more things about your experience, but first, let's go to the board of Nodirbek, Abdusattorov and Pragnananda because I think this is one of the big clashes of today. Nodirbek being the leader of the tournament.
Yeah.
He's also reached world number 5 right now.
Live rating. Yeah,
live rating. He has
great.
a live rating of 2761.
Yeah.
While Pragnananda, of course, one of the big talents and also has reached the candidates. And we have E4, E5. Have you played with Nodirbek before ever?
No. He's too young. I escaped just before he emerged. So maybe some blitz game. I don't remember exactly. Yeah. But he wasn't sure so strong as he is right now. Yeah.
Also Prague?
Probably no games. Also, too young.
Too young.
I am also retired, so we can say old for chess players today. Top 10, it's youngsters mostly. Okay, Magnus and so on, but youngsters are
actually rising. I see this actually this year 2024 to be like this year of change.
Maybe. Yeah,
because until now we had all the top players, still they are there. Like for example, you have Caruana, you have Nakamura, you have Ding, all of them in top 10. But now the youngsters are really moving up.
The average rating of top 10, top 20 is decreasing. I think very significant place. It's great. I like it.
Yes, you like the youngsters coming in?
Yeah. Especially I like Indian one, I say, because they also meditate, I think. They are peaceful persons and I like it.
Yes, that's what Prague, before the game or first move, he kind of takes a few seconds before making his move.
Yeah, to concentrate. With it also, I saw,
Prague.
To calm down a little bit. Yeah, it's important, of course. Not only before the game, but whole day, whole life.
I would love to let our viewers know more about your way of living, but and what your practices are. But first, we will look at the few games.
Sure.
Bishop A4. This is the standard Rui Lopez that we see.
Yeah, nothing special so far.
But
97,
something special
maybe.
here,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. I don't know lines with 97. I played before some Spanish, knight f6 of course, but this is computer analyzed very deeply, I think, everything.
Well, 97, I guess what Pragg essentially might want to do, Victor, and you can tell me if my thinking is correct, is to put the bishop here perhaps, and then castle.
Yeah, probably. It's the most logical, seems, yeah. But he can play d5, there are many options, yeah. It depends how white will play.
Right, right. And you can see Nodirbek also taking his time here. Generally, he's like blitzing out his opening moves.
Yeah.
But with knight g, oh, there he is. He didn't stop. I thought he will think for a bit.
He's
but
just remembering, I guess. No?
Yes.
They knew everything. I think they are prepared for every possibility.
Right. And so castles has happened, and I believe Pragg might go for this d6 move. There is also b5. There is, and oh, he goes knight g6.
Wow.
Here.
Yeah, some computer stuff probably. Not very human, I think. Knight e7, knight g6. Why not knight f6 immediately?
True, true. But I think, Victor, one of the things which I'm seeing in the present day is the value of surprise is very high.
Yeah.
More than just the best move. If you can surprise your opponent, you are able to get some lead in time, maybe a fresh position.
That was my approach last years. I played to surprise because I didn't want to spend a lot of time with preparation and so on. So sometimes it worked, sometimes not. but I think it's good to give opponent opportunity to think from the early stage.
Right.
It was quite boring when he played 20 moves with memory, and yeah, it's logical to play chess to create some problems for opponent. Yeah.
Okay, so this game is already looking quite intense.
We will see. Yeah. Maybe they'll play some more moves and agree on draw.
Well, I have big doubts about Nodirbek and Pragg. Yeah, they are such fighters, and I already see Nodirbek, you know, this having his cup of tea, just making sure that this is a long game, getting ready for it. And by the way, Peter Lecco mentioned something very interesting last time he was here. He was like, the only thing he helped Vincent for that game, and that was just like a joke, he said, was that he made sure he took with him a big bottle of water, you know, Vincent, so that, you know, he can fight for a long time. So then I realized the bigger the bottle they have, the more long game they want to play.
Understand.
So should we go to the game of another young player who you mentioned is Vincent Keymer here, taking on Vidit Gujarati. Vidit is playing with the white pieces and opens with English, c4, knight f6, knight c3, e5. We have knight to f3, knight c6, the 4 knights, g3, and the bishop comes to b4. So very famous, popular line played by many great players. Bishop g2, castles, and now Vincent pushes his pawn to e4. And well, this is a little provocative, yes, this move. It's it's well-known theory, but now after knight g5, you are attacking this pawn 3 times, so it can't be defended. So take on c3, pawn takes back, and now black can defend with the move rook e8. And if I'm not mistaken, maybe Victor, f3 is the move, yes, here?
f3, d3, yeah.
Both, yes?
But f3 is probably more ambitious, I don't know. It was played also many times, I guess. Yeah.
And here black can either take or sometimes even push the pawn.
Yeah.
And this is all well-known theory.
Well-known, but I don't know, I don't remember, but it was played, of course, yeah.
You've kind of forgotten all the opening theory, yes?
Forgotten. This one I didn't study so much, yeah. I don't maybe d3 was main move, I don't know, I don't exactly. But I know that there is idea with f3, e3, but what exactly is evolution, I don't know.
Right.
many possibilities. Yeah.
But we did see Vincent play rook e8, and with it actually
Queen
goes
C2.
for queen c2. So
Yeah.
once again attacking this pawn 3 times.
Yeah, because maybe it's better for white with queen on c2 and queen on e7 to play f3, not immediately f3. I don't know. But queen e7 or d5 or...
You think d5 also could be possible, yes?
I don't know, take, queen takes d3, e takes d3.
Yes,
No-
and if
no
I
pain.
take your queen, you take my
No
queen,
pain.
but then I can take on f7.
Well, maybe it's unclear. With pawn on c2. Yeah, I missed this of course, but but take king f8, bishop a3 maybe. Okay. Maybe it's bad, yeah.
Very interesting. But even if I take here, no?
Yeah, okay.
Maybe
King
here.
takes and some.
Some compensation.
Maybe if I lose on c2, of course, there is no compensation. But so far, maybe bishop f5. I don't know. I don't know what is theory. I don't know.
Right. So let's just quickly, maybe we have the mega database here. I can try to see if we can know what is the opening theory like here. And
I think Vincent knows for sure.
yeah, Vincent knows these things.
Yeah.
He's actually one of the best prepared players out there. So knight g5, bishop c3, bc3 has happened in 2,200 games, Victor. So that's a lot of games here in this position. And then the main move rook e8, and now f3 has been played in 1,500 games. But queen c2 in 457 games here. And in fact, here after queen c2, the main move after rook e8, queen c2, black has played queen e7. But there's also another move which is interesting and which you mentioned is d5. cd, queen d5, which we just analyzed, and d3,
Bishop f5. Yeah.
bishop f5.
Yeah,
Yes. So let's just make these moves because so d5, cd takes queen d5, d3, and bishop f5. And with this, we have a few games. So I think Vincent is basically deciding between pushing his pawn and playing queen e7.
Do you think he is deciding, or he knows, or just
He's
remembering?
He's
maybe?
remembering.
Yeah.
And you have been in such situations. What do players right now do exactly? Do they kind of go back into their many months of prep?
Maybe it depends. Some maybe. Somebody doesn't know at all about this position, so he has to think everything from the beginning. I don't know, but I think Vincent knows very well openings, yeah, especially when he works with Petr Leko and so on. Yeah. Just remembering, maybe he wasn't expecting c4. I don't know, English opening. But
True. By the way, you yourself have worked with many top players. Is this true?
I played or
No, like
Yeah.
working as a second, as a
not
trainer.
not many, but some of them. Yeah, we met with Petr Leko also one time or two times. I don't know, with Shahriar, Mamedjarov, Topalov. Some, yeah.
So some of the best players, like those who played the World Championship matches, yes.
Yeah.
And those training camps, were they very intense? Like when you worked with them?
It was intense for me because at the same time I studied at the university, so I was preparing for my exams and at the same time working, I don't know, 10, 12 hours a day on chess with them. So it was intense, doing sport and all together. So yeah, it was no relaxation.
But when you worked with these top players and you yourself have reached a rating of 2700 plus, what difference did you see between yourself and them in terms of preparation?
They have seconds. They have many people in the team. They work for them. I had also a computer specialist who worked also with Topalov also. So it was a great help for me, but mostly I worked alone on myself, so it's very important now. Yeah, I think I had a potential, but I wasn't so much into chess like anybody else from top. I don't know, because I wanted to study university and so on, so I divided my interest a little bit.
You studied what in university?
Well, I started politics, economics, and some other.
Wow.
I studied for 10 years, so.
You studied for 10 years. You reached 2700. I mean, that's also impressive. Yeah, like.
Impressive, but nothing on the top level. Okay, good, but it could be better. If I would focus on chess, probably I would reach maybe to 750 or something like that. I don't know. But yeah.
Well, anyway, for majority of the people, what you've achieved is amazing.
Sure. Yeah, it's okay. It's normal. I don't know, amazing or not.
Let's go to one game which has caught my attention from these 5 boards, because here we are waiting for Vincent to make his move. It's between Richard Rapport and David Navara. I think these 2 players, you've played them several times, if I'm not mistaken. They are like from your era or your age.
Not David, Richard is younger. I don't know, 10 years, maybe younger or more. But I played with him some games, and I beat him in our 3 games. And then we played a match in Czech Republic, and he leveled the score. Yeah, he beat me. He was already 2-7, more than 2-7. So before it was easier for me, but yeah, it was interesting. And with David, I played also match in Czech Republic, and it was maybe one of my best matches ever. I beat David 4.5, 1.5,
and I think you also crossed 2700 there.
Yeah, in the time, it was my great. And I was number 1 in Czech for some months, and I crossed to 7, so it was, I was happy. Actually, I put some goal like this to cross to 7 when I was, I don't know, 10, 12 years old, and it happened. And since then, I lost motivation, I can say, completely.
You mean after reaching 2700? Because that was one of the things you wanted to achieve.
It was the main thing in chess.
Once you achieved it, it became like
I
not the best thing.
No, it was, for me, it was best thing. For Czech national team, maybe it wasn't best thing, but for me personally, definitely. Because I discovered, I could finally discover that life is richer than only 64 squares on a chessboard. Yeah, so for me it was important, and since then I am careful which goal I put.
Which goal you want to pursue, because it can take away a lot of time from your life.
Yeah, because this goal, I am strong-willed. I have strong will, and if I put some goal, I usually make it. But during this journey, I destroy myself usually, because I did not exactly what I wanted later on, and it was very stressful, big tension. So I'm more careful now.
That's a very important point you mentioned. It's not only about how you do something, but also what you decide to do, right? The goal.
If you like it, if you don't like it for another people or for some result only, if you like process, it's very important, And it wasn't my case.
Yes, very wise words there. Amazing. So David...
That's why I like these Indian youngsters, because I think they are cyclically more balanced. Not only chess, but also this inner life and mental life.
Very interesting. How would you describe the style of David Navara's play?
Dynamic, very dynamic. Maybe he calmed down a little bit. He is also older than, he's 21 years older than his opponent today. I read some article, it was written there.
What? So, he's 21 years older?
Than Gukesh.
Sorry, he's playing Richard
sorry.
Yes, but when he played Gukesh.
Gukesh. This time it's not so much, but also some difference. So he's dynamic, but he can play perfectly endings, positionally, everything. But He's tactical mostly. Yeah. I beat him in a match in a boring position. It was my tactics, boring, calm positions.
So it was a little bit like Karpov, Kasparov. Yes? Like you were more like Karpov, he was more like Kasparov.
Yes, when I was, I don't know, 10 years, I had a book of Karpov and I studied this all the time, so it influenced me. Unfortunately, I didn't have book of Kasparov because I missed a lot of tactics in my games and dynamics. So yeah, it's, the best players are balanced. They could play good tactics and also positional everything.
Yes,
yeah.
I think it's
Universal
very important to pick your first chess book carefully. Yes, like I remember I picked from a bookstall the book of Capablanca. And it shaped my style. Like I became more positional.
It's not bad to pick first book, but not just only stay. To read more different players, different styles, to be universal. Because in top level they'll find your weak point and they will push you there.
Yes, that's true. That's true. So Richard Rapport has chosen the King's Indian defense. It has been his go-to opening in this tournament. He played it with Pragnananda. He played it in another game, I believe, with Maksudlu. He took a similar setup with the King's Indian. So it is risky. Like here, you can see he's going down the main line of classical King's Indian. David goes for this very famous bayonet attack, which was very popular, right? Vladimir Kramnik played it. And then a5 and this very interesting move, bishop a3, which, I mean, for many would seem like, oh, what is happening? Because here, after take, you want to push c5 as white and black can simply stop it. But then you go a4, a5, yes? And create play. So this is...
I'm not a specialist in this. I played usually with g3, this King's Indian.
So in such positions you would go like knight f3, g3, bishop g2.
Yeah, maybe before, but yeah.
Yes, instead of e4.
Yeah, okay, also possible, but I tried to avoid these long forced lines, so I don't know exactly.
But I somehow feel David has started to think a little too soon. And that's because of something very weird that has happened. b6, b takes a5, and now anyone would think that either he'll capture with the pawn or with the rook.
He played c5 or no?
He played knight e8.
Knight e8.
It doesn't seem to surprise you, but I'm kind of extremely surprised.
Because bishop b4, he doesn't want to take with pawn on a5, of course. So bishop b4, probably c5 he's going to prepare. With knight e8, because the pawn on d6 isn't hanging. But
bishop, what I think, maybe Victor, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that he's okay with, I mean, this bishop is hanging. But if you go bishop b4, instead of taking the pawn, instead of c5, maybe f5 is his idea, no?
No, it's pawn down. I think there is no compensation. I take on b6 and what?
And play something like this, it's terrible, yes?
No,
I mean, I'm just stopping you c5, but I want to start play here.
It's slow. You have to prepare g5, f4. But even if you make f4, g5, I go knight d2 and g4 square is protected. It's difficult. You will be crushed on the king side. No, it's not possible. It's not possible.
So knight e8.
I would be very surprised. Knight e8, I think idea is bishop b4, c5. Because I don't want to take on a5 with pawn. And if you go back, bishop a3, then I take with rook on a5.
And then you don't have this a4, a5 idea.
Yeah.
And if I take en passant here?
Yeah, and the idea is I take with knight, and now maybe maybe black is even better because I take with on a5 and c4 is weak. Okay, it's not better, but definitely not worse. Yeah, everything is protected, and
let's quickly check in our database
if these players play something, they have usually some ideas before they move.
For sure, for sure. They are working immensely on their games.
I'm not sure how Richard is working lastly, because he stopped his development a little bit. No, I'm not sure. Maybe he has some other interests. I don't know.
But I feel like he may, the big sort of comeback is round the corner, it feels for him.
Yeah, okay.
That's the feeling I get, that he will be sort of
He
back.
has some coach, or you know?
Not sure.
Not sure, yeah.
Maybe it's a good thing to ask him if he comes to a studio at some point.
I know his girlfriend or wife, I don't know.
His
What is it
wife,
now?
yes.
She's a
Joanna.
psychologist.
Uh-huh.
So they have maybe a similar attitude like me. So maybe he's delving into his inner life also. I don't know.
Because he also helped Ding Liren win the world title.
Yeah.
Rapport. So, yeah, it's interesting to know because his rating was around 2770.
Yeah.
And now it's around 2715 or 2720.
Yeah, it's normal that players achieve a lot, but they lose motivation simply. Play chess all life. They start thinking, and what else? I don't know. Maybe it's Richard's case. I don't know.
So, would you say that at the top level, almost all players are very skilled, but motivation plays a big role?
Yeah, of course. Magnus also lost some kind of motivation, no?
Yes.
He just plays when he wants, but no motivation to defend title. It wouldn't be possible for Karpov, Kasparov. They would defend, of course.
Yeah. How is it that they did not lose motivation back in the day for so many years?
How what?
Back in the day, like Kasparov, Karpov, all of them played for years and years without losing motivation. Maybe in the present generation, people lose motivation faster.
No. Magnus and people like him won't be happy in life, I think. And Karpov, Kasparov, for them was more important how they look before others. And they didn't care what they really want to do. And it's the main importance, main difference. So they would defend title, Magnus would also defend title, but it wouldn't make him happy. And he has another more important things in life, not defend, but happiness. Happiness. Yeah, and it's very nice of him that he is able to get rid of this title.
Very interesting. Yeah, it's not easy to give up your world title. It's a very huge sort of giving it up. But coming back to this game, Victor, 98 has been played only 19 times here. And David, after quite some thought, has played knight b5. In fact, this move knight e8 has been played by one player in the playing hall who's there, but not in the masters section. He is playing in the challengers section, and that is Erwin Lamy has played this move knight e8, while of course rook takes a5 and knight h5 both have been played much more. So I think knight e8 is in that same spirit, like you said, defending d6 and aiming for c5 if bishop b4.
f5 also, of course.
And going for f5. But knight b5 has been played by David, defending his bishop, now threatening to take, and Richard has taken the
already
pawn. He's well prepared. And after, I think he'll go bishop b4.
Yeah, a4, a5, of course.
And next a4, a5 is on the cards. Okay, so we have a few games that have gone this route, and we will see how this pans out. But
I have a feeling that Black is prepared for this a4, a5, and it will change everything there, and we'll see. Yeah.
So he's well prepared in that sense, yes. And maybe after a4, he will play the move f5. I think rook a8, a4, and maybe f5. Yes.
Yeah. f5 or c5. Many possibilities. I don't know.
But it's very interesting that Rapport has kind of taken up the King's Indian, because it is slightly, according to the modern day engines, not the safest choice, to play.
I don't know what is evolution. I don't know.
Yes. Okay, so let's go to another game here. This one, we've seen the game between Rapport. We've seen now Pragnananda Abdusattorov a bit. Let's go to the game of Maksudlu versus Nguyen Thaidaiwan. And Nguyen Thaidaiwan, have you played with him?
Yeah. We played match also in Czech Republic.
Ah, you played a match. Maybe he was young, yes, very young.
2020.
4 years ago, so he must be 18.
Yeah. He did chess. He was very ambitious in that time. I'm not sure how is it like now, because he might study university also, and he dropped a little bit his rating. So I don't know. But in that day he was very ambitious. Yeah, I was happy to make 2-2 match.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, it was played many times, this opening, of course, yeah.
This opening is Ningzo Indian, Queen C2, which has been Viktor Nguyen Thaidaiwan's go-to opening here. He played it with Pragnananda as well. Take on C4, Queen C4, and now B6 to bring the bishop out here and hit the queen is the idea.
Yeah.
So knight comes out, bishop A6, check, queen here, and you go back.
Yeah, it was considered that black is completely okay. I think. I don't remember how. Queen C6 possible or C5 somewhere. Yeah, but maybe he has some idea with white, but black is doing fine. Yeah. It was played many times, of course.
Yes, this has been also played several times, this opening, but let's see if Thaidaiwan comes up with something new, and also Maksudlu has a lot of time more, which is a bit surprising because you go into this line and then you think for 19 minutes, which is surprising that Thaidaiwan has thought for so long.
Maybe he was surprised a little bit.
With D5, yes?
Maybe he was expecting something more aggressive from Maksudlu and some solid stuff like this.
Yes. Yeah, this looks very solid. We'll come back to this one. But Parham Maksudlu also very sharp player, and right now one of the most exciting players in the world of chess.
Yeah, of course, but he's not as universal as other players, I think. Yeah, so his technique or strategic abilities are not that good. So, but if he is in good shape, he can win, of course, tournaments. But I think he won't be world champion.
Wow.
But he can improve. He works hard probably, but these youngsters are more talented, I think. Yeah. He's older also. Yeah. Good player, good of course, top 10 maybe, long time, but world champion is different story.
To be a world champion, you think you have to be more rounded as a player.
Yeah.
You can't have like your strengths and weaknesses.
Of course. For example, Nepomniachtchi was very tactical, very good, but he improved very strongly in his positional style, in the strategy also, and he became much stronger then, much stronger. If he can do this, Parham, he also can become very strong, but I have some doubts. I prefer Prague, Gukesh, and Abdusattorov, and players like this. Vincent, Keymaster. Yeah.
Would you also like think about working with these players in future, or that's nothing? That's something that does not interest you.
No, I've worked with some players, but I like chess, but I like to enjoy chess, and it doesn't mean that I want to work 8 hours a day or 10 hours a day. It's already behind.
That's the life of past, yes?
Yeah. And interesting player is of course Alireza Firouzja. I don't know what should I think about him. Maybe this young generation will skip him, maybe, or he will race again. I don't know.
But Alireza is also very young, yes?
Yeah, of course,
The thing
of course.
is, he peaked so soon
Yeah,
that
yeah.
now everyone considers him already like a mature GM. But actually, he's just maybe 21.
Yeah, he reminds me generation of Nakamura and like this. But he's of course 15 years or 20, I don't know, younger. Yeah, but I don't know. Yeah. He probably has ambitions and he works on chess. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
No, he's very ambitious.
Yeah.
But I think in between he did study fashion designing. That's what everyone got to know. And then maybe now he's again back to chess. He said
okay.
because he's qualified to the candidates.
Okay.
This candidates is very interesting in a way because you have Nepo, Caruana, Hikaru, Firuza, and then 3 Indian players: Vidit, Gukesh, Pragg, and Abbasov. You have someone whom you think is a favorite here?
I would bet on Nepomniachtchi, Caruana, but they can surprise, of course. But I don't think they would win the tournament.
You mean the youngsters?
Yeah. Maybe next cycle, but we will see. Everything is possible.
Will you follow that event?
Of course, I follow online
You follow?
chess. Yeah, I like chess. Follow. I don't like play long tournaments. But I like to follow, yeah. Also, I bet sometimes. Not very successfully, but maybe Abdusattorov can surprise in candidates.
But he's not playing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
But that's what everyone thinks he should be playing there because he's like world number 5. But somehow he didn't qualify through any route.
Next time.
Next time, yes. Let's go to this game, and Victor, here you might enjoy it a bit between Gukesh and Bartel.
Yeah.
And I think Bartel is someone you might have played a lot with. Maybe in your team as well, yes?
Not a lot, but we played next to other because we played in the same team in Novibor for a long time.
Yes.
Yeah, so I know him good, but we didn't play so much games. Maybe when we were young, very young. Yeah, he's a good player. Now he's playing, he has a good period, but of course it's different level than other players in this tournament, yeah.
But look at this, what he does, Gukesh. Takes. What is the move you would play here?
With white?
Yes.
Bishop f4, bishop g5.
Of course, bishop f4, bishop g5, and all of a sudden Gukesh goes...
h3, yeah. Because knight h5, yeah. After bishop f4.
Oh, you are very quick to grasp this h3 move.
Because I studied a lot, so this is typical, all typical. I don't know exact move order, but motifs and so on. You don't forget it so quickly.
Right. So he goes knight d7. Gukesh happily puts his bishop now on this diagonal. Yeah. With h3 already played, knight h5 makes a little sense because now the bishop would drop back.
What was your idea of h3 move? You thought that he will play g4 or?
No. You know this game between Ding and Nepo, yes? I think they did something like this, and then he played h3 here. Isn't it here? I think Ding played against Nepo.
Here it's strange, very strange.
No, but he did it. So that's why I thought Gukesh also is doing something like this, but actually he has more logic.
Yes.
So knight d7, bishop f4, knight f8 by Bartel.
Not losing time with rook f8, rook e8, immediately going to g6 or e6.
With the knight. So many times black castles, then plays his rook here, then brings his knight. But here he's just quickly getting this in.
Yeah, but everything is possible, many lines.
Bishop goes back, bishop d6.
Knight e5, yeah.
Knight e5, not trading.
To make some trouble. Yeah. Otherwise it would be too easy for black to exchange everything.
With this knight, suddenly you can't trade. And if you try to attack this, maybe there are some ideas like even f4.
Of course, yeah. I don't want to take on g6, f4. Yeah. And then if you want to play knight somewhere and f6, I will play bishop d3 and target your knight on g6 not so easy to
play f6.
yeah.
But in a way, like if someone played f4 here, the bishop would get closed, but it's not really a passive bishop.
Yeah.
It has a lot of power also because f5 will come in at some point.
Yes, at some point, or also bishop g3, bishop h4 possible sometimes. Yeah. If there would be pawn on f5, it would be not so good. f4 maybe, but now there are some possibilities. g4, f5, or we will see many possibilities. White can play with long castle. It can be very attacking game. Yeah.
And Gukesh loves such positions. Yeah, he loves messy positions.
Yeah.
But it was like, did you see the game of his and Navara?
Probably, but now I don't remember.
He has just played one day before, like before the rest day, and Gukesh was better, and then he blundered and even lost that game. So it's an important game for him to make a comeback. Meanwhile, Bartel is at the bottom of the table right now, and if he wins one game, that would also boost his confidence in this tournament.
Yeah, of course. But I don't believe that he will win, Mateusz. Yeah. If I would bet, I would put win of white in this game.
Aha. So you are already betting, but you're on Gukesh in this game. Okay. So let's have an overview of this 5 boards that we have. We actually looked at all the games, and perhaps there's one game which does catch our attention where we had started off with, which has moved on, which is the game between Pragnananda and Abdusattorov. This one is right now the one which has moved quite a bit. So after knight g6, we saw that Abdusattorov wanted to play c3 with the idea of d4. He went d5, pawn takes, queen takes, and you had mentioned that d5 is possible.
Yeah, it's a sharp line, of course. Yeah.
Bishop b3, he goes in. Bishop kicks the queen out, queen goes back, rook e1, bishop e6, and this is the current live board that we have. Whoa! Is black aiming for long castle?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah?
Yeah.
A very exciting position actually between these two youngsters. And also, have you seen this position before, ever?
Probably, but I'm not sure. It was played, I guess. Yeah.
You think it's played?
Yeah.
It's not something new?
Yeah.
I'll just check in my database if this has happened before.
It's difficult to come with something new.
What is your feeling about freestyle chess 960, which happened recently?
Yeah, it's a good idea.
You would enjoy playing it?
More than classical chess. Actually, it's one of the reasons why I didn't like to play so much, because you have to prepare all the time and 20 moves now by memory and so on, and it's not so creative chess. So, and many players don't like this. Yeah, I know. They retire simply.
Right.
Yeah, because of this memorying. The chess is different than it used to be 20, 30 years ago.
And maybe talking about players who don't like theory, we have our co-commentator joining in here. That is Amruta.
Hi, Viktor. How are you?
Fine, you?
How has the commentary been? Are you enjoying?
Yeah, of course. It's nice to be with you, with a great
Wonderful.
Indian company.
We have a grandmaster here, so we are very happy.
Grandmaster who doesn't know any theory, almost.
No, which is great, because then people know that they can become grandmasters without knowing theory.
No, I used to know good theory,
Of course.
but in these days it's changed.
Yes, so becoming a GM without theory, not
possible.
possible perhaps, but becoming a GM and then forgetting theory is okay. Then you can.
It's better. You play Vicer, you become Vicer, so you don't have to know so much theory.
Wonderful. But Sagar, I went to the tournament hall, and it was, I took some pictures after some time, and it was amazing, the environment, the people who can sit there, watch the games. Then there is open tournament which is happening. the futures are all, looking at the screen. There are so many games to watch.
It's also inspiring for these young kids, no, in futures group, because then they know that, oh, the masters are just nearby. This is what we have to aim for.
Totally. And you know what the main difference between masters and futures is? Hard to guess. They are all drinking orange juice, whereas the masters are drinking tea or coffee.
Oh, yes.
But by the way, Pragnananda in the opening made quick moves, and then he was roaming. He was away from the board for a long time. Nadirbek was thinking, I don't know if it was after the move d5 takes, but Nadirbek had to go in a long
Yeah,
thought.
Nadirbek has been thinking, and you know what? This position has been reached 8 times before. Can Prague, by the way, born in the same year, and maybe they work together, I am not sure. Yeah, perhaps they are. And or maybe Prague just got inspired by Raunak's repertoire. But in this position, Prague went for this move bishop e6, which has never been played before.
Which move they played? Bishop e7?
Bishop e7 has been played before, but he goes for bishop e6.
More ambitious, yeah, maybe. Castle long.
Wow. Oh, long castle would be amazing.
And maybe white
do
can
you
try
go
and punish
d4
it with
now?
this move, or it seems to lose time.
Bishop d5 or?
You want to preserve the bishop. Very interesting. Putting it in the center. I thought you might just castle long, but then
I like my bishop.
yeah, you just lose
Okay,
the very
it's
key
also,
bishop.
also possible, but white squares, I prefer to keep my bishop if it's possible.
And for bishop d5, what if... Oh, by the way, he goes d4, exactly. The
Plays
question...
d4.
Will it not become weak, isolated pawn after takes long castle by any chance?
Yeah, but some dynamics.
Intermezzo.
What
It's
intermezzo?
ED4, knight g5,
Yeah,
right?
possible also, yeah.
But then he'll just castle.
And there is some rook e6, knight f7, maybe. I don't know.
Interesting.
Nice, nice. Wow, this can get very sharp.
Yeah, sharp. I don't know who is better, but sharp also.
Look at Nadirbek there. But you know what? I'm sure what Nadirbek wants is to take back with his pawn and then put his knight here. He also likes such structures, just free-flowing play.
But then tell me, if black long castles, normally the c2 bishop has a very nice, diagonal there on h7, it's eyeing at. The bishop on c1 is also aiming at some attack over there. But after long castle, it seems that both of them are suddenly a little, not too stupid, but a little stupid.
Yeah, it looks fine for black.
Yes, I agree. That's true. It's not the most ideal, but also d4 pawn looks weak. Like if I go knight c3, maybe you can just snatch the pawn. So perhaps it's not so simple for Nadirbek after pawn takes, but I'm sure he has some idea after ed what he wants to do.
Yeah.
And maybe he wants to go to Viktor's line, which is knight g5, long castle, rook e6 takes, knight f7. But maybe it's not the best way to continue.
For white.
For white, as the bar just dropped there.
Yeah,
So we don't know exactly how.
But we keep this pattern in mind.
Yes.
So maybe there was one moment after knight g5, not to take rook e6.
Yeah.
How else white can continue if he wants to?
Yeah, maybe.
Queen f3, is it a possible move? Queen f3 or knight e5 jumps?
But also d3, yes, that has to be looked at, like pushing the pawn.
Yeah, you can't
Maybe
let
can
it
get
stay.
dangerous there. So, yeah, let's wait for Nadirbek's response here after ed4. Prague's response first. I think he will take. What else? Yeah, here.
Victor, what would you be play generally? Would you play e4, d4, everything, or were you playing
First
one
move?
opening?
First move?
Yes.
Mostly d4, c4, knight f3. Not so much forced lines. Some positional stuff.
More towards structural
Yeah.
things.
This is too much action for me. Too much calculation.
Also, look at the size of Prague's bottle, by the way. Very long game, yeah. Anyway, yes, continue.
Yeah, too many possibilities here. ED4 and I don't know what to do.
They are coming to equal time, and Northern looks doesn't look tensed at all, but Prague looks very relaxed in comparison. So I believe with his expressions, it seems that he's a little happy with the opening, Sagar. That's what it feels like.
Yes.
But let's see what he's going to make his next move. Whether he will long castle or any other idea, I don't really see.
Oh, you also think here long castle is possible?
Oh yeah,
yes.
direct long castle. No,
Direct.
that was by mistake I said, but now that I...
No, but it does make sense because after takes, let's say bishop takes, we can still snatch this pawn. Because after take, if rook takes, then this is hanging.
Yeah.
Black is better, a little bit. Knight d3 coming. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so we'll come back here. Let's quickly check Vidit versus Vincent game because we left it at queen c2 and then queen e7 did happen. He didn't go for the sharp line with d5. He played queen e7. Vidit went for d3. Pawn takes, the knight, d6 happened, knight came back, h6, and now the knight first didn't go to d4, first h3, and now the knight went to d4. And Vidit is waiting for Vincent to come back.
Yeah, there's same position I think with queen on d4, on d1 and d8. They played some games.
Without the inclusion of queen c2 and queen e7.
Yeah, and so Vidit thinks that it's better for white, this inclusion.
Right.
Also, Vidit has half an hour more. He too was very much relaxed in the opening. He was walking. He was not on the board much. I think he did manage to surprise Vincent with something. I don't know if you've already checked.
Yes, we were checking this, Amruta, this opening line. But after the current position which we have reached, this seems to have been played maybe a few times already, actually, bishop, knight d4, but we are in a fresh position right now after knight d4.
Wow. And then Vidit has half an hour and Vincent has... Who do you like the position, Viktor? White or black?
White is better a little bit, but black should be okay also. But I don't know exactly how I would continue with black, because he would prefer to change white square bishop, of course queen d7 and bishop h3, but it's not possible because king h2 coming, so...
Also here this is threatened to take the bishop, right?
Yeah.
But
White
if
would be better,
if you take, this structure seems to be good for white.
Yeah, c6,
if
d5.
I get d5. But if black plays d5...
That's what I was wondering. Oh, it is actually possible. I thought it would weaken the b7 pawn like c5, but then you have doubled pawn.
Also I have b6, to just hit here.
Bishop f4, white should be slightly better.
After c5?
I don't have to play immediately c5. I can play maybe bishop f4 or rook e1 or... But later on I will play probably c5 and this structure. Maybe slightly better for, maybe not, I don't know, because bishop on g2 is not very active afterwards.
Right.
So d5 is one possibility with Vincent. What else can he do?
d5 or c6.
Did he play? No, he hasn't played
No,
yet.
he hasn't played that.
This is the position right now. Vincent is thinking. In fact, this position after h3 has been reached before Ding Liren has played it with Wei.
Oh, what was the result? Who won?
Draw. But bishop e6 by Vincent actually doesn't feel very logical, right? To put the bishop there. I mean, it's a logical move, but after knight d4, I think because there are no games that continued bishop e6 from h3.
What if he gives up that bishop? Like maybe if that is his plan, let's say knight d4, queen d7 maybe.
And then take. And you take back with the rook. Maybe?
Yeah.
It looks much... it looks better for white, white squares.
Double bishop are clearly better, over here.
Rook b1.
Not happy. No, so that is not a plan. So he's going to take knight d4 for sure. There is no
Yes,
doubt.
I think knight d4, cd4, and then either c6 or d5 might happen.
Yeah, this structure, yeah.
But he should make sure that he doesn't take too long over here, because it's still a position where things might seem a little more clear for him, but it can get complex.
Yes. Actually, we were joking yesterday, and Vidit himself was joking about it, that it's been 3 years since he's won a single game in Prague.
Really?
Because he played the last edition and he didn't win a single game. And now, until now, round 5, he has 4 draws and 1 loss. And so finally, he played yesterday against Peter Boleslav, who is the tournament director, because it was his birthday.
Yeah, and did he?
And he won the game. So he said, my first win in Prague after 3 years.
That could motivate him.
Yeah, who knows? Who knows? The tournament director and also the manager of Novibor wants to do the best for his players, and perhaps this is what the way it is. Okay, d5 played.
Has happened. By the way, today in the beginning, I don't know if you were able to see, but Peter was gifted this big, very nice, I don't know, soft toy like a knight, and they wished him on his birthday. Yes, the team. So it was very nice.
Very nice.
Yeah, and Prague won the best game of the day award. Yeah, d5 is played. By the way, Vincent did not think much over here, so it means
it's a very logical way to play.
And I think he's confident of defending, especially after he played a game with Richard Rapport, where he had to defend with a very bad bishop, Viktor over there, and Vincent did it like very solidly, unbelievably solid. So this one I don't think is a difficult thing for him.
Okay, so we'll wait for Vidit's response here. Let's go to David Navara versus Richard Rapport, which is kind of a clash of ideas here. A4, F5 did happen by Richard, and here David goes knight e2, and finally Richard is thinking. Whose position do you prefer?
White a little bit.
White.
Yeah, but I think black should be prepared for some tries on the queen side. I don't know which move exactly, but should be fine for black somehow. But we'll see.
Also, A5 might not be so easy to meet, right? Like once you play A5.
A5, I want to play C5 after A5.
You always want to meet. And now with the knight on D2, this pawn is not attacked.
Oh,
Okay.
that's a nice one, A5, if you can make the move.
So let's say black goes
The
F4,
concept of A5, C5.
A5 and C5.
It's a nice concept.
But you can play bishop C3, knight B3. Not so clear.
And then creates play there.
Yeah. But black has only one weakness on D6. I don't know if it's enough.
Also G5, knight F6, G4. Generally, King's Indian players, they just don't care about the position on the queen side. They lose material. They are in a bad position there. But on the king side, they want to go for the king.
Yeah. But what do you play? G5, knight G6, and then?
G5, knight F6, knight
F6,
G6.
yeah. Knight F6. Yeah.
I don't know.
Well,
but
I want to play bishop G4 and.
You want to trade this bishop.
Yeah, also possible.
Okay, so here Richard is thinking after knight D2, but I don't think he'll go F4. It seems like a very early release of tension.
But it was King's Indian, right?
Yes.
That's what Richard is playing.
Yes.
He's going literally fearless.
Yeah, he's come to this tournament in this mode that he wants to fight, and he has been doing that very well. He has, he got this win with Prague. Yesterday he was beating, day before, Maksudlu, but then the game ended in a draw. So he has had a pretty decent event until now.
Wow.
And going to this game between Vidit and Keymaster, just very quickly, C5 has been played. So the structure has been changed here. C5 is on the board.
Would you say the d3 pawn is an advantage or a disadvantage because it controls the e4 square, but it's doubled? So, what would you say?
Both advantage and disadvantage. Of course, bishop would on g2 is a little bit passive now. Bishop on f4 would be fine, but maybe some knight would be okay on e5.
If there was a knight.
Yeah, maybe.
But there's no knight.
Yeah, Black has only one weakness on b7, and he should be okay to somehow. I would play some queen d7, bishop f5, rook e6, rook e8, something like this.
And where would you like white's pieces to be?
Bishop f4, rook b1, and attack on b file, and create some play on b file or c file if you play b6.
How about
King
bishop
h2.
f4 and going with this rook and b6, then trying for a4, a5?
Yeah, sure. But I think Black wouldn't play b6. It's unnecessarily opening the
He
lines.
might just put rook on b8.
Or c6, I don't know. You don't like this move.
I was a bit worried
Yeah,
b7
me
would
too.
become too weak.
Yeah, maybe.
But
I can
you-
play bishop
how do you
c8
attack?
sometimes also, and you don't have so much.
So maybe this way, yes. If let's say rook d8, bishop f4,
Yeah.
and then maybe c6,
Yeah.
rook b1, and put the bishop here.
But a7 is weak.
Okay,
you
here
will be
d6
playing
also
something-
gets weak.
a6. I play.
a6. Yeah.
a6.
It's nice.
But I don't like
I don't
this
have the
bishop getting the square.
Oh, you will sacrifice the exchange,
Queen
no?
e2, queen h5.
Even
Okay,
later.
bishop d6. What is doing there? Nothing special.
Really?
A little bit passive, of course, but maybe playable. I don't know.
How would you think, if you go back a bit, because here it seems like nothing more. But how do you think that if white prepares something like king h1, later gets his rooks on f file and f4, f5, g4, g5, trying because of the double bishop? Or is it too rash or too slow in a way?
I will play h5 maybe sometimes after f4, or it depends, yeah, because your king might be also weak. I play king, queen d7, you have to play king h2, probably. Well, idea, but I don't think it will work.
Also here g4 not such a illogical move. Yeah, like if you want to put bishop, then it comes back to g3.
Yeah, also possible, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
And I think Amruta, it might happen. Yeah, what you are saying, g4, bishop f4, bishop g3, f4, f5. Who knows?
Do you think it depends some days on the mood of the player?
Yeah.
Like let's say
Yeah, of course,
today he's feeling fearless, he goes for it. Today he's
Yes.
feeling he want to be safe. Yeah.
I think Vidit is feeling today that he wants to win, because a player who hasn't won a game for 5 rounds does want to go for the kill. Yeah. Generally, I mean, not for him particularly because he's going for the candidates and so on. I think he would want to take his chances here.
But he doesn't want to lose another game, so not risking
But-
everything.
Yeah. But then that is what, if he's fearless, like he doesn't think of losing that way. That is what we have to see. His plan will definitely tell us what he's feeling. But also here, if he risks, the point is black really has many things to do. So it's not like a safe attack
Yes.
for sure.
Yes.
It's like a real risk.
Okay.
Okay.
Difficult for Black, yeah, what to do.
Vincent has to use time, and that is one advantage
going to
Vidit
play
is
his
going to
move.
get. Wow,
What?
knight h7, we
Knight
didn't think at all.
h7. Wow. Why? Look at Vidit. He's also not taking his chair
F6,
quickly.
bishop f7 he wants to keep.
No, come on.
Bad, yeah. So knight g5 and attacking h3, forcing him to go h4. Then going back again.
Maybe knight g5. Yeah, this.
And
could
then
be
go
it.
back knight h7, knight f6 for the g4 square.
But yeah, maybe knight g5 is the idea, no?
King
Of this
king
move?
h2, yeah. Not so
Yeah, king
clear.
h2 I like, because knight g5 you want to go f4, yeah? No, you don't want to go f4, but
After knight g5,
yeah.
I can play f4.
F4?
or no?
King H2,
Oh.
yeah. No. First King H2,
King
Knight
H2, yeah.
G5.
King H2, Knight G5,
F4.
F4,
Oh yeah, F5 is coming with
F5,
speed.
F6. Yes, this is crazy.
Formula 1.
So King H2 looks like the natural move here. Viktor suggests it. But is there anything more aggressive we can do, like F4 here maybe?
Direct.
I want to go F5, but maybe there is
F5.
F5, huh?
Ugly.
But
It
then
looks
that
very
weakens E5 square.
counterintuitive.
Queen D7.
Queen D7, yes. This looks much more logical. King H2. But I think F4 is a bit too
Yeah,
committal.
because you limit your bishop on C1.
Yes.
H5, maybe black can play some solid stuff. Bishop F5. Yeah, it's committal as you said. F4.
But already from Vidit's face, it does look like Knight H7 he likes. It's a fighting
drinking
move.
tea, yeah?
It's a different kind of an idea by Vincent, but it has its ups and downs. Let's see how the game will continue there.
Nice zoom there. Today it looks more bright in the hall, does it?
Maybe it's also bright outside today.
Yeah,
It's sunny.
Sun is shining.
It's a nice day today.
Maybe people are feeling bright today.
It's a new week.
After rest day.
Yes,
Yes.
exactly.
Let's go to the game between Gukesh and Bartel, because there Gukesh seems to have already got quite a solid edge out of the opening. Because after we left it at this position, bishop d6, knight jumped in to the center, pawn came up, and Gukesh developed his bishop. Bartel chopped off, takes, and now knight d7 attacking this twice. But what is Bartel doing here? I mean, is this a good strategy?
Knight C5 idea maybe.
Knight c5, he wants to come here and then eventually, what if I just defend with f4?
Yeah. some
F4 or Queen H5, I thought.
Queen h5, oh,
Queen H4. Oh yeah, you Queen H5.
Queen H4 is good.
oh no, bishop g.
No, I thought after F4 Queen H4.
But
For
this
black.
is
Even
also
here,
interesting,
Queen
yeah,
H4?
because if you take, I take back here, defend.
Yeah. also yeah.
But the computer doesn't like here Queen H4 for.
But
Yes.
but maybe
But f4, you want to go queen h4 check.
Yeah, how can F4 be good? I'm so surprised that computer suggests.
But
F4.
Amruta, this
even
is-
he suggests.
This is
F4.
nice, yeah, like my king can be okay on f1 perhaps. Like
Going
putting-
King F1.
Yeah, or do you think like
King D2 maybe.
d2,
Yeah.
c2?
Are you serious? Go
Yeah.
King D2 and the bar says.
long castle.
See, the bar doesn't like it.
Doesn't like it. But human like it.
But actually, practically, it's playable. You're right.
I played
thought,
once in a game. King D2 in the similar position
With whom?
with Stanislav Cipka, international master.
And what happened?
Okay, it wasn't that good, but he didn't react correctly, and I won very soon.
Okay, so that is practically possible, King D2, and the best move is King F1. Yeah, Sagar, over here?
I don't know, maybe king f1, maybe king d2. There's also possibility of putting king on e2. It's not completely pointless. I was also wondering if g3 didn't make sense.
Yeah. Also.
Because if you take this pawn, okay, you wasted time. I have a strong center.
Yeah.
I move my queen. I long castle.
Yeah, sure.
So very exciting game here, and as always, Gukesh is bringing this energy into the game, and also Bartel is bringing that, because Bartel is not one of those players who likes to play sort of dull chess. He likes to mix things. He made the position very concrete now.
And he also likes to mix up things. He forgets sometimes. No, but he really plays creative chess, actually, what we are
Yes.
seeing over here.
Yesterday we realized in this on the rest day, when the players went to this activity which is Science 21 lab, they went there and they played Matheso. We realized that Bartel had very strong visual memory. He was one of the best player in that game of Matheso. He could remember where the tiles were, and I think that was very interesting to see how the chess players were playing this new game. It's kind of a strategy plus memory plus many things, mixed game of maths. And those who were aggressive on the chessboard were taking risks. Those who were positional were playing it safe. Yeah, it's like chess is
It
like,
corresponds everything.
yes,
yeah.
everything corresponds.
Yeah.
Wow. Though Bartel did say, I have a very good memory everywhere else, but chess, I don't remember. Which was funny.
Okay, meanwhile, Pragnananda has surprised us with his move. We were thinking about long castle here, but actually he played bishop e7 in this position.
Now if d takes c5, it's the first question comes to the mind.
And, oh yes, you can actually win a pawn, or maybe not,
No,
right? He will just
the
take.
pawn.
And that seems like okay. But why did he not long castle, or why did he not take? Sorry, I mean we were thinking about taking here on d4. That's a big question. Like maybe he didn't like something here. In this position, Pragg chose for bishop e7.
Maybe after takes just simple c takes d4, long castle, here he would have seen something because knight c3 we saw was a bad move.
Yeah.
But after long castle,
But if you play bishop e3, I believe that black should be fine. Like such a position, black should not have too much trouble. But yeah, it's a question why Pragg didn't go for pawn takes pawn. He preferred bishop e7, and already the engines do prefer white very slightly, nothing much, but a slight edge. Well, Victor, how about you give us a roundup of the positions and your thoughts, and then we had a great time here analyzing with you. We wanted to get your thoughts on the initial moments of the game, which was great fun. Let's do that.
Yes.
Okay. So, oh, Bartel versus Queen h4 has happened. What's your feeling about that game?
Bartel will be crushed.
oh, that's a bold prediction we have. Queen h4. And
You
look
know, Victor, I think Victor does not sort of mince with his words. Yes, he's very direct. Yes. So, okay, Bartel will be crushed according to Victor. What about Vidit versus Keymaster? b6 on the board after rook b1 played.
It's balanced draw, I think.
Draw?
I think Vincent knows how to react in this position, and yeah, it should be balanced.
Nguyen versus Maksudlu.
It's also equal.
Equal draw, yes?
It was maybe played many times.
So they're going down the theory line there. Navara versus Rapport. Crazy position there.
What happened?
They did, you want to see the big board?
Yeah.
Let's just have the big board here in Navara Rapport. This is what has happened. He did take on a5, ba5, bishop d7 happened, and this is the live board.
Okay, white is better, but
Tough, yes, to predict here.
I would predict draw.
Draw
Yeah.
in a King's Indian, yes?
But many changes already. There is no queen side almost, and no target.
No, but this is a big target.
Yeah,
no?
one, but it should be fine to hold it. Only one. No other weaknesses.
Which means Richard, it's a good news for Richard, yeah, with the black pieces, if he feels that he has equalized.
Yes, I think it's a good start here for Richard with black. And final game, Pragnananda versus Nadirbek. What's your feeling here?
I don't understand bishop e7 move, but black should be fine. So
Draw.
okay, I think it's equal, but result it's completely open in this position.
All three results possible.
Yeah.
Well, those were the results that Victor had, and by the way, guys, it was an absolute pleasure to have Victor in the commentary, one of the best players of Czech Republic, has crossed 2700, been one of the top guys in the world of chess. Viktor, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
And we have an interview with him that we've published, which will be out very soon, where you can know more about him and his lifestyle. He is very, very spiritual and thinks a lot about himself now. Does not play much chess. You don't play too much chess.
Yeah, I discovered that life is richer than I thought before, and I turned my attention more inside. So that's my life.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you, Viktor, for your time, and we'll take a short break and be back with the next phase of the commentary. Welcome back everyone to the sixth round of the Prague Masters. Amruta, the games are heating up.
Yes, the king is in the center in Gukesh's game. You cannot believe it.
Should we go to that game instantly?
Exactly. Why are you talking to me?
Let's go to the game between Gukesh and Bartel here. And we just seen Bartel castling while Gukesh's king is on d2. Viktor Laznishka, who was here with us, went with those words that Bartel will be crushed.
And he was so quick to say that with the king on d2.
Amruta, my feeling is that that might not be kind of true because the position looks very dynamic and balanced.
And that's why Gukesh is very happy to play such a position with the who takes the king to d2.
Exactly.
And that to the center can be opened up with d4 or anything. You see this guy fearless.
Absolutely.
Just forget the bar for a while, but just think of the courage.
I agree, Amruta.
It's like you're going out at night at 4 a.m. on a road, on a street where you know it is full of robbers and everybody, but you don't even know karate, but yet you're going there and walking.
Because you believe in yourself. And that's what Gukesh believes in his position. He thinks that his king is pretty safe here. But Amruta,
Perception, Sagar.
it's not so safe perhaps because as you correctly pointed out, d4 can be a dangerous break in the center.
That's the first move which comes to the mind. Can we just look at that? d4 if you play.
Yes, but right now it's white to move. So first maybe what would you play with white? My feeling is going towards Queen f3 as a move, just to connect everything.
Exactly, same feeling, but oh my god, if you have the same feelings, then the bar doesn't like it.
Yeah, it doesn't like it, but it's maybe logical, right? And Gukesh does not really, because I want to get my rook out and tuck my king in. But maybe it's this sort of feeling for harmony which is making me make the move which is not the best.
Yeah, because harmony at the wrong time may not be the right thing.
Yes,
Surprisingly.
may lead to disharmony. But if we trade queens, do you think that would be good for white? Like if I go something
How?
like queen e1, just offering a trade of queens. If
But
you
why
take,
will black exchange with the king on d2?
this
Hello?
would be excellent, right, for white?
Absolutely. Then king should be in the center in the end game, and white has got it beautifully. So queen goes back, no doubt.
Yeah. So maybe we need to think what is
Yeah.
the move that white should play
Another
here.
idea comes to the mind, but I don't it needs to be calculated. It has to be very precise. A move like f5, because you're pushing the knight away.
Whoa.
But you
Whoa.
generally don't want to blunder. Wow, it's a blunder.
Wow, it's a
Maybe
mistake.
which I did feel intuitively, as I said.
Well,
But why?
It's a good question, because if you take here, the bishop is there. So it's not like a straightforward blunder, but maybe Amruta,
counter-attack, Sagar. d4.
exactly, could be that pawn pushes forward, and this might be the reason why this is a mistake.
Yeah, because it helps the queen on h4 to open up, that rank is opened up for the black queen.
Yes.
So yeah, f5 bad move, we discard it, but it should be considered and then eliminated.
But also I was wondering, Amruta, if there is a possibility of giving a check, but that can be met with queen e2 and perhaps...
No, but Sagar, yeah, exactly, good point.
Beautiful. Bishop takes f5. What a nice move, because now after take, queen f2 check, and then you can pick up this bishop. So
And then
f5.
e5 is gone and everything is gone. So
Very
we've got
nice.
to know why f5 is such a horrible move.
And our viewers here are able to give the right answer. So thank you for that. And now Gukesh is thinking, he realizes f5 is not possible. He is also...
He maybe never planned that. Is he planning to kick away the queen on h4? But I again don't like g3, because I feel that queen on h4 might be a little misplaced.
Yes, and also g3, if I just drop my queen back, not get greedy for a pawn, the bishop on h2 starts to look very, very silly.
It's crying. It's crying.
Yes, for sure.
Oh, what is
Tears
the
of
move?
sorrow, tears of sorrow for the bishop there. Maybe it's not so simple for Gukesh to find, but I was thinking, Amruta, can we push it away with b4? Just saying to the knight that I don't like that you are here on b4, on c5.
First of all, b4 move seems like a dream, because you have a king in the center. It felt like at least it is moving towards queen side, where it felt you need more shelter with the pawns.
Yes.
And now you go b4 and you say my king doesn't need a shelter. No. It's on the roads. It's a nomad.
Well, the king is going to make its home in the center, Amruta. What white does have is this beautiful center, the bishop here on this nice diagonal, and the knight maybe is lacking squares, right? Because if you go knight e6...
Look at Gukesh for a moment. Is he having that slight smile or happiness on his face?
Well, I think that's your imagination there.
Because
in no way is Gukesh smiling there. He is
No,
just totally focused on the game, but he is enjoying himself. That is for sure. We all know that he loves such crazy positions, and in fact Gukesh likes to play normal traditional chess like freestyle chess.
Yeah,
Just
and
scramble the
actually
pieces
for Gukesh,
everywhere.
if you see freestyle chess and classical, it's not major difference. He's able to anyway come to a fresh position.
Yes.
Which he's trying to say that, oh, it doesn't matter. You have a choice of choosing the right openings.
So, okay,
Yeah.
we'll come back to this. We'll see what Gukesh does. My feeling is Gukesh pushes his pawn to b4.
And what happens is, to quickly show us, Sagar, b4, what is your idea exactly?
Well, I want to push the knight away, and then...
Knight
you know,
e6.
yes, and this I was wondering if we can win a piece here
Now
with
you go
f5.
f5, that's cheating. Because
No, the bishop is closed now. So,
but
and
d4 exists.
but I attack these two, and also the queen attacks b4. So, it's a very, very
Sharp.
position. And yes, Amruta, maybe d4 could be the move here. That is a very complicated thing to calculate.
And it's tempting for black also and for white also to calculate something like this. It's not even sharp. Sharp is an understatement, Sagar. It's what is sharper than sharp?
Sharp. Yeah, maybe sharper here is the position, Amruta. But if d4 is not coming, what is the move that black can play? Because queen takes b4 is one possibility, just giving up a piece and opening the f file.
Just don't worry about your pieces.
Yes, what's
material.
the move? Now there's no bishop, no? That's what, b4
problem.
And we put the knight back.
Okay, we can, if you want, we can calculate, but b4 is the only move, yeah? If Gukesh doesn't find b4, will he be in trouble? That will be another doubt I have.
Something like this, Amruta. Take the pawn, open the center. That's how Bartel has to play, and I think he will play it this way. So we'll come back to this game. And I don't think b4 is the only move. You know, maybe a move like, just a thought, queen e2, not so senseless, you know, just connecting the rooks. Makes sense.
Practically easier to play, that's what you're trying to say.
Yes. I was also wondering if a move like knight e2 makes sense, because then you are looking to go to d4. But it doesn't feel right, because this square is important here on e4. Okay, so Amruta, this is an exciting game. We are going to come back to it.
And last question, g4, queen takes h3, f5.
g4. Wow, Amruta coming in with some pawn push on the other side of the board.
Pawn pushing industries private limited.
Yes, that's what I say, that Amruta always is the CEO of pawn pushing private limiteds. She loves to push her pawns all the time.
And sometimes I lose them all, but sometimes it works and opponent gets checkmated. But yeah, g4 is interesting. So interesting position. Which game are we going to? Maybe Pragnananda.
Pragnananda versus Nodirbek.
Because Nodirbek is the leader. Will he be able to, you know, in this tournament many times the leader has been stopped. But Nodirbek is not just a leader, he's reached world number 5.
Yes, and if he wins today, he might reach world number 4 as well, because he's very close to, I think, Ding Liren's rating.
Oh, it was so hard to break in top 5, to be very honest, world top 5. So what Nodirbek has achieved is just
in fact, he's moved ahead of everyone, even Firuza for that matter, and he's right now the top rated junior in the world, and he's the top rated young player. But you know, all of these are so close to each other. For now, what Nodirbek is doing is attacking Pragnananda's g7 pawn. And if Pragg decides to castle here, which seems like a natural move, it seems like the position will be around equal.
Yeah, but if you ask any young boy, he might say, I would like to long castle and not care about the g7 pawn.
Wow, Amruta, that's bold, that you want to long castle. The only problem I see here is that after bishop takes pawn, the queens might get traded.
No, I thought of queen f4.
Oh, you don't even care. Wow.
No, I don't care about you.
Amazing. That's a very interesting suggestion there, to just give up that pawn. And I think now it's then a question of style and Pragg's sort of ambition in this game. Because on one hand is the move castle, and you can say, aha, Pragg goes safe. He goes safe. He's not risking it.
Okay.
Otherwise, he could have long castled here, and then Nodirbek.
Look at the screen, Sagar. Nodirbek is making a quick move.
He played knight d2, and he just developed his piece. He wants to go knight e4 perhaps, or yeah, just put the knight in the center. Maybe knight f3 could be an idea there. So my feeling is that Nodirbek feels okay about his position right now, although Pragg should also be happy. You can bring your rook to the center of the board, right? This seems like the most logical way to go.
Yeah, but overall I think the pawn structure is not at all imbalanced, and that's the reason. I think this will slowly fizzle out and go towards a draw. Nodirbek would be happy, you know, to maintain his lead. That's what I feel.
You know, the intensity of both these players makes us feel like they must be playing some, maybe a very super sharp position. But actually it's not that sharp. But look at the focus. Both of them, amazing. These are the two maybe the two of the brightest youngsters out there. Of course, there are others as well,
But maybe we might see a world championship between
after
them at
5
some
years,
point.
we might see Nodirbek versus Prague fighting for the highest title. Who knows? So knight d2 played, and we will come back to this game later. Let's go to the game of Nguyen versus Maclu, because Amruta, the bar is saying that Nguyen, Thai Taiwan, is doing amazing in this position.
With Maclu, everybody has been doing amazing in this tournament, but Maclu must be thinking, position is fine, I love that the G file is open, you know. He thinks differently.
No, Maclu thinks, look at the king in the center, that's a weak king. He's not developed his pieces. His c5 pawn I will capture, then I'll bring my knight. That's how he thinks. He's an eternal optimist.
Wow, that's a nice one, eternal optimist for him.
He is. He loves to just sort of feel that his position is fine no matter what the situation. So here, but the question is, what is the move for white? Because think about it, Amruta. Black wants to take this pawn, get his knight, develop his rook, like come here with the rook. So,
okay, good question. White to play, guys. You can try, you can think.
What is that move that white wants? Because look, I don't want to play a move like e3, right? Because after e3, bishop takes f1, rook takes c5, black should be fine completely. Or even b takes c5 for that matter. I may not want to weaken my last rank. B takes c5 doesn't look so silly, like after take.
No, it does look silly to me. Not silly is not the word, but I would say that anyway later
Amruta,
you can
why
capture.
not knight d7 and then take with the knight? That's also possible.
Nice.
So maybe.
Okay, but let's go back a
E3
bit
is not a good
and
move.
wait.
Oh, now I get it, Amruta. Simple. The thing is, rook c5 might not be a great move because there's a check on the back rank, right? Here.
And what happens for king g7?
Yes,
Are you
and
really
then
worried about
somehow.
that? No, not somehow. You need something precise.
Okay, so let me try now g3. It's just because I want to put my bishop here like this. If you take here, I want to give a check. King g7, and I wanted to go queen d2. But this looks terrible, yes? I've just
it looks like, yes, you are doing all the good moves, but you're completely forgetting that there is an opponent in front of you. So,
but it's not so obvious.
No, knight c6, rook
but then
d7.
I just take the rook on a8, bishop g2 and castle.
So, queen c7, ooh, with the idea of rook c1 check. You can't stop that.
Queen c7, wow, Amruta, that's an epic move. With that, you are just trying to enter into the white's camp. Wow,
you thought black's back rank is weak, but then it was
white's back rank became weak. Backfired.
It backfired, Sagar. Back rank fired.
True. So then g3 is too slow.
But
and e3 is too slow.
We had our producer G, who also has 2 GM norms, by the way, and he was suggesting rook d4, rook g4.
Whoa, rook d4. Wow. And if
the bar doesn't like it, but I really like the potential of this idea, rook d4, rook g4.
But even if I take here, Amruta, just
idea,
for the thought, if you check.
No, rook takes c5. Is it a problem with rook takes
possible.
c5?
Rook takes c5 also is possible for sure. And then you check, and I just tuck my king to the side of the board, and perhaps this rook on g4 looks a little bit offside, doesn't it?
I would love for it to be there, but later. First, I think what we understand is white king needs to take care of itself in order to, it's like help yourself first, only then you can help others.
It's like, Amruta, when you call me for dinner and you haven't eaten your food, it's like that. First, you need to eat your food before you sort of start worrying about me. The same way, what is it that white can do here? I was thinking, Amruta, can we push our pawn to b4? But again, after pawn takes pawn, it seems like black is doing well. So,
you know what? Already forget the bar, because whatever move we were thinking for Van, they were all like computer was just rejecting them right and left. That means Maclu practically is feeling that he is in a better position.
He is feeling that, but there has to be some hidden resource here for white which is good for him, and maybe it's a good time to ask our viewers, what is this hidden resource? We are not aware of it. What is the best move for white here? Because clearly all the natural moves.
I love it. I found it.
You found it?
I love it.
You found it?
I mean, whether the computer likes it or not, I like it.
No, but
H4.
H4, what? What is this move, Amruta? What did you
Rook
gain?
H3. H5, 6. Rook G. Oh my god!
Wow, it's the correct move perhaps, Amruta.
It's after we eliminate
let's say I
6,
take this. How is H4 helping? Oh my god, you should
My
be-
back rank is not weak. That's the whole point.
Okay, so you give a check. King
Oh,
here.
you're giving a check? Then I was wrong. I thought
But
I
then-
should keep it in hand.
Maybe you want to get your rook here, but of
queen
course
is hanging.
queen, like
Go
rook,
queen,
see rook
D,
H3,
two
just a thought, and check. King has a square on H6,
And
so
if
it's
I
not
had
a mate. But then maybe we can
Queen-
continue.
Queen D2, Queen C7 this time. Same problem,
Queen
yeah?
D2.
No, same problem. I don't have time.
And Queen C7 is good for black. So we need to move our queen to a better square.
Right square. Queen B1 then remains the only move.
Queen B1 or Queen A4 maybe to go to
Queen
G4
G4.
and not being afraid of this check.
The check is a ghost. Wow.
Oh, our producer G has come and said the move H5. Insane.
What?
Whoa.
Wow.
What a move.
This is the most beautiful move we have seen in our analysis until now.
Do you see the mate but? Let's say rook takes queen, H6, king G6,
Rook.
rook
Knight H4.
G8. No, knight H4, king G5. Yeah,
No,
so rook
it's not
G8,
easy.
king F5. Where's the mate?
Maybe you make
Rook,
the arrows.
rook H5, king E4, rook G4, mate. Isn't it a mate? Oh my god.
Okay.
So
Let's
rook
see that.
C2,
It's the most exciting
check
position we are
here,
ever at.
check. But yes, you can go to F4, but I think it doesn't
Bravo.
change because you go G3 check, or let's make it even more
Yeah,
pretty with
E3.
E3 check. Oh my
Beautiful.
goodness.
Oh my. If this happens today,
If Thaidaiwan plays H4, we will
have
get
to
up and
standing
applaud.
o- yes, standing ovation.
Standing ovation for
Deserving.
Thaidaiwan. But Amruta, you deserve a standing ovation right now. You found H4.
But I had to find this H5, otherwise it doesn't make sense. But Sagar, what a position we are looking at. I
Yes.
am amazed and I'm truly happy right now.
Yeah, truly. I'm also very, very surprised that because you know what? I would have never found this move if not for you
This
sitting
is
here.
one kind of happiness we cannot give each other, Sagar. Only chess can give us, you know.
Okay, so let's see if Thaidaiwan, he's shaking his head.
dancing.
He seems to have worked it all out. But of course, Parham.
Wait!
Oh
my God!
God! Wow!
He
Let's
plays
do
it.
it. Yes, standing
Wow,
ovation
Nguyen.
for Thaidaiwan
Really
there.
brilliant.
Beautiful. Wow, Parham Maksudlu now sits in his chair and if he takes on C5,
Wait,
Amruta.
firstly, did he expect this or not? Just look at him right now, Sagar.
Very difficult to sort of decode his expression here, but
What do you guys think? Did he expect it? No,
I don't think Parham expected it.
No.
Yes, but this is a Parham move against Parham. Like he loves such moves. He would play H4 on any given day. You know?
Oh my God. No, he has not expected
No, he's
this,
not
Sagar.
expected for sure. And I don't think he's going to take on C5 with the rook now.
This is going to be the game of the day. Already.
It looks great. It looks great. And now if you take with the pawn on C5, it's a compromise.
What's the assessment after H4? White is better, yeah?
Yes.
But if black plays the best move.
What should be the best? Like let's say we of course now rook takes pawn is completely not possible, and I hope Parham doesn't play it, otherwise he's going to get
Oh, he can
simply
miss
slaughtered.
H5.
Yes.
1 second, he can clearly, come on, you directly start calculating where the queen is going to move.
Yeah.
in a way, we also need to ask the players if at all he plays rook c5,
Yes.
even if he doesn't play rook c5, whether he had calculated rook c5, h5 line.
No, of course he did. Of course he did. That's why he played h4. But let's have
Not
our board.
Nguyen, I'm talking about if Parham doesn't play rook c5.
No, but if Parham doesn't see it, let's see. He will take pawn takes pawn here. So he will take this, and then I think in such a position, this structurally white is doing very well. Even if we don't worry now, because suddenly the rook on c8 has no business there.
Right, so if he doesn't take and just develops the knight to d7.
Yes, that's also a good question.
Because
If he
I don't like b takes c5. That's
no,
the
yeah,
whole point.
knight here makes a lot of sense. But then Amruta, we can go ahead with your idea, right? Which is maybe putting our rook
h3.
this way. That could be one of the plans.
So rook h3, knight c5. Is it like you have anything to finish it off?
No, I don't see a finishing shot like in the game, but
Instead of rook h3, did you have knight g5? One moment.
what?
Knight g5.
Knight g5.
Isn't it natural h4
No,
you've played?
but knight
I
g5.
mean, you have to consider
Knight g5
it.
doesn't work because I take. Or does it? Amruta, you are on
No,
fire.
the bar doesn't like it.
Take knight f8, and I think the king is safe.
Oh,
there.
so knight d7 helped. Otherwise it would have worked, Sagar.
Do you think? No, we cannot.
So
No,
first go rook h3, let him take on c5 with the knight. And now if I go knight g5,
But
there
that-
is a problem. Then the queen comes to
Yes,
e4 after
yes,
takes.
correct. So here, and the queen jumps in, and there's no mate that's happening. So clearly, we cannot go this wild here. We have to be a little careful. But knight d7 is definitely a move that Parham would be thinking.
Yeah,
What do
but-
we do now? Do we go e3 again? Doesn't feel right. You know,
No, next either you consider a move like g4 or h5 or you know.
You now want to attack. You
Look,
can't
it's
wait.
like now you are in a wild forest, okay, full of tigers and lions, and you cannot be just fearful with walking
Yes, true.
just like that.
Now,
you have
now
to be alert.
we are on foot now. We no longer are in our jeep. So we are in the forest. We need to be brave. I was thinking, Amruta, queen d2.
Queen
Nice
h6.
move. Yes,
that I like.
exactly. Attacking this knight.
And
If you take this pawn, my queen comes in to your camp. And with the queen near your opponent's king, this rook is joining in. Basically, what we are saying to the f1 bishop is,
You forget.
you
have
don't have a
sacrificed-
role to play. Please take some rest. E2, G2, everyone's just making you quietly sit there. You just relax.
Sometimes I feel I want to be the f1 bishop.
You just want to relax in the room.
Sit,
Yeah.
no worries. Not in the room.
Correct.
Just watch the games. But Sagar, your problem is queen d2, knight c5, queen h6.
Yeah.
And can I not go queen? Your threat is knight g5, right?
No, my threat is rook h3 to g3. Just bringing the rook in and check.
But then queen e4 also rook h3.
Yes. Exactly. I'm just being very careful
Knight
here
g5
not
is
to get
finishing
checked.
or no?
No, just do this. Why to go this route? Just good. So, Amruta, Thai Dai h4 move, love it. Let's go to the next game. We'll come back here
and
very
guys,
soon.
you can vote for the game of the day after 4 p.m. praguechessfestival.com/voting. So, very interesting games today. We have to see which other...
Amruta was like, oh, this is the game of the day. Then you go to Gukesh's game, his king is suddenly running here and then, oh, game of the day. Then you go to another, oh, this is the game of the day. Look at Rapport versus Navara.
Rapport is
What
getting
has
better
happened?
position? It's impossible. How did that happen?
It's like the entire center got completely, it disappeared. Like what?
Felt
So-
like Big Bang in the universe.
So bishop d7 we saw, pawn pushed forward, they traded. Now the bishop is attacking the c7 pawn. He took on e4, knight took here, and now Richard Rapport unleashed a tactic. Maybe our viewers here can try. Black to play. What was the tactical thing that Richard played? Wow, very cool. Rook takes bishop. And after rook takes rook, c6.
Oh.
with a double attack on the knight and the rook. Wow. Okay. He took maybe not the best decision here. He had to do something else. But then it's not so simple because your knight is hanging. And if you move the rook, let's say rook a7, I take here and suddenly it's not an easy decision. You know, now you've given up 2 pieces for a rook.
So why? But wait a second.
No,
This
the
was a
engine
good
I
move.
think sort of prefers
Piece
such a
sacrifice.
position. No, 2 pieces for a rook because your rook is here.
Ah,
I'm
yeah.
just wondering if we take this pawn
Yeah.
or we push
No,
forward.
c takes b5. Just collect the pawn
Yeah.
because it will become dangerous. with
And then you
d6.
have like a nice rook on the 7th with the pawn there. Yeah, makes sense. But in the game, David took here. The queen now, if he took here, David's idea was very pretty. Take here and make a queen. I mean, it's winning for black. So he played bishop takes. Now again a double attack on the rook and the knight. So the rook saved itself. He took the knight on the center. And why did David put his rook on a4? C5. Yes, to push c5 and to attack this way.
Wow.
And all of a sudden,
Nice.
the bishop is hanging and also the threat is to take here on d6. So now how does Richard Rapport meet this? Black to play. And clearly the move d5 would be a huge mistake. Because of? Yes, the pin works. This queen is undefended. So we can't push the pawn. What do we do? I think Amruta bishop d5.
Or c6? No, but
That's an
doesn't-
interesting move
Yeah,
actually.
because
Bishop
d6 is
d5, not
hanging.
because then he's shielding his d6 pawn. That's a very, very good suggestion there. I was
And
also
d5?
wondering if
Can you go
bishop,
d5?
which one?
d5?
Here, this move. Amruta, were you sleeping? Yes.
Yeah, maybe. What I zoned out. What happened? Oh, rook e4. Sorry. Yes, we saw this a while ago.
We just said the full story with a moral, and then you asked what happened in the story exactly.
ये सीता कौन है?
Yeah, so this not bishop, not d5, but bishop c6 maybe. It's also a logical move because now you can't take with the knight. If you do, I can take your rook. So, and if you take with the pawn,
Bishop b5 and then
bishop b5, but d takes e7, that might be just losing a piece. Oh, he goes where? He's moving his bishop. Bishop c6 on the board, what we thought is happening. But now, what we couldn't analyze is after takes, what is the best move for black? Maybe it's just to move the knight away. Maybe knight f5. Or maybe knight d6. What do you think? Just take here. Or it doesn't work, yeah? Queen d6. No, this works.
knight d6 is good. No? Mistake?
Because my thought was if you take here, I want to take this. Oh, it's terrible. Oh, now I understand why it's terrible. Bishops. Exactly, well done. Check, king here and check, and you lose the queen.
Nice, nice,
Oh, amazing. So he can't take here. With
Actually, it's very sharp for this moment.
yeah. Maybe bishop takes knight. Should we do it? But then d7 is the big problem here, and white wins. So not here.
What is the move?
I guess knight. Rook f4. Knight f5. Yeah, maybe knight f5. Rook f4. But then your knight is hanging. So you have to be, maybe knight f5 is the move, and the game remains complex. But I think Richard Rapport would be happy because look at this bishop here, angling here, knight well placed, queen coming in, it could become risky. So we'll come back again here to this game.
And almost such less pawns on the queen side, yet this position is becoming so sharp. We just did not expect it at all.
Absolutely, Amruta. This is very, very intense. And by the way, Maclu versus Nguyen, in that game, knight d7 did happen, and one has played queen d2.
Wow, that too very quickly, yeah?
Yes.
How long did it take?
No,
We
of
won't
course,
get to
once
know.
you play h4, you have worked this out. Knight c5 happens and he brings his queen in. Rook h3, rook g3, how do you stop it now? Parham has to decide. Very exciting
and
stuff
Nguyen
here.
is not even sitting on the board. He
No,
doesn't
no, he's
find a need.
excited.
I think
He's excited. This will be his first win.
Is it? Yeah.
Yes. He hasn't won a game, but he has played very, very well in this tournament. And given...
Do you think this game of the day is very, very motivating, that even if you may not be doing the best in the tournament, but
You know, Amruta, more than game of the day, just beating Maksudlu, who's rated like
Yeah.
100 and something like 100 ELO points above you, is so motivating. Right now, he just wants to bring his rook up and mate. But I was wondering if we could plonk our knight in the center of the board, because then I stop this from happening. And also I defend my
now
pawn.
knight g5, one second. Every time knight g5 has to be considered by default and then it can be rejected.
Wow, knight
It's that
g5,
candidate
Amruta,
move.
this is such intense play by you. Although
Thank God you said wow before the bar said it's
no,
a bad move.
I mean, it might be a bad move, but it does. I see it like maybe the thing is you take, and then the queen somehow is defending here. So maybe push the
F5.
pawn forward, takes. Could be the idea.
G6, not takes.
But
But
there
yeah,
could
let's
be a
go.
better
Yeah,
defense
exactly.
here,
Let's
maybe.
find it.
Oh, the threat is queen h7 is not a mate at all. So maybe you don't have to worry.
You're running away. Yeah?
Yes, my king just runs away like this. So maybe it's not even a...
So actually there is no real threat.
Yes.
Ah,
So
that's the
don't
problem.
give
Then
your
black
piece.
just
Oh,
developed.
he's playing 94 on the board.
But then that's
Amruta,
a mistake.
94 just...
Okay,
has-
let's
look
find
at the
it.
bar. It's reached like right to the
Seventh
top
rank.
of
It's
the board.
bar on the 7th rank.
Oh, I can't
Almost
believe.
queening.
I can't believe what should be the move here
And
now.
how long is Nguyen going to take? It's a very critical moment. We are not leaving this board at all.
No, I think he knows the move somehow.
Is
he's
he
just
happy
very
or what?
happy.
He's
Oh,
drinks
water.
water.
When someone drinks water,
Professional, as Peter Leko said. It's
No,
very
it's-
professional.
It's like you know the move. You just want to be calm.
But he should not really rush into it. He should calculate well. Because
Yeah.
it is his chance. Sometimes it's a move order, but
Oh
no,
no, he knows
says,
it. What? Rook h3, no. You had something better.
Wait.
Think something better. There's maybe h5, Amruta. I was thinking h5, rook h4. Put the rook like this and try, but maybe not.
Okay, he waits. That's good
Yes.
thing. Let's calculate. So h5, you want to go with the idea of rook h4.
No, I still. It seems slow because
G4? Can you go G4?
g4.
With the idea of G5?
Maybe, yeah, Amruta.
No, but G4,
You know-
whenever
you
you
know-
go G5, there is F5.
Yes, and also black might want to go with his queen to e7 to f8. That might be the defense that black is looking
So
for.
you need to hurry.
We have some talents here, yeah? You guys need to help us. What is the way in which white attacks?
One more piece he needs in the game.
h5, yeah, this is what we were also thinking, but maybe it just slows down everything, and this is what Maksudlu may want, yeah, in this game.
Yeah, one thing we should never forget about Maksudlu, whatever the assessment
Yeah.
is, until the game is finished, just can't believe the assessment.
Yes, he's like, we
Eternal optimistic
we
is a good,
titled a video on him as cat with 9 lives. You know, he's just not, in this tournament, he has had at least 2-3 losing positions. So Rook h3 is
He is
Nguyen's
going to
move.
play Rook h3. But how is Rook h3? It
It's
may not
actually, it may be the best move. Okay, it may be the best move.
Okay. So then, was
But
there
it
anything
did
better
drop.
than that?
So I don't, maybe it's right up there. So maybe we don't need to worry. Rook h3. Okay, but what's next? Because Rook g3 is Rook d4. You're
then
not
Rook
worried
c1
about
check.
check,
Rook
huh?
c1 check. That is a problem.
Oh!
Why did we forget about that? We are just looking at the king, Sagar.
Ah.
Forgot
Oh,
about it.
our
Something
strong
interesting we
producer
have to
G is
find. We
coming
have
up,
to
yes.
find something interesting.
Knight comes back to d2 next. After that, get rid of the knight, play this check and mate him.
Oh man,
That
knight d2 is very difficult.
So if you play king h8 now, wanting to come rook g8, perhaps this is the move. Wow.
They're eliminating that only one knight in the center in some way, which is defending the king. To
And
be
also
honest,
the
you just
f6
eliminate
pawn.
that.
f6 pawn. And now if you go rook g8, I pick your knight, you take this and
Queen
I
f6.
chop this and then I come here.
H5, 6. Wow. How is knight d2? Like, it's a move. Sometimes you see it and then you don't want to look at any other moves.
Yes.
But it's a move which can be missed, right?
I agree.
Because
I
you want
agree.
the knight in your psychology is, oh, go to g5.
You are always
At least
going
for me,
front,
I would
forward.
miss it.
Yeah.
Because going backward over here is just not a move to consider.
But you know, Amruta, now Nguyen Thaidai 1 is in that situation where he is so excited, right? He's going to, he just senses that this is his moment and he doesn't want to make a mistake. And this is where mistakes do happen, where you are doubting all the time. You want to play rook, but you are not playing it. You want to move your rook and you are thinking again.
No, maybe
It's
another
like
way.
It's like you know this is the move, but you are like waiting. Now look, see, he's waiting. Why? Make it.
No, it's like he's right now a little overwhelmed, you know, but the excitement, as Anish says, yeah, sometimes the position is like, inside Nguyen is dancing, you know, he's dancing with this position and he's so attracted with the whole calculation that you want to rush into it.
Yes.
That's one thing to take
But
care
you know,
of.
it's one thing to take a glass of water and drink it and be like professionally calm. And it's another thing to sort of
Keep drinking water and then you're a little
keep
worried.
taking your hand to the rook, not make it, keep. So let's see when he makes this move. We wanted to go to another game.
No, Sagar.
No?
Wait a
Stay here, okay.
We have
Let's
to-
stay here. Let's see.
For
if
a
you-
moment, because he's about to play, at least that's what he's trying. That
Well,
I'm
he
about
has
to make a
31
move.
minutes.
Oh,
Plays it.
yes.
Ooh, and puts the pawn
Good.
back.
We
Now,
didn't leave it.
let's see what Maksudlu
Oh,
has
Maksudlu is looking at.
in his mind. Because if Maksudlu saves the game today,
Mm-hmm.
I think he will win the tournament. Because if he doesn't lose this game, then when will he lose?
Yeah, that's true. But I am completely amazed at this game.
Yeah, this is brilliant. And Amruta, it's like now this is one of your best moments, yeah, where you found h4, h5, h6, yeah, sort of this. You
but,
didn't
but
find
Queen
h5, h6,
C2
but
hanging, I think that moment
Yes.
was amazing.
That was
That
fantastic.
was just too good.
And now the threat is knight d2, take the knight out and you want to give a check and mate. So now Parham has to find a defense. I don't think
There
he
is
has
no
enough
defense,
time.
yeah? What is the evaluation of this position actually? How winning is it?
It's +5 it seems, yeah, like if the bar is so high, it's
you don't know.
+5. No, I don't see today we are just without engine lines, it's just the bar guiding
really?
us.
You're at a good level, Sagar.
Yes, someday in my life I used to play good chess. But Amruta, now find a move for Parham. Because he's not a person who would resign or anything, right?
Okay, at least the best practical defense is what Parham will try to find, as we know him.
So queen e7 is what I was thinking, to get your queen here. But then again knight d2. And then the
And
knight
let's say
has
you
to
go.
move. What?
No, you don't have a move.
You
don't
resign.
have time.
You resign. That's the only move. You don't have a move.
Okay. No.
I think in 2 moves this game is
No,
ending.
no. Wait a second. If I go f5, still knight d2, same thing.
f5. Okay, but now I have a very exciting knight g5. Now I'm not sacrificing a piece anymore. And this might be very strong. Knight g5 now. I think I can go. And yeah, it's winning totally. So maybe not f5 as well. It's such an insane game, guys. Just think about it, right? When the opening began like this, you can see that it's a very normal position, but black did not care about his king. His king is alone and he brought his rook there. Then he brought his queen there. So suddenly now in this part of the board, it's all just the king and pawns. And we would not imagine white launching an attack, but he did. And this is like a beautifully instructive game, I think.
Completely
Queen
amazed.
here, queen joins in. Suddenly now the rook joins in. Within 2-3 moves, pieces just flowed in. to the
But
position.
it's a drastic change, in the position.
Yeah.
Like, it can... I mean, Parham right now, how would he be feeling?
I think
What
this-
would at this moment he definitely cannot assess it as he can save it.
No,
yeah.
no. This time I think
has to
even
be
Parham's
realistic.
optimism cannot work here. This is gone. I don't see a move for black. Is there any move you guys feel can be a defensive idea? Rook d8 maybe.
Yeah, rook d8.
Rook d8 so that if knight
Knight
d2
d2, at
you
least
just
rook d2.
sack the rook and hope your knight stays there. Maybe it's the best defense, yes? This is most human. And then we go knight d2 still. And then he takes with the rook.
And then you just
And then
say
we take
thank
back.
you.
And then next move we bring our rook here and kind of try. So let's say rook c8, trying to come in here. But then as our friend here has already told us that this is no longer a check if our queen can handle it. So maybe we go rook d4 and sack here and mate. Wow. This is just game over.
So there is still work to do. I
No,
would
this
say,
is
for
not
white.
work. This is
No?
not work for a
After H4?
26-20 GM. This is work for maybe someone who is like 1200 rated or something, but for a super GM or a very strong GM, this is game over. So yes, Parham may face his first loss, which would mean that Abdusattorov will then have a clear lead because he's half a point ahead of Parham. And now, if you look at his position, it's also looking promising. If we go to Prague versus Nodirbek, this is the board position right now. And the last move by Nodirbek was pushing his f-pawn up the board. It does feel like black's position is more harmonious, Amruta. Just look at this. Nice, 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 all pieces are nice. But then you start looking a little carefully and you realize, hey, what is the knight doing on g6? It has no squares.
Yeah. Oh, white is having slight initiative. Very interesting.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, and let's say if I go rook d8, doubling down the d file, I think what he wants to do is play queen f2, Amruta,
Ah, I thought c4 actually.
and then
but
push
yeah.
f5. Oh, c4 is what you thought? Aha,
c4 is nice, no?
very cool. Fighting for that c4 square.
Yeah.
That's a very cool idea.
Oh, but f4 was tough, I would say, for white. to
I
go
like how
for. So
Nodirbek,
Nodirbek
you know,
is-
when Nodirbek sort of puts his glass there, it almost feels like he's giving it to us.
Okay.
So Prague
So Prague right now is like fighting to, stay equalized.
To equalize. But Amruta, if you play c4, I was thinking to stop your c4. Now, maybe the problem is there is f5 somewhere in the air, but the rook is controlling it. So how about
Knight f3.
knight f3, or maybe we attack the rook so that if the rook goes back, there is f5.
This is just
And then
simple.
you win an exchange. So this Prague's position has this inherent problem of knight on g6, and Nodirbek takes advantage of that knight. Remember in the game of Navara also there was this knight, and then we were calculating lines where he had to go back to h8.
Oh yeah.
So here also it seems like this knight does not have
In
a
fact, you
square.
are very right. The same position with the knight on f6 would be completely different.
Yes.
What did Prague
Oh,
play?
Prague went queen c8, and Prague is saying, hey, look, I'm going to control the f5 square with my queen. So even if you come and attack my rook, I'm not worried. I just go back and my queen and bishop do the job. So maybe the best defense there by Prague, and he wants to also prepare bishop f5.
Yeah, bishop f5 if he gets, that should be a good thing, but I don't think Nodirbek would allow that, or he cannot really stop that. He cannot.
Let's
Okay,
think
we
about
will-
Nodirbek's good move here. Guys, if you were playing like Nodirbek here, then of course you would be very happy in your life. But what is the move you would play with white? Because there are a few ideas. One of them, Amruta, a very typical idea in the Ruy Lopez. Whenever your opponent has pawns
A4.
here, yes, a4, just activating the rook here That looks like a great idea to play. The other idea, of course, is the simple knight f3. Just bring your knight to a good square.
Oh, knight f3 for me is hard because I'm always looking at c4, you know, and
you
then
want
I'm
to-
looking at the knight being on d2.
But c4, I won't take it. Yes, I'll just go back and maybe... Oh, but then my b5 pawn is hanging. Yeah, maybe c4.
Yeah, what's first thing I would consider even before a4 would be c4.
But
What's
c4,
happening? How does black defend?
If you take, knight takes in this position, and then you have to sort of think about this. I guess white is slightly better here because of the black pawns being...
So maybe b takes c4. Was there anything better than b takes c4? Otherwise you lose a pawn.
Yeah.
So I don't believe that you can just go back rook d8. Looks bad. Oh, can you do rook d2? Queen d2 bishop c4?
Oh, an exchange
No,
sack.
but f5 towards the end.
What? No, let's... Queen d2,
Yeah, f5.
bishop c4.
f5.
Even not f5, but just this position looks okay.
Not
no?
enough compensation.
Okay. Maybe rook d8. Just go back, and if he takes here, cb. Now
AB. Queen b5.
AB, queen takes b5, and now what's the move here that gives black good chances?
Bishop d5. Can you go bishop d5?
Bishop. Oh, you want to
With the
take the
idea-
long diagonal, huh?
With the idea of knight h4 at some point.
Wow, and queen h3.
Yeah.
Maybe. Maybe.
Yeah,
I
the
was
light
also
square is
considering
now
c4. Just putting the pawn there, just getting more space. Could be. But yeah, I like your move bishop d5 actually. It's a very cool idea, Amruta.
So it
Coming
means
here-
that white, for white it is a little bit, light squares can get weak and sack is possible. Pawn
Yes.
sack.
You know,
Wow,
f4,
wonderful.
f4 as a move, if you think about it, even g3 is weakening the light square somewhere. If it doesn't come to haunt you now, at some point it can.
Yeah.
And so you have to be very careful. So if you just go all out,
But once again we see this about Nadir-Beg, who could have played a little simple, but he's ready to weaken certain things here and there and take risks. Even if he's in the
that's how
lead.
you become world number 5. Yeah, you don't become world number 5 by just playing it safe.
Totally.
Bishop rook goes back. I mean, at the age of 19, yes, you can become world number 5 by playing safe when you are older. But Nadir-Beg, ooh, look at that energy. You know, if I was playing Nadir-Beg, I would be so scared of him.
Yeah, he's very intimidating.
Yes, look
that,
at
in that
him.
sense.
You know, there is this story of Botvinnik that was said once, that Mikhail Botvinnik once came to the board, then he adjusted all his pieces and he moved his c-pawn 2 squares, adjusted his specs, and the opponent already felt in his heart that I should resign. You know, because it's like the...
Oh,
How do you present yourself on the board? And Nadir-Beg is that kind of a person. You feel so scared when you're facing him. But of course, for a guy like Pragg, it's not that scary. He's also very good. But for someone like me, I would be very, very tensed.
yeah, I don't know why it reminds me of a story of my friend who was very, very intelligent, I would say, and when she was young and she would go to school, she would go to school very late actually, but then the teacher said you have to come on time, and she would go to school and she would know everything. She would always be the one to answer, but to also ask questions which the teacher was not able to answer. So then teacher is like, okay, you come late.
So you think Nadir-Beg is that kind of a boy, yeah, who knows
Yeah,
everything?
Exactly.
Very interesting. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, I never faced Nadir-Beg when he was young, but I know there's another talent from Uzbekistan called Sindarov, whom I faced when he was 9 or 10 years old. Who is also now crossed
Who is playing
2700.
Aeroflute Open right now, by the way.
Yes.
Yesterday, very nice, on the rest day when we were at this place, Matheso, there Nadir-Beg's mother was watching the live game of Sindarov, who was playing in Aeroflute. That's how I got to know, and
That's
it
so
was
cool.
amazing.
Yeah, that's how it is, you know, like one talent sprouts, then another, then another. Nadir-Beg may be slightly older than Sindarov, pushed him. He's pushing himself. Sindarov is going there. There are other talents. I think Uzbekistan is on the right track here for their talents.
Yep.
Meanwhile, we have the game between. Parham hasn't made a move. No, there's no move. It's this still here. I don't think he will make a move for another 15-20 minutes. Rapport, meanwhile, between him and Navara. So what happened was, we saw till Bishop going back to c6. He took with his knight. Knight had to be taken because we know. By the way, guys, you remember, yes, this is not a great move because of check and then knight f7. So
yeah.
He had to take here. Pawn takes, knight f5. Bishop came here. Bishop takes, check, king h8, takes. And now we reach a position where black has two minor pieces against a rook. And let's say if I take here, this is going to be a nightmare for David Navara.
Oh, I mean, you have equal pawns, right? Would it?
Yes, but you know, two pieces, I'll put my knight in the center of the board, then I'll slowly push my h pawn, g pawn. I mean, it's not something that you want to play.
Or even bishop on d4
you can draw.
And f2 will be under pressure.
You can draw. It's not like you are like lost or something. But it is a sad position here, with no
white.
chances for white to win.
Absolutely. But David has shown his defensive skills for sure, and it's not going to be it's going to be work for Richard.
For sure. And I wouldn't be surprised if David can hold this position as well, because he's a fighter. He won't give up. But that being said, this is not a very happy position. Let's go to the game of Vidit Gujarati versus Vincent Keimer. The bar shows that Vidit is looking at maybe a solid edge here. But let's just go.
It's a little unbelievable. After d5, what happened?
This happened. b6.
Knight h7. Yeah, we saw this.
Yes. Bishop f4. Vidit brought his bishop out. Okay. Here he went knight f8. Then Vidit brought his rook to the center. Queen d7. Already slight inaccuracy because he thought, oh, he's attacking here.
But we were looking at this and it seemed very natural to attack h3, king h2.
Pushed his pawn forward, c6. And now, maybe the c7 pawn is slightly weak, so he went back. Why did he not go back to c8?
Yeah, exactly. That's my question too.
Yeah, maybe there's something here he didn't like.
Maybe the same after queen d8. What did Vidit play?
Queen d8, Vidit went h4. Maybe it wasn't the best. But okay, h4. Vincent got very aggressive. You know, Vincent has this kind of certain times where he gets very aggressive and he pushes the pawn.
Very emotional also.
Yes,
in fact, like g5 is an emotional move.
Vidit goes back with his bishop, and now Vincent says, hey look, I have my pawn here, I have this here, I am limiting you. Next move I bring my king up slightly, I'm quite happy there. What is it that Vidit has here which gives him an advantage? Let's try to think. What is the move that you would play here with white?
f4 and then king f2, rook h1, or is it 2?
f4, Amruta, as we already mentioned, the CEO of Pawns Pushing Private Limited here, always wants to push pawns. Maybe it's the right move, yeah? Like, because if the opponent's king is weak, why not go for it?
Whoa. And why do I always expect the bar to reject it and to ask, how are you rejecting it?
No, but this is a great idea, Amruta, because now if I push my pawn here, g4, I was even considering that we could sack a pawn perhaps with f5, just to get this square on f4. And rook f1.
f5.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
Wow.
Very interesting, right? Take, and
I think together we are very strong.
And then rook f1, bishop f4. Could be very interesting compensation for the missing pawn. Okay, so I'm expecting Vidit to go f4 now, Amruta.
You are?
Yes, because it looks
But he looks very calm.
Actually, Vidit today has been yawning a lot. It seems like he just burned the midnight oil to prepare, like, you know, he was preparing.
Also, maybe the rest day was heavy.
Actually,
He
rest
did a
day
lot of
sometimes
maths.
does break the rhythm of players, right? They take they have to do this, they went somewhere, but then they kind of relax a bit, they have a different schedule, and then they get sometimes even more tired after the rest day.
Yeah, but the rest day is so needed for seconds, Sagar, because they are like having this
Needed for
sleepless
commentators
nights.
like this.
We can keep commentating. But yes, let's see what Vidit will play here. But apart from
I was
what
also
are the other
feeling
options here?
if we
And
can
Maclu
double.
is not played yet, right? Just
No, he
make
hasn't-
sure because we don't want
hasn't
to
played.
miss
He,
that.
he can double down the e-file. That's a very Vidit-like move, you know.
Rook E2.
Because you know, Amruta, F4
Solid.
move which you suggested is like once you make it, you can pawns never come back.
Committal.
So it's a committal move which player like Vidit, I mean Vidit loves to not make such decisions all the time. But I would be surprised if he goes F4
But
here.
today I think
But-
he's in a different mode.
Yes.
And
No,
I
in
think-
general, he's playing like this,
Yeah.
since the last few months. So we'll see.
Absolutely. So that's why I feel he will go for F4. If
Okay.
F4 is good, then he will go for F4. Of course, if with calculation it's not good, he would not have gone for F4.
Okay. Let's wait for it
Yeah.
and let's quickly
Can we
check.
have an overview 5 boards?
No. We need to check what
wait.
Gukesh is doing.
King on D2. How can we miss this?
Yes, because Gukesh didn't go G4. This was our analysis. He went
No.
here.
On the board I see G4.
He went King C1.
First King C1.
Yes. Then he went. We saw Rook D1, Rook D8. Queen came up. F5 by Bartel. Okay.
Oh, F5 we didn't expect.
Gukesh took, which turned out to be not a great move according to the bar. But you see, Gukesh's games, the bar has to be very active, you know, like the bar, Gukesh's games bar can never sit in one place. G4, B5.
Very natural move again, yeah. B5 by Bartel.
I was wondering if he could already break in the center, but okay, B5, Rook D1. Look at Gukesh's position, looks
Oh, but then if he had to bring the H1 rook to D1, he
B4.
needs to connect the rooks. That is very critical.
2. Wow. And now, guys, Bartel makes this insane move. It seems like boom. Out of the blue, queen is attacked. Queen moves. Boom. On the c4 square, b2. There is a checkmate threatened.
Knight D4.
And now, oh my goodness.
Then the C5 knight
you
just
know,
moves,
Amruta,
yeah?
it feels like Bartel is the one who's crushing Gukesh, not the other way around.
This we did not believe it because you know when you go back to the position where Gukesh makes a decision of going King D2,
Yeah.
it has to be
We were all
followed up.
applauding him, and everyone
Because
was
the
like,
decision
"Whoa,
was very
King
practically
D2,
interesting."
what a move! He's going to push his pawns and all of that." And then 10 moves later,
No, but Sagar, King D2 was not a problem. King
it was
D2
not.
was really good practically.
it was not. But the thing is, he didn't follow it up with the best moves, and now Bartel is winning. By the way, yesterday Bartel told me on the rest day, "Hopefully, I'll see you guys tomorrow." And I was like, "Where?" He said, "In the commentary room."
Oh
And then he
my
smiled and he
God.
went away. And you know, it was his way of
That
saying,
is
if I beat
brutal.
Gukesh, I'll come
Now
and
that
do the game interview, you know. So maybe he just took that thing very seriously. Now he wants to come here. But what is the move that black should play? Because for now, Gukesh has a knight nicely positioned. And he wants to maybe kick this knight away, possibly.
Yeah. No, but I just want the knight on C5 to move from there and next move C5 is
Yes.
unstoppable.
Yes.
So that is very clear.
That's a
The question is
great thought. But where?
where? Yeah, that's the question. Rook E8. He goes Rook E8. Even a better move maybe because E3 is attack.
Bartel says your pawn is terribly weak. I think Gukesh will go Bishop G1. No? Defend this way.
And then Knight E4.
And then if Bishop takes the knight,
Maybe I should not
then
allow you
takes
to take,
the rook
yeah?
with the rook.
Of
So
course.
as we keep this under attack, and if you play B3, this is where I think you can just
C5.
Yes.
You just
you
don't
don't move this. You go like boom, and then if he takes, just create a complete mess because more messy the position, the more troubled the white king is, because it's the weaker king.
This is hard. How, I don't know what exactly Gukesh would have missed, because I'm sure it was not easy. Otherwise, he would not miss it.
No, I think Gukesh slowly slid into a bad position. It was not even like it happened because of one move. He gradually, he just didn't feel the position well. Like here, EF6.
EF6 is a big mistake, no?
Yeah, why to do it? Like you can actually go knight e2 perhaps here. You can improve your position slowly, put your knight on d4, or maybe bring your rook into the game, or try to improve your king somehow. But taking here meant that now this entire section became like the fertile play for black, and this is what happened. And I think he clearly missed Bartel's knight e5 here.
But even if you don't miss knight e5, there are many options, I believe, with black, right? Is knight e5 the only option? I don't believe that.
No, it might not be, but this is so strong. Like the knight, imagine this knight, Amruta, was sitting like on a sad evening and then won a lottery. That is like how it feels on c4, you know, like beautiful. This is now a great life here on c4. So knight d4 and rook e8. Also, I loved this move, rook e8, because it's just saying there is one very simple question you can ask always when you want to find the best move. You can ask, what are the weaknesses in the position? And once you notice that, you realize that e3 is weak and you already have one attacker, so you go and jump on it again. And if bishop g1, you can bring your knight in with c5. So yeah, black's play is utterly simple here, and maybe Gukesh is facing big trouble here. In fact, look, let's do the overview which you suggested. Let's have the 5 boards now over here, and then we realize that today seems like a very, very dangerous round, because Bartel winning against Gukesh, Vidit better against Keymaster, Nguyen winning against Maclu. Oh, the move has been made. Rook c5 will come back. Rapport better against Navara. Pragnananda and Nodirbek might be the most calm game today.
Which is also very surprising. But let's go to Maclu. Guys, that seems actually for game of the day. No, come on, if you find...
Just vote for it. Yeah, this is the game of the day.
Right now, it's no doubt.
This is the game of the day until now. But now, go to praguechessfestival.com/voting. You can vote for this game or someone else that you like. What is the move that white can play here? Imagine you are Nguyen Thai Daiwan. Yes, you are playing in Czech Republic. You are in front of your home crowd. Everyone's waiting for you outside, you know, to cheer you after your win. You are excited. And now you're so close. The bar is right up there. What is the winning move here? Maybe you guys think it's still knight d2, or are we missing something?
Oh, anything else other than knight d2 we have to find?
Because,
that would be nice.
Sorry?
What?
Rook d4, you want to still do that thing, yeah? Like
he wants to go rook d4.
It's also a smart idea. My only worry here is, if you go rook d4, just a thought. I go rook c8. You take my knight because you want to checkmate me. But hey, I come and checkmate you before. Or not.
What? King d2, rook c2, king e3. Are you running?
Yeah, maybe I was like, oh, this has to be mate, but not really. Did you calculate all this? Yeah, okay. Otherwise, you saw 4 moves ahead. But yeah, the king is safe.
Wow, king on e3 is like the real king, yeah?
Yeah, it's an awesome king here defending his own rook and saying, wow, everything's safe. So maybe not this, but there might be a better move than this. I get it now. Maybe you just take here, and if check, you put your rook in between. And then with your queen and rook, you checkmate the white king. Like if he takes here,
Yeah.
you go, it's over, yes? Just making sure. Check.
Rook C1 again, right?
Rook C1 or Queen B1. Let's just calculate. Queen B1.
Queen B1, King D to Queen C1 looks better. It's done. It's over.
Oh, yes, Amruta, beautiful. Suddenly the queen is blocked.
Because E3 is controlled mainly.
And it's a mate. Wow. Brilliant. Okay, so this is the defense. Look, Maksudlu wants to do this.
Can we look at the side angle so that we see Maksudlu also maybe he's walking, I'm not sure. But
Oh, he's gone. This is... Remember this famous game from Avro tournament in 1938, I think.
How do you expect me to remember a 1938 game, Sagar?
There was this famous game. Amruta, you should know your classics. There was the game between...
I know our anniversaries, birthdays and special days. And
Yes,
that's
but
good enough, no?
for commentary here, there was this game between Capablanca and Botvinnik. Botvinnik was white against Capablanca, and there was this beautiful combination that Botvinnik plays with Bishop A3. Just check that game out. Bishop A3 is the killer move there, and then everything happens, and Botvinnik has calculated everything. But at some point, he makes a move Knight H5, and Capablanca, who is like this very experienced guy, he takes it and then gets up from the chair and starts walking around. And Botvinnik writes in his annotations that he was trying to act confident. And it did make an impact on me. But then I sat down and I calculated everything, and then I knew I was winning. And so it's a psychological thing what Maksudlu has done. Like, he makes a move, Rook C5 here, and just gets up from the chair and says to Thai Daiwan that, look, you are not winning, because he can't see the bar like us. Thai Daiwan is like still working it all out.
Yeah, how many moves they have played until now? He's on 22 minutes, Param has
18.
24.
18 moves only. So 22 more moves to make until time control. This game is not going to time
Not
control.
at all. Not
So
at all.
let's just think, knight d2 is what the move. Whoa, it's not a good move.
Wow.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
This is unbelievable. I thought you just get rid of the knight and it's
I thought
enough.
knight d2 works like by default at every
Exactly.
position, but it's not
Oh,
true.
I know now what is the problem. I bring my rook to d8, and if you take here, I take here, check. King takes. And now I want to think 1 second. I think I'll take the knight. If you give me a check, I bring my rook, you take it, and I have a perpetual there.
Sure.
Maybe.
How perpetual? Because
Let
queen
me
b1,
think.
queen b2 you don't
Take
have. The king is running.
Here,
Rook g5.
rook, take, and now I'm thinking where to give the check. Check, king here, check. You go wherever, I keep checking you
Queen
now.
e5, yeah? If you go king e3, only move. Or king e1, then queen c1 mate.
Yeah, this is a
So,
draw.
Wow,
Oh,
amazing,
Maksudlu.
Sagar. This perpetual
Maksudlu,
is...
rook c5.
But Maksudlu,
Yes.
great move. Like in
Yes.
the worst position,
No, but
he
now
still
what's the
finds-
winning move?
Okay, that is all. We will all work together here to find a move. Not knight d2. Firstly, not knight g5 or knight g5. We saw that.
No, not knight g5, not knight d2 doesn't work, rook d4 doesn't work. Oh my god, suddenly all the patterns we looked at don't work anymore.
Wait, what was the analysis for knight g5 once again? I don't remember because we saw after rook d4. We didn't see here.
No,
knight
we didn't see,
g5.
but I don't believe in it, Amruta. I don't believe knight g5
Okay,
works.
and I don't believe in you sometimes. So
No, I said I don't believe in knight g5. You just said you don't believe in me at all.
Okay,
Wow.
okay, no.
Okay, knight
Sometimes.
g5. Look at this. It's
Oh,
a terrible
no.
move. Yeah, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. No, we
Nice.
don't give up our piece just like that.
But okay, I would still want to later know why it doesn't work.
Sure. I mean, let's just analyze. Yeah, like take knight g5, take. Because we already analyzed this one thing, that even if I take this, there's no checkmate here, by the way. My king runs away. So in that sense, or rook g8 back, there's no mate. So we don't go here. Or a knight g5 anyway could have happened, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back. Maybe, yeah, we have him on the board. Is he about to play? I like the side
we
angle
need
more.
to
I like
find
the
the
side
move
angle.
before he finds it. Come on.
Yeah.
Anyone wants to give it a shot? White to move? Any thoughts?
Last move left.
No, rook c5.
G4.
You know, this is why Maksudlu is 27-20. You know, he will, the resistance is very high. Like, you see at a lower level, you find one good move and that's winning. Oh, we have an IM here.
We are
No!
impossible.
No!
Guys, you can try to
No,
think.
this
Some
cannot be
suggestion.
the win.
Impossible.
This-
If this is it, then I don't
If this is
believe we
winning,
can find.
then tie-dye one. Oh my god, he's playing it!
Please, I want to see the both of
Sorry?
them. Can you keep the side
Not
angle?
G4. Not G4. Okay, I can tell you that it's a knight move.
Okay, how is
Knight
Maclu-
H2. Did you spot what was the idea behind it? You just want to go here,
Wow.
or even you want to push this knight away and give check and mate.
Knight H2 is epic. Like, if he finds Knight H2,
No, we
then
could
this
never have found
tie-dye one is like
No, today is his day
Amazing.
then. Then it's his day, for sure.
crazy. Okay, 18 minutes and he has to make
But
22
I
moves
love
of
Rook C5 move by Maksudlu.
I like
What a
he's
defense.
managed to put
What a defense.
pressure.
Yeah, love it.
I mean, he's making one fine moves like Knight H2.
Yes, but
That is how you defend, right? You're drinking water, he's drinking water. Maybe I should drink water.
because I think he touched his, like, didn't touch, but he brought his hand to the knight. And
Oh,
if
was he about to play?
Yeah, he was about to play, but I don't, with the knight,
Then
you
knight
can
D2
go
he will-
D2.
oh.
I was also wondering if knight D4 makes sense, which is also a good move, by the way. Because,
You stop.
no, my idea is simply F3. That is the point. I think if I kick your knight away with F3 and give this, it's just great. So,
Okay, so Knight
but
D4
Knight
is more
H2
natural for him to think than Knight H2. Knight
Yeah.
H2 is impossible. So he plays Knight D4. He does play Knight D4, gives a slight stare to
which might be the
Maksudlu.
second best move in the position, not the best move. Knight
not
H2.
bad, but amazing.
Yeah. Oh, what a game.
But I think Maksudlu right
Maksudlu
now
has
does
more-
seem like
I think he has more arrows in his sort of arsenal. He might bring up another defensive idea here.
we should try to think of defensive idea as well.
Well,
Which could still, let's say the bar remains over there where it was, but only if you find some unbelievable.
But Amruta, the threat is now F3. So you have to do something against it. If your knight is kicked away, F6 will fall, Rook G3 is coming. Too many problems there. So I was wondering if Queen C7 is the move, because with that move you are controlling the G3 square just in case. So if F3 and the knight moves away, then there is no Rook G3 business next. That would happen.
Oh, this is unstoppable. Okay, can I go Rook D8, F3 anyway?
Rook D8 instead of Queen C7. Okay. And I push you away.
Rook D4 doesn't make any sense right now.
No, it doesn't work. Okay.
Okay, one question. Could I have gone King H8 instead of Rook D8?
Now you want to go King H8. But then Amruta F3. Because my threat is if you move the knight, I'll take this with a check. And you can't give up a piece.
Actually, I can, right? With your king in the center, if I just go a move like Queen E7, Rook G8,
No.
Fe4.
No, that's too much.
Too much?
Too
Queen
much,
E5.
because
I
this
mean, there
also
is
hangs
zero
with a check.
compensation. Yeah, Queen E7, of course. I'll play calmly.
Queen E7.
What else to do? You don't want to get mated. No, go on.
But then your piece down. Like, I can even do E3 and I'm just winning. Yeah, so this doesn't work.
No compensation.
No. So let's wait here for after knight d4 to what Maksudlu does, because clearly there is some good move that he has, but we are not able to figure it out so easily. But then again, he's 27-20, yes. So let's leave it to him. We'll come back.
No, but we
Amruta,
can maybe have the
Amruta.
video of Maksudlu here. That is good.
No. We'll come back. I have my eye on the board. Let's go to Vidit versus Vincent. Because in this position, Vidit did play F4.
Did he?
Yes, he did
awesome.
play
So then
F4.
we know his mood, yeah, Sagar today.
And now, after G4, do you think Vidit sacks another, like not another, but sacks a pawn with
F5.
F5?
You did guess that move, right?
Well,
and
I
it was
just
very
felt
good.
it
So then,
intuitively, because if black can get f5 here, then somehow my bishop is shut. I'm not a big fan.
and then you have this some similarity between you both, yeah, the style of you and Vidit, yeah.
Thanks, Amruta, for making me feel good.
But I do think so. Then f5 he will consider. Only thing is, if there is anything else he can do without giving the f pawn, like without giving a pawn.
If we can prepare it with rook f1, but then black plays f5,
no.
and I try to get the e5 square, but then the knight settles here, so I think I get nothing.
You never wanted to go for e5. Like if at all you played f4, I don't think it was for e5, right?
No, but yes, I think the next
f5 is forced, Sagar, now that you have said that. Because if I go king f2, look, if I go king f2, f5, rook h1,
yeah,
knight g6.
Yes, and I mean
the bishops are closed.
Yes, exactly. You need to breathe. Your bishop on d2 needs some fresh air.
So open the curtain.
Exactly. Play f4, open the window, not just the curtain. Let the fresh air come in. Let the bishop flow here. So bishop takes f5, and now I was wondering if we can put the rook on f1, bring the bishop out to h6, queen moves in. I like it. I think Vidit definitely senses it. You know, the only reason why he won't play this move f5 is if he thinks, oh, something is terribly wrong. But there's nothing wrong. Or he finds something better than f5.
Yeah, which he feels practically is better, I mean, without giving a pawn.
Yeah,
but I think f5 is natural now that you say, opening the d2 bishop, otherwise that bishop looks lifeless.
Meanwhile,
after
Amruta, Maksudlu does play queen c7, the move which I was suggesting, but now f3.
Now we are staying here, Sagar. We are not leaving this.
No, f3. Just simple. There's nothing, it's not rocket science anymore because you moved your knight from f3. You have to play f3 now to move the knight away from e4 and then win the f6 pawn. That's the main point here. I don't see any other, unless, let's try to think, if f3, what is the defense that black can do here which we could miss?
Yeah, still the best way to continue.
I can't even find a move. And this is, you know, this bishop, imagine Amruta, this f1 bishop not only doesn't move, but never gets a chance because of the e2 and g2 pawn. I want to see if this is like a record ever.
Why? There would be many moments, right, where C. Acha, but f1 bishop here.
F1 bishop never got to move. That happens in many games. But e2 and g2 pawns remained there as they were for maybe how many moves?
We'll later check in Mega Database. We should check that.
Yes, we will check it out.
Very rare.
Okay, but now we have to go to the game of Gukesh.
Can we have
and
this?
Bartel.
Maybe we should have this video, Sagar. I really don't want to miss the move, and you can check other.
Sure. Okay, let's keep this video.
Because it's a game of the day.
Could be,
And it
but
could
now
be the
it is
final
now
moment.
it is slowed down in a way. I feel like f3 is coming in.
Just wanting to see if he makes that move.
Okay.
You know, there have been moments when we expect, of course, he's going to make this move, and suddenly they just don't make the move for some reason.
Could be. No, I trust your judgment here. G5 played in the game between Gukesh and Bartel. Then Bartel goes queen d6. And by the way, guys, remember, there is a very wise man who once said, don't look at Gukesh's game in between, you know, look at his final result. Because
What? This can change, I can't believe.
No, but I also don't believe. But Gukesh many times wriggles out of such mess. Queen g2. Look, he didn't take. See, a bad defense would be to sort of simplify here when black is looking great. But he does not take. He moves his queen. Now, my thought was that c5 looked like the most natural move, didn't it?
Now he takes.
No, but first a5 happened. p3. Knight went to a3 and now he chopped it off. Bishop e4.
Now he is going to go king b2. With the idea, oh,
F3
he
on the
plays F3.
board.
Wow, I
Nice.
think producer
Thai
he
Taiwan,
very
thank
alert
you. Thank
at
you,
the right
Tad,
time.
for this F3 on the board. Maksudlu, no, actually we didn't think what black would do here. We were like,
We didn't think because we couldn't think. We didn't really find any, practical.
knight G3 maybe.
But yeah, computer doesn't say that it is finished yet.
Not finished, because knight G3 and with my queen defending here, so you take on F6, threatening check and winning this.
Wow, and that's not the best idea.
He put
He
his
goes knight
there.
G3.
Oh my god.
Wait,
Okay, I'm a bit
this is
scared
queen
now.
F6 is natural,
Queen
but
F6 is terrible
what is the
move, yeah?
problem in queen F6?
I think
Let's
you
try
just
to
take this
understand.
bishop.
No, you want to take the F1 bishop?
No, but otherwise my knight, what? Maybe you go back, huh? Knight H5. Oh, you go knight H5, knight G7. Maybe defend that way. Because this bishop, taking this bishop, I agree.
I mean,
Amruta,
taking this bishop is something which we have learnt, like the bishop has done no work at
work.
all. This
agree.
knight has done all the work, and then you are like, both of you getting out of this board.
Or Amruta, how about giving knight F5 so that I get rid of your good knight here? Could also be possible.
But you mentioned knight H5
Yes.
at that point of time.
Hitting
Can we
the
check
queen,
that?
check.
Yeah.
Oh,
Blunder?
sorry, I blundered. the
Rook
queen.
on C5.
Okay.
Oh, queen is
Very
trapped or what?
sorry.
No, queen at 6.
Very
Only
sorry.
move.
Yeah, queen at 6.
That's
Imagine if I was in place of Thai Taiwan there. Beautiful, brilliancy game and then blundering the queen. Okay, queen at 6.
But at least now still you don't have rook G3. That rook has been
Yes.
dying
No,
to
and
go to
Amruta,
G5.
look at this. The bar has come to almost equal. So that means clearly queen F6 is a bad move. And now we understand why knight H2 was such a great move. Because imagine if you go knight H2, queen C7, F3, knight G3, suddenly my knight jumps here and it's right into the attack.
Oh, in the same position, knight on D4 cannot exert
Knight on
more
D4
pressure,
can't do
but
much.
knight on H2 is like an extra piece there. Wow.
Exactly.
Brilliant.
So
Oh, 13 minutes. He's down to 13
now
minutes.
this is what
It's not
happens, yeah,
getting
in a
easy.
practical game. You are like, oh, I'm winning, time is running low, then your opponent defends, he resists, and then your time is, you have little time, you need to decide, and then you lose the win. So, come on, let's see. F4?
Yeah, I was also thinking of that. But
Wow.
knight goes back to E4 and then you never have rook G3, right? Isn't that a problem?
F4. Wow. That was an interesting move, blocking the queen from attacking the knight, no? And as you said, rightly pointed out, knight goes back and no rook G3. Okay. King F2, bringing in all your pieces. Whoa!
Oh,
Good
the knight
job.
on G3 cannot
Great
be defended.
move.
Wow. Actually, the king is coming in the attack.
Yes, king is also a piece.
Instead of the bishop this time, you are bringing your king. And the bishop is the king. He's like, I'm not leaving my throne.
Yeah, the bishop. And if you take here, now the king can just take, or no, I don't want to
Yeah,
take with the king because rook
why?
G3 is supported by the king. So maybe
king-
I
rook
take back
F1.
with the rook and then I keep this threat. Wow.
The whole game seemed like white wants to get on the G file. It's all the time opponent is stopping rook G3, the rook from coming to the G file. Just one idea.
But I love this
King
move, King
F2 is
F2. That's
nice.
such a cool
Amazing.
move. Such a cool move. Beautiful. And also the thing is, if you go knight F5, I just take it and then just give rook G3 check next and I'm winning. So what's the defense then for black here?
F5, F4.
No, just rook G3 check.
Sorry.
Oh,
Knight
do we
H5.
have?
You will have to
no,
go knight
Amruta,
H5, but
do
then
we have
G4.
rook H5? Because if rook G3 check,
What
no,
is
he's
he
not
playing?
going King F2.
Oh my god, he's moving the knight or what?
No, I was thinking rook H5.
Oh, look, he again is like, no.
Because if you take rook G3 check, I go queen G3 check, king G3 and then pick up here.
What? B4. Oh, it might be an intermezzo actually. And it might even help. I'm not sure.
Could be. Just
But
maybe doesn't spoil much, but
But does give, it does help Parham. Actually, evaluation bar helps Parham a bit.
a bit, not much. And rook d5, maybe just improving the position of my rook.
Rook h5, what's the problem?
Rook h5 also.
Now queen f6, yeah, so that there is no knight h5. Is that his idea?
Yeah, rook h5, best move. Queen f6 could be taken next.
Okay, but I suddenly feel not as confident as before that Parham, like this is very hard to defend.
Parham escapes here, yes.
Seems like
I'm going up and
maybe
bringing him
he's-
to the commentary room and asking him, how do you save it every single time, you know?
Not yet.
By the
not
way,
yet.
Amruta, look what happened in the game of Vidit versus Vincent Keimer. So here, Vidit did play the move f5. Bishop takes f5 did happen. Rook takes rook. Queen takes rook. Bishop d5 and bishop went back.
Wow. So with it, this choice of f5 was important, Sagar. That's happened.
Yes, but f5, my thing was not to win this pawn. My plan was to go rook f1 and play here. But Vidit has gone a little bit more differently. He wants to equalize the material. And also I was wondering if rook e1 makes any sense here to pin. But perhaps just queen f7 because the knight defends.
But the computer says white is winning here.
Yes.
1 second.
Yes, suddenly it's
What's the
so
move?
happy.
You just take and go d5, bishop e6.
Take and d5
No,
or
bishop
or-
e6,
Yeah,
knight
just
e6,
take,
queen
take,
b3
and now
first.
Queen c4 is there.
Queen c4, queen b3 or d5 would be the, 3. Queen c4 is nice because then d5, queen g4 is also an idea.
Yes, beautiful, beautiful. So if rook e8, I have d5 and boom, this pawn goes. Wonderful. Okay, so maybe not queen f7, but this looks scary.
But
yes?
if not queen f7, then you don't want to stay in the pin.
So it means
But
Vidit
bishop
is-
e6 was a bad move.
Bishop e6 was a bad decision. He had to perhaps go king g7 here.
Maybe,
Yeah.
but this looks scary again, Sagar, because after king g7, it feels like king f2.
But what are you doing with king f2?
Rook h1, bishop h6, trying to... No?
No, not rook h1. You need your queen in the attack. I want the queen, not the rook. So here bishop e6. Anyway, king g7 was anyway the better move than this. But rook e1. And now is Vincent planning to give up his queen and play like this? And he says
fortress.
it's a fortress here. And Vincent already believes in fortresses. We know with his game with Rapport. He built a beautiful fortress.
Okay, bishop f4 here.
Yes,
Rook e6.
you can of course continue playing.
Oh my god, it's a natural move, is a mistake.
Well, check. Maybe you missed some checks or something. But let's.
Okay, so that could be Vincent's
That is
idea.
Vincent's
Vincent
idea,
is
and I think-
actually very creative and it looks, it may not be as easy as the bar says.
Yes. Okay. Meanwhile, very quickly.
Maksudlu, did he make a move?
First Vidit.
No, but did Maksudlu
Maksudlu didn't make a move.
So then
Maksudlu's
it's okay. We
game
have
is.
time here.
No, we want to see other game also. What about Rapport versus Navara? Because we left it here, then queen came in, queen went back, queen went here, h5, rook f1, king h7. They put the rook there, queen came in the center, takes.
Wow,
Oh.
now this should be. How did Rapport allow
No,
the
but
exchange of.
he allowed it because he got the pawn as a passer. Because if the pawn was still here, then maybe there was no winning chance. But because he had to take, now this is a passed pawn, but it's too near the king. Imagine if the passed pawn was here, it would have been much better.
But Rapport somehow maybe he never assessed it as that much better for him. Actually, it could be the
And
other way.
David Navara might hold this, yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
But I would not yet feel very, very confident about David's chances because look, Amruta, knight, king, you have it nicely positioned. You have these ideas of h4, h3, king coming in somewhere. it's a difficult
Practically,
endgame. Yeah.
you have to be accurate until the end.
Agreed. And meanwhile, the leader's game, bishop e4, we were here, a4 played by Nodirbek. We saw bishop g4, queen f2. He played his bishop back. They traded. Bishop went back to g2, bishop h3. Nodirbek is not wanting to trade. And Pragg's last move, bishop f6, didn't turn out to be the best because
There is bishop and h1. Don't forget.
Yes, but
it's like that telescope.
I was wondering, Amruta, if knight e4 made any sense here as a move to hit here, and if bishop d4,
Yeah.
maybe knight g5. Yeah, perhaps this was what white should have done and would have given him a good edge with his knight in the center of the board.
Very surprising. White is usually better, but you are right. It is all the time, I think, the knight on g6, which gives white disadvantage.
Yes, this knight has to improve.
So inactive.
But then when
Okay,
he went
then
rook
what
a8, queen d7.
Takes. Maybe black is getting time. Queen
Wow.
d3.
Pragg's move, queen d3.
What? Knight f6, he's allowing that structure?
Yes, he's ready to allow. I think
But also
Nodirbek
c5 is hanging. Oh, how? Wait.
might have thought that he would go bishop d4. This is what, and then he would have chopped off this pawn. But Pragg has gone for queen d3.
And right now, look at c5.
No,
Firstly,
c5
it
is
is
falling,
just
but
hanging.
c4 is also falling.
So knight f6, gf6, bishop c5?
Just take on c4. And then black is fine. And Pragg is saying, I don't mind taking these double pawns.
Because your king is also weak. Okay. Wow. I would say that queen d3 was not so easy.
No,
You
this
could have
was, I
missed
think he
it.
must have at least underestimated this move, queen d3, Nodirbek.
Right.
Okay, so overview time.
Yeah.
But first, before overview, Bartel, Gukesh, it feels like Bartel's attack is going very, very steady. When he pushed his a pawn, I felt it looked a bit slow, but now if you look at it, that move has come to great use with a4. Opening up another front there, and now Gukesh's knight has to move, otherwise he just loses a piece.
But this seems impossible to, get any practical play. I mean, if Gukesh is able to manage that, it would be only a miracle. I don't see anything. And Bartel has been playing actually very well in this tournament.
Yes.
I mean, his points do not
Reflect
make
his
the
level of
justice,
play.
but he is playing amazing.
What about knight going back here? Just playing my knight to c2. Because somewhere I am threatening to take and win your queen. So if you are careless and if you take here, I am just wondering, Amruta, that is a trap that I have set
There
on
is a
you.
pin.
Yes. So maybe knight c2, you have to think of something else. And perhaps it's not that difficult. You can just move your queen away or bring your bishop into the game. This looks great, bishop f5. And now just compare this bishop with this guy here. Oh, so bad, so bad.
It's like white is a piece down in some way already.
Yeah, white's
That
bishop is terrible. So c5, and we are waiting for Gukesh to make his move. I'm sure he's thinking about some very tricky defense here because he knows there's not much chances that are left for him in this game. If he doesn't find something now, he's anyway he's
and
lost.
he's having 1 minute, by the way. How
What?
many moves?
1 minute left.
How many moves?
10 more moves to make before 40th move.
Then
time
you are
control.
under attack. You are under complete attack. So it is going to be with time, with this attack. It is only, as I said, it would be a big shock.
No
if
knight
any,
c2
even,
played. Is this final
even if
trap?
he is able to survive.
You know, Bartel's not going to fall for this trap. That is for sure.
100%.
He's just bringing his bishop here.
Well, but Bartel has 30 minutes.
In the game of Vidit versus Vincent.
But we don't have any moves, yeah? Maksudlu and Nguyen, they are thinking, okay.
Guess what happened, Amruta?
Yo, he did take on
He
d5.
did go for this fortress.
So that's why generally when Vincent makes a move like bishop e6, which the engine say it's a bad move, he has something deeper usually.
Yes, and this was the idea. But now, and I guess it looks really nice for black because you can put your bishop here.
Yeah, it is scary, very scary.
Then you bring your rook here. Then you bring your knight here.
In fact, if there was no bar, I would not be sure of the assessment of this position.
No, for sure. I mean, that is true for every position.
No, some positions you can assess, like white is better or not. What?
If there was no bar, we would struggle. But the bar is like saying, wow, a huge edge. And I think what Vidit essentially wants to do is say to the bishop, come here so that my queen can get this diagonal, which is a very pretty diagonal. If you come up, then I put my bishop on f4 and attack here.
No, you would never able to keep the bishop on f4. That is the, what to say,
Why?
tragedy of this position.
Why?
The bar goes down.
No, that's true. Yeah, bishop f4 is a bad move. But
why is, we have to figure out, maybe rook e2, rook g2.
Rook e2, knight e6, you know, that on knight e6 directly could be an idea.
Can you check rook e2 if I can play here,
but
bishop
no,
c7?
No, if you, yeah, exactly. Rook e2 looks bad, right? Because if you come here, I take this pawn, you give me a check, I come here, what next? There is nothing. So I don't think rook e2 is the move here.
Knight e6 is the problem.
Yes, knight e6
okay.
I think might be the
it.
move. Yeah, this is the move. So,
wow.
Not bishop f4. What is, like here, you have to be subtle. You have to find those little moves. You have to make sure that your opponent doesn't have counterplay. Maybe d5, d6.
Yeah, no? I was also wondering you. d5, rook e2 now, for sure.
But rook e2 is not a threat at all.
d6, yeah? You will still
d5,
go d6?
I stop this. No, if you go rook e2, I go bishop f4.
No,
you
d6.
give me a check, I come here. I'm safe. I'm happy. I'm taking this pawn. Your knight is not coming into the game. That is the biggest
but
thing.
One second, for curiosity's sake, can you show me rook e2, d6?
When?
Rook e2, d6. Here.
Rook e2, d6.
The curiosity rover is on Mars, Sagar. So
it's a right move, yeah, Amruta.
So I just got the answer.
Yes.
Nice. So then actually you are not so worried about rook e2, rook g2 ideas anyway. It's the knight on f8 which is really wanting to go to e6. So after queen d1, the right way to continue would be
g4 pawn is hanging. Yes,
yeah, f5 with the idea of knight e6.
Yes.
So that you keep the bishop on d5. Still the computer doesn't like it?
Yes, it doesn't, but then this is human, yeah. The computer doesn't like many things. But
we don't care about computers
no,
anyway.
No, it's like
they're not our,
they will play
no
this.
blood relation with them. Why should we care?
But then what do you play as white exactly? Like, do we go bishop? Because if I put my bishop here, knight e6 comes.
Now maybe different. Bishop f4, knight e6, bishop e5, queen d2. Go for mate.
Makes sense. Makes
Something
sense.
like.
F5
I mean, at
does
least it's
weaken
not
the dark squares. True, true. F6 pawn was controlling many good squares, but with this, let's see.
I'm sure Vidit will find the best moves. Today he's really playing well.
Today, yeah, I mean this position.
And I think Vincent also all the time make sure that somehow he's not playing a dull game. The youngsters here, like, really we are enjoying.
By the way, in the game of Gukesh, the move that was played now was bishop f5, did happen. Knight took the knight, and now black to play. Why is Bartel thinking? Like,
yeah, b takes a3.
But no, he's thinking. He's thinking
it's like you've gone for shopping and you have 10 nice shirts there.
No. There's no 10 nice shirts. He was thinking about pawn takes pawn. This is 2 nice shirts only. Take here or take here. These are the 2 options.
But generally, who has said, if you see a good move, don't look for a better move?
No one said that. Everyone said if you find a good move, look for a better one.
No, if
Yes.
you see a good move, you have to make the move so that it's the advice for time pressure people, Sagar.
AB3 he took.
Because then,
Laskar said that when you find a good move, look for a better one. You are basically just
I'm
doing
sure.
something anti-Laskar.
until last.
AB. Oh, now don't take with the pawn. I just don't like this. Yeah, if you take here, king gets a
I think you
beautiful
only
shelter.
told me when I used to come in time pressure. When you see a good move, play that.
Yes, I told you because you had time pressure, Amruta.
Yeah, so
Bartel has 25 minutes.
yeah, but
He has no time pressure.
that's true.
Oh, but rook a3 if you take. I was wondering if we can bring our rook here. But then
Okay, we are analyzing a lost position almost.
yes,
but
we
in
can
a
we
way.
can leave it. Like
Yeah,
he has
yeah,
many
he
ways.
will
Queen
find
a6.
ways.
Okay, fine. B4. Let's go to Maksudlu Nguyen and look at them. B4 and Maksudlu makes a move rook h5, which was the best move. Okay, cool. Now remember one thing: the knight defends the rook. Okay, and the rook defends the queen, attacks the queen. So we take the knight. He takes here, and we take the rook. Correct?
Oh,
Yes? He just blundered a piece.
no, come on. Queen rook h6 is the inter. Oh no, rook g3 is a check.
Check.
Check. Queen g3 is also check.
Yes.
What was it doing? Suddenly from one game it's like on another planet and you
Check.
just
So
tried
we cannot take this. Now.
Good try. That
Yes,
was good one,
Yes, I
Sagar.
tried to trick you, Amruta, there.
So not rook g3. But today it's not 1st April.
But we should take queen f6, no? Now there's no other.
Tell me something, one move back if we go. Rook h5 was played. That is forced, right? For b4 if you...
Yes.
Yeah,
No.
he takes on f6.
It's
without
a
much
forced move.
thought.
Queen
Oh,
takes,
Maksudlu is down to 4 minutes. How many moves now?
18 moves.
Crazy position. Craziest position, I would say.
Yeah.
We had seen Norderberg versus Navara in this tournament, which was very
Yes,
crazy. I
yes.
think this one is the next one.
Can we quickly, we'll come back here. Maybe we can see what is the best move. Already Maksudlu seems to be fighting back here. His position
Which
is still
position
worse.
quickly you
I
want to
wanted to check Prague versus Norderbeck because they have made a few moves. And if you see here, after knight e4, queen d3, he took bishop takes pawn. Prague took this pawn. Knight jumped in and Prague went queen b3. Slowly and steadily, it seems like the game is moving towards equality, but still there's a lot of pressure here. b2 pawn is being threatened perhaps. I'm not so sure because if you take with the bishop, I have maybe rook b1 and so that's not a threat. And if you take queen takes, then I take with the queen, you take with the bishop and I take the pawn. But Amruta, oh my
then
god,
that's
did
draw,
you see
no?
that? Did you see that
No?
variation? Like if I play, let's say here, queen, some white move, yeah, let me make a random move, like rook d1, no, rook c1, okay, just a random move. You take here. No, I can't play rook c1 because then my rook, I want to make a random move.
Just make a what I'll suggest is go knight e4,
Okay, let's
queen
just
a4,
make this
knight
move for
e6,
the
queen
sake
a2,
of argument. Take, and now you can't take here. The moment you take here, this is checkmate.
Oh my god. Oh, you cannot forget this.
Insane, right? So this diagonal is very, very dangerous. Okay, so right now Norderbeck has to be a little careful not to get into some kind of a mating net, but I am sure he will be up to the task there.
Yeah, the h1 bishop can move so that at least he doesn't worry about this.
Maksudlu has played the move. Look at this, few moves made. Rook h5, queen f6, queen comes in and gives a check. Not a good move. Not a good move. Why? because king moved up, attacked the knight. Knight came in and said to Nguyen, if you take, I take your queen. And now we reach another key moment in the game. What do you do?
What about
G4? G4, yes, my thought as well. Why not? Let's go G4, but then you know you are facing Maksudlu, yes? So, what is his trick here? Maybe rook H6 he wants to do? Maybe he wants to do rook H6, check, rook G6. No?
Rook H6.
But this rook is terrible, I agree. Somehow.
Well, it will get trapped, right? Queen
How?
G5, rook
No, queen G5, rook G6. I was maybe Amruta just
You have a
queen,
threat of what? Queen E3 check,
just
right? And
queen
knight D4.
E5 maybe, you know. Put your queen, nice. The rook is there, as you said, out of the game. So not this, but yeah, G4, good move. Yeah,
Nice
this
move.
might be the move that
Because, you know,
Van Nguyen plays.
Yeah, because now you will feel like you want the rook to go to G3. You're so attached with the idea that you don't want the pawn on G4
True.
because you would like the rook to come to G3. Is there anything where we can still sustain that idea? Like
I was thinking
wanting
if
to
we
to
can go
G3?
E4, but I don't
No,
want
but
to
the
open
king
up. Yeah,
becomes very weak.
But then why not if it works?
No, G4
And
looks-
also it threatens your
And if-
bishop, Amruta. Don't forget.
What about Queen E5 if you go directly?
How does this lose, by the way?
Queen E3 checkmate.
Oh, beautiful. That is such a terrible idea.
How does this lose?
But then, basically, G4 is the move to
No,
make
no, no.
a
One question. If you
square.
go Queen E5 here, the problem would be F6 anyway. No, Queen E6 check is there. Sorry. Queen E5 if you go.
It's a very decent move. Very decent.
Yeah, but G4 looks the best, yeah? G4. And also it's, I think Nguyen will find it 7 minutes in hand. Yes, Sagar?
Yeah. No, this is actually G4 seems the most natural, but Amruta, there might be better moves also according to the engine. Maybe I'm wondering what it could be, because Queen E3 is a massive threat.
So now, as of now, how many moves they have to make? Oh, we have some beautiful idea.
Oh, first start
Are you
with this move.
F4. Oh, nice. That's what I was wondering. Why F4?
It controls the E3 square, attacks the queen, also
And then
prepares
G4.
G4.
Ooh. Do you think he will play F4?
Love
Because
the
that
move,
would be
but-
crazy.
But love the move. What a move this is.
Very
Fantastic. Okay.
So many moments have happened in this game where the ideas have been so amazing,
Amruta,
right?
is Vidit lost?
Yeah, rook h1 check
What?
is happening.
What?
Oh my
What?
goodness. Go
Did
back.
he just blunder?
Yeah. Big
time?
blunder. Big blunder. But
Queen
what can he
D1,
miss?
F5 happened. He went
Because
Queen
he was playing
F1,
so amazing.
Bishop F3, D5, Rook E7, and I
He's
think
winning. In
Vidit
fact, Vidit is the one who is winning.
absolutely missed Rook H7. Look at Vincent's face there. He's like, Vidit, what the hell have you done?
Did he think of rook h7,
He just
d6, rook h1, king f2? No, Sagar.
No, Amruta, he didn't
No,
think
but then there is
anything.
always
He
bishop
just
c6.
missed. He just missed this move.
Man, that's such a big shock because he was winning
Wow.
completely. Just
Wow.
go back one move instead
What
of bishop
a
b4.
turn around here. Rook H7 was...
Is the idea. How does he firstly stop that? Or what does he do here?
I don't know. I mean, the thing is, your king can actually come out, right? For
Rook E2
example,
check.
if I play bishop
Queen.
F4, Rook h7.
Yeah, that's the idea.
King
You
here.
can't.
Oh, it traps the queen. Rook h1
Rook
is
h1.
queen trap. Ah, the queen has no squares. So that's a huge issue.
No, so that's why king f2, rook e2 check. It's not here, sorry. First bishop f4, rook h7, king f2, rook h1.
Oh, maybe bishop g5 works, right? Like you can put your bishop here.
On h4.
And then if it goes here, you can put it here. Maybe that's a way to at least sustain. But I'm
blocking
sure
the
there
h-file.
there are other ways as well. Here.
Can you go d6, cd6?
Or can you go Amruta d4?
Just making some space for your queen. There is no mate, yeah, after rook h7 now?
Now just move the queen. Yeah, just like if rook h7, you can move the
Queen
queen
a6.
away. And then,
Oh!
Gukesh resigns the game. Bartel beats Gukesh. Huge win there for Bartel. And Gukesh, of course, back-to-back 2 losses. This tournament is turning out to be not a great one for him after a good start. He lost to Navara, now to Bartel, and this one was a great game by Bartel. We hope to have him in the studio to analyze this game. But meanwhile, Vidit Gujarati versus Vincent Keimer, we need to actually see.
No, but we'll go to, let's shift to Maclu also and come back here
Amruta,
again
one
quickly.
second. Let me first figure this out. Is there no defense left for Vidit? Because the queen has no square left to go to. And rook h1 is queen trap and king trap.
King f2, okay, let's go king f2
Rook
here,
h1.
rook h1.
Queen
Oh,
trap.
you're just losing a piece. No, so there is nothing, no?
Look at Vidit shaking his head.
Oh, is he going to resign or what?
No, he has to resign.
No, he's so
He's just dropped a piece.
He's so unhappy.
This is maybe even more
This is like,
heartbreaking than
then
his loss
with
against
Prague,
Prague,
yeah?
because there at least it was an equal position and then Prague outplayed him, like, you know, in those last 4 moves. But here it's just a pure blunder and Vidit shaking his head. It's like, you know, Gukesh losing, Vidit losing. The candidates are having a very tough time here.
Absolutely. And also today Vidit especially had played, I think, amazingly.
He played a
really
great
played
game.
well. Vincent also, I mean, hats off to his, you know, just the sense of trouble which he can create. So non-materialistic.
Yeah, this queen sack was actually perhaps a very interesting idea, and I think Vincent also is unhappy with this. You know, I've seen this. Very good players rarely get happy when they are gifted a point. Like they take it, of course, it's good for them, their tournament standing, but in effect, they are more happy when they play good chess.
Yeah, I'm sure about that. But still, that decision of queen sacrifice, it shows something, yeah, it shows nerves at the end of it. And with it here, I think my question is sometimes rook h7, how did he miss?
Yes.
You know, it kind of somewhere
No, he
it
was
feels
just
so
looking.
sad that
He was just looking. The rook will come down, 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 and it went to the side. Like he was just all the time thinking it will come here, and then the rook shifts, and you are.
that's very sad because look at those beautiful pawns on c6
No,
and
he
d5.
would- I
the
think
black
he was
king
very
is
close
weak.
to
He
winning.
was almost winning. Just one more ago.
If this-
Look at the
bar.
evaluation.
It's plus. Look, this move
Dead winning.
is like
no?
a queen blunder because this like from +5 or +6, you go to -5 or you just -6. So it's like maybe the worst blunder he's ever made.
Oh my God, he
And
just
by the
and he
way,
can't believe it,
blue-
Sagar. He just can't believe it, and I feel that maybe he is about to resign. I don't know. What do you predict? Do you think he will resign now?
Maybe. But we go to Nguyen Thaidai-1 because he has found this move f4.
What?
Off. Hats off to Thaidai-1.
Brilliant.
He is attacking the queen.
Tremendous.
Next move wants to go g4. Brilliant chess here. I just hope because of the time situation now and they have to make 20 moves, I don't think the game might reach its logical conclusion. But who knows? Thaidai-1 might play a very, very good game. By the way, knight d6, look at this mega fork incoming here. So if you take the queen, there is a check and then you lose your queen. So Thaidai-1 very quickly and calmly plays his king to g1. The evaluation does drop a bit. Knight comes into e4. and then the queen quietly moves into e7 because he didn't want to drop his queen.
Okay, so 3 minutes for Nguyen and Param has 2 minutes. They have to make maybe around what, 12 moves or no? How many moves?
Amruta, there was definitely a better move here instead of king g1 because look at the bar, it was like way up, but we don't know what that move is.
No, what can be the move? 94 check. Okay, we'll look at it
We'll
again.
We'll come back to it. This moment was the key one. Maybe that is where Thai-Dai-1 could have won completely. Queen c8 played.
No, I just asked how many moves they have to make, Sagar?
14 more moves.
14 moves, 3 minutes and 2 minutes.
No, a lot of. But the position is not terribly lost for Maksudlu now. Because queen has gone back to c8.
Yeah, and the knight on e4 has been able to, stay there.
Cemented spot, yes.
Cemento
there, the knight.
So, queen c8.
Now maybe g4, Amruta, just kicking this rook away. This rook is not well placed. Maybe that is the biggest compensation you have, like biggest trump card you have as white. But there could be some other moves here to make, like what?
Okay, you want the e4 knight to get out of that.
Yeah.
But there is no other way, yeah. You can't move the e pawn, the bishops get exchanged.
Yeah, I mean,
can you go b5 first and then e3, bishop d3?
Yes, could be an idea. Also bishop e2 to hit the rook. Meanwhile, can we quickly check Vidit if he has, what is the situation there? Vidit is still thinking.
I think he is kind of in a shock, yeah?
No, he's not. He's just trying to think about why did he make this move. He's no longer calculating as such because he knows that there's no good move. And Amruta, Prague game, should we look at it? Norderberg, Prague?
Yeah, very quickly. Oh no, this is so sad to see a player, like for that matter, anybody just like this. Chess is brutal. That's how it's going to be. Some moments very happy.
True. For all those who are watching out there, maybe all the youngsters, all the parents, you just know that even at the highest level, no matter how much practice you do, blunders are bound to happen. And this is part of the game and you have to learn to take it in your stride. Bishop h5 played here by Norderberg, Abdusattorov, and now Pragnananda's position looking pretty good. But what's the move for Prague? Because
they also have 5 minutes, yeah? Today somehow it felt like today was a slow day.
But Amruta, rook b1, I was thinking you are dropping a piece. What is the defense? Is there something that...
Queen d5, rook b... no, rook b2, queen d1 is there, but queen b2, queen c5, yeah.
Oh, beautiful, queen d5. Or maybe something else, yes?
No.
Queen c3, huh? Queen c3, Amruta. Nice. Because now if rook takes, there is queen c1 check. If queen takes, c5 is hanging.
Same idea.
Nice one.
But with the queen on c3. Okay, so quickly let's shift. Let's have an overview of 5 boards right now.
Let's have an overview
so that
time.
we know like
so Gukesh's game is completed with Bartel.
Maksudlu, I think very interesting. The game of the day.
And with it there, we can see him first. That game is over now. With it about to resign. Maksudlu's game, he did play b5. So that's a good moment for Nguyen Thai-Dai-1, Maksudlu. Will come back to it. And Rapport versus Navara is maybe the most calm game right now because they will play till the end. So we'll come back there.
In fact, I think Abdusattorov-Pragg will also, the game might go on or around 40.
They are repeating perhaps.
Maybe it will already be a draw,
because
right now.
If we just see, they have repeated twice. Let's go to that game. He's repeated twice. So queen d5 here, bishop h5, queen d5, bishop f3, queen b3.
Yeah,
has happened on the
I do agree. They will repeat. What's your guess? They've repeated twice. It's obviously a very simple guess.
I don't think.
But Nadirbek generally doesn't go
Also,
for
Prague
a draw,
doesn't
yeah?
repeat. I think they won't. At some point, one of them will be like, let's fight. Let's fight.
Oh, that would be cool to see it. Okay, let's quickly go to Maksudlu's game right now and try to think what's happening there. B5 has been played.
Yes. B5,
Bishop B7. This, guys, is the game of the day. Van Nguyen is down to 1 minute or less than that. He has to make many moves. Very complex position. He's winning. Actually, but the position is complex. It's
Yes.
like, one of those winning positions, but complex. And Parham with 50 seconds.
Oh, he didn't
What?
go back.
He takes the
took
pawn.
the pawn. He took the pawn, Amruta.
Actually, I had completely forgotten the rook on H5, Sagar,
No, but
when
I
I
thought-
mentioned B5.
But G4 is maybe a move, yes. Now hitting the rook which protects, but
Which
then
is a mistake.
But then yeah, rook goes simply back there, and
there
then
is a
you're
pin.
fine.
There is a pin. So,
So
what is the
not
move?
G4.
Knight B5, rook B5,
Yeah, let's
and
take
E3.
let's
So,
take the bishop, right?
Yeah, Knight B5, rook B5, E3 with the idea of bishop.
Oh, Thai one has only 23 seconds.
Man,
and
it's a
not
tough
to
decision.
take.
Tough
What to
moment.
play, Amruta?
Oh, he's
He's
going to play
moving
rook.
his rook E3.
What?
Maybe the best move. Oh yes,
Wow.
perhaps one of the
Oh my
best
God, can we
moves.
go to the...
And Vidit resigns there.
That's why we are here. This is heartbreaking, very heartbreaking for Vidit. Oh my God.
Yeah, and actually
Vincent.
Vincent scores his first win in the tournament. But for Vidit, of course, this is a very
Yeah, and
difficult moment.
Vincent's this thing is amazing. Okay, but right now, can we go to Parham's game? It is a
we
very
can
important
go to Parham's game, but we have a guest
yes,
joining
but
us.
we can. He will join side by side. We can
Yes.
go to Parham's game. We shouldn't miss this.
Yeah, let's have Parham on the full screen, and maybe then we take a 30-second break, and we have a guest.
Why do we take a break? We don't need a break.
Joining us in the studio is the man of the day today, Matyush Bartel. Congratulations for your win against Gukesh. Matyush.
Thank you very much. I don't know really what to say. It's not the guest which was expected, so I'm very happy to be here.
By you or by us? We were actually, I will tell you the story of how the game went about, but we are at a very critical juncture in the game of Maksudlu and Nguyen, and we are going to use your expertise
Oh,
to
no,
take
no, no,
us through.
that's a huge mistake.
But let's quickly check that game. Matyush, what do you think is happening? Is it game over for Parham here?
I actually thought that the game was over some time ago. Like it looked very dangerous, but it looks even worse than it was. Yeah, I mean, even without calculating, it looks like. But wait a second, knight g3, yes, and what happened?
Yeah, what were the last two moves, Sagar?
So
Just
so
very
after
quickly.
b5 we saw bishop takes, rook e3, bishop went here, rook went up, and then when Parham moved here, he sacked his rook, which is like because if you take, it's a mate, I believe.
Yeah, check,
Take,
check, check and mate. Yes.
Take, king h8,
Queen f6 and mate.
checkmate. So that's the reason why he played king h8, queen takes pawn.
Ah, okay. Knight g3, queen f6 checks first, and you are winning. Yeah, because if you recapture the knight, then queen takes d4, and black is doing okay. But
So Parham missed this perhaps, yeah, this intermezzo check.
I don't know if he missed it. It seems like simply the game is undefendable for quite some time. I don't know.
Oh, look at Parham's move. Rook g5. He's put that rook which can be taken in like.
Oh my god.
Okay, so we'll take you just. Okay, it's over. Yeah, it's very simple. Van is not
Oh, resigns.
What?
Very nice.
What a game today.
That's good. I will be not the only victim of Van Nguyen. So
No, he
Oh, this
played
is second win.
brilliant today.
his second
Oh,
win.
his
He's
second
on
win.
50%.
He's on 50%.
I think.
No,
I'm not
maybe
sure.
+1, yeah?
I don't think
No,
so.
no, no, 50%. Yeah, we said it's his first win today, but no, he had one already.
But Maqsood's first class, is it?
Yes.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah. But Nguyen played such a fantastic
Beautiful
game, I think, for
Beautiful
sure.
game.
Yes, yes, yes. Since the very first moments, he was playing very, very nice game.
And Matyush, just to get your thoughts on Pragnananda versus Nodirbek, which is the other game going on.
I think it was very tense game since the beginning, and
Prague is winning.
yeah, but I didn't understand the moment when White played g3 because he had pawns g2, f2, and
Yes.
it looked better for White here. But he played g3, and I already after g3 it feels wrong. Why you play g3?
This weakens, yeah?
Yeah, and
But maybe he's just limiting this knight.
yeah, that was his idea. But later, when he even pushed f4, it was probably just against all the rules. Like he thought.
Because his king got weakened, right?
Yes, yes. I mean, maybe tactically it works, but it looks very ugly. It looks very risky, and it's probably later just very difficult to play such positions. So, but it was tense game. Actually, you know, yesterday I was thinking that here it's a tournament with some surprisingly high ratio of huge blunders. What usually means that there is huge pressure on those young guys. That they want to win, and the pressure causes many mistakes. So everything can happen even now. But now it's what, Queen d3, or what's the trick? How is Black winning? Or just Bishop d4 and Queen takes f3? Ah, yes.
Ooh, wow.
Bishop d4, Queen takes f3, mate is threatening on f1 and g2, and if you play Queen f2, it's Queen d1, Queen d6. That's what he missed, I suppose. And that's
Beautiful.
trivially winning, probably, because of light squares. Yeah. So, very nice tactic. And no deal back. So it's a Black day. Black is winning a lot of games.
So when he went rook e2,
He blundered.
this was the blunder by Nodirbek, putting his rook up, because then this entire tactic happened.
Yes, yes, yes. But it's very difficult to play such positions with pawn on f4 as such king. I mean, it's very easy to blunder something like he blundered now. So, I mean, even if the objective evaluation of the position was close to equal, I mean, it's extremely easy to blunder something like that. But that's very good for the tournament, yes?
Yes.
It will be
Look at the tournament, like all the people at the top have just lost.
Yeah, Parham,
Parham,
Nodirbek.
Nodirbek.
I even don't know, probably Nodirbek still will be winning, but I mean leading, but by half point or something like that. I don't know, Prague is...
But maybe Rapport comes up, yeah, because he was 1 point behind and he might be able, no, but I don't think he'll be able to convert this, right?
Well, he wasn't able to convert something with Parham, so... But okay, surprisingly promising position at the moment. Like, I thought it will be draw like 20 moves ago. Yes, and here there are some...
G3 is a nice move. I think it kind of forces the simplification, because if you take, take with the king, then maybe check and I pick this up.
Yeah, that's draw.
And if you take with the knight, I take this guy, perhaps. And
Yeah,
that-
David is very good at defending tactically, so if he plays g3, it means he sees it until the end. Otherwise, he would never, because there was no rush. Yeah, I mean, he might, maybe even rook e4, rook takes d4 was a draw at some moment. Yeah.
Which one?
Okay, like at the final position instead of g3, I wanted to say that. Okay.
Oh, this one, yes.
I don't know. Maybe it's not a draw, but it could be also.
be,
yeah,
yeah. Could
it's
be.
not that far. The corner is wrong, and maybe you have no way to win. But if David played g3, I suppose he sees it until the end. Though it looks a bit like I would never play g3. I would play rook e4, rook g4, just staying there, and what might happen, I don't know. Just put your rook. Okay, it's worse, but I can't see any.
Yeah, maybe it's
Any
also
problems?
possible. But g3 is like this tactical way, and now David has to sort of follow it up with many accurate moves because
I mean,
Rapport is pushing him.
Actually, you are creating environment for a mistake if you didn't calculate it. If you didn't calculate it until the very last move,
Right.
because
This is the idea. Maybe he wants to, if you take here, go g4.
king f2 happened. No.
He hasn't taken. He went rook e6.
Yeah, you don't have g5 because of rook f6 and still draw. King f2. No, not king f2, g4. Then bishop f4.
Sorry, what was the analysis?
G5, rook f6,
Yeah.
king f2, and now I wanted to play for a victory for white, so g4. But then I don't know what is happening. Bishop f4, because if you take with a pawn, I may go with g4, h3, and I also have my passer, and it's okay, like some unnecessary tactic happening. But David likes to play that way. That's his.
In a way, if he has calculated it accurately, he will be able to sort of draw it nice, like very quickly. But
Yeah, but well, I mean, from my experience, I've lost many games like that. Even if David once, I had a position with 3 choices. I was pretty sure 2 are making draw like that, but I went for third, the most forced, and I got mated in a composition very elegantly. But yeah, so I know what to avoid.
Right.
With David especially. I hope I know, because tomorrow I face him. So.
you face David.
Yeah.
Wow. But today's win, Mateusz, is like a big sort of wind in your sails in this tournament, right? Because I think the way in which game began, it looked quite sort of dicey position, right, out of the opening for you, or not? You didn't feel that way?
You know, I was not thinking that much about chess during the game. I was thinking about life. And I came to the conclusion that Iron Maiden was after all right. There is a band who was singing that 6 is number of the beast. And today is a 6th round. And in tournaments I was playing horribly bad, like this one. I mean, twice in Dortmund. I lost almost all games, but I won my 6th game with black.
Really? In Dortmund as well?
And
Against whom?
Ponomariov, very nice game, and later in a weaker edition against Hyman in 2021. But 12 years ago in Dortmund in 6th round I won with Ponomariov.
It's like this World Championships, yeah, where the 6th game is most important and 6th round.
Exactly. So, you know, I didn't feel so confident, but I was hoping that numbers will play the round for myself. And that happened, yeah. I just sit, I knew like everything is written in the stars, and like the job was done. But okay, joking aside, we can come back to h3 because
yes.
it was the way I was tricked, because I've seen that Gukesh was playing this cd5 at move 5. And he used to play bishop f4. He had multiple games with bishop f4. But here he went for h3, which gives some new options, but some options are not there. Because the idea is similar to put bishop on f4, later had an option of bishop h2, or sometimes when I play bishop f5 too early, even there were games with g4. It is very sharp actually concept if I go in principal variations. So I, being, let's say, caught on this move order, I thought
This could also be Gayevsky's idea, yes?
Oh, yeah, very much. So I thought I have to come up with something offbeat. That's why I put this knight on g6. I wasn't entirely sure if white shouldn't go bishop d3 instead of bishop h2 now. I wasn't sure how to evaluate this position, because bishop d3 I probably should take on f4, ef4, and there are quite some number of positions when black has pawn on not on d5 but on e6. It's pretty common structure, and I wasn't sure what is the difference that pawn is on d5. I thought it's better for me because because that was my feeling, that f5 is not attacking later e6 or something, but I wasn't entirely sure. Like, I mean, it can be better, it can be worse. So I was kind of happy when he played bishop h2, because I thought I go for bishop d6, and okay, if I am slightly worse after bishop d6, it's not that much if he swapped the bishops. And when he goes like this, I thought
knight e5 looked like the ambitious way to go.
Yeah, I was expecting him to play that way, because of course he thought that he has a cookie to be eaten. So I mean, why should he go for
but it also looked like the best move, no? Knight e5, no?
Yeah, but I was happy, because I mean, if you are out of form, it's the worst when a better player tries to squeeze you slowly and you sit. And when he wants to mate you, I mean, okay, you are mated or you have fun. So that was actually pretty much awaited. And I wasn't sure. I mean,
No, this bishop e5 was a very risky decision, right?
Yeah, but I thought, okay, kind
the
of good
flow
or
of the
bad.
game, yes.
Yeah, if I lose, I lost. But if not, I mean, because here the point is, I think he missed that he has no queen h5.
We were thinking of it. Why doesn't it work?
I thought knight g takes e5. And bishop e5, g6, I have intermediate move, which is surprising. G6 and queen h6 doesn't work, because knight e5 is attacking the bishop, so you don't have queen g7. If bishop wouldn't be hanging, that wouldn't be working. But because of this little intermezzo, okay, you can sacrifice the pawn, like knight e5, you just go bishop somewhere, bishop c2, bishop e2. I mean, queen h5, knight takes and bishop goes, but
no, but then you just won a pawn, yes?
Okay, yeah, some people are giving pawns. I am one of them. So I would, but if I would be white, I would play queen h5, I would blunder knight e5, and then I would claim it was a fantastic position. Yes, fantastic sacrifice.
And then win it somehow, and then say,
yeah. Of
amazing.
course, two bishops, open position, yeah, logical play, yes. But luckily for me, he knows tactics, and he didn't blunder. Maybe it was better.
luckily for me.
Queen h4, and here I was extremely
G3,
happy.
no? He should have played maybe, or...
Wow.
I mean, I don't know how to get the bishop out, but at least it felt
what if I eat the pawn? I would be scared, but,
but then
there is a
Queen
guy
F3 long
Duda.
castle.
You know Duda.
Yes.
And he eats all the pawns.
Yes.
You know, whatever you give him, he eats, and I am learning from him. Usually I am giving, but he told it's good to take pawns.
Yeah, taking pawns is good, but then sometimes like, okay, maybe I have not a
No,
good
but
move,
here
right?
is very concrete, because knight c5 is coming. If I manage to exchange light square bishops, it's just over. And honestly, I didn't see a way to continue for white. Maybe, well, I see the evaluation bar.
No, but we also don't know the move. I mean, we just thought g3 made sense because it doesn't give up the castling rights. Maybe it's queen e2. Just, doesn't work.
I don't really know what might be the move. Bishop e2 with bishop f3 idea.
Bishop f1 maybe.
Or bishop, no, but bishop f1 I've seen. I thought I go queen e6, and what is the follow-up?
It's the move.
But what's next? G4? Okay, you can go G4, but then I go Queen E7. I don't know, it's very brave decision, to be honest. Yeah, G4, Queen E7, and okay, you gave the pawn. It looks very challenging. It looks like the move, but well, you can also be pawn down. But okay, like this, now knowing that it's good, I would take white.
But when he played King D2, we were commentating here. We had Viktor Laznica here on
okay.
commentary, and we are asking him to, because that time he had to leave. So we asked him like what happens on
Okay.
each board prediction. So he said that black will get crushed here, yeah, in this position. Did you also feel like your position was bad, or?
No, I actually really liked my position. I thought that bishop on h2 is just out of the game, and it's okay. It's very concrete, of course, because if white would be able to kick out my queen from h4 and just move the pawns, then maybe it's just over. But there is no time for that. Yes, I play knight c5. I attack the bishop. You have to move the bishop.
Yeah.
Now I have actually a huge choice, but castle I thought it's the natural move. Why should I think too much? And the point is that I thought, maybe I am wrong, but I thought that he was hoping that b4 is a good move.
Yes, I was thinking b4. What were you? Any6 maybe?
And I have both knight e6 because the
f5, queen b4, right?
Yeah, maybe. I've seen that, but I wasn't sure if I should go that because I was quite happy that I have also knight e4 after b4, and if you take on e4, the point is that, I mean, knight e4 or whatsoever. No, this is entirely bad because there is rook d8 check, but I thought bishop e4, d e4, knight e4.
And then you sit on d6, yes?
Yeah, but the point is I have knight e5 here. I thought, like earlier, not now.
Instead of check.
Instead of check. I don't give this check. I have knight e5 and knight on e4 is hanging.
Beautiful.
And it's extremely important. Otherwise, with knight on d6, white would be okay. But I have this move. And I am not sure, but maybe Gukesh from far didn't see this move. Because if b4 is working, if I don't have knight e4, I think it can be unpleasant. Even this knight e6, it looks like...
I was actually expecting him to go b4, but yes, now knight e4 and...
Yeah, but that's my feeling that he might have missed
But
this.
do you think like if I take and then just move my king away, like this, it does look scary, yeah. I mean, a5 is coming,
I
bishop
don't want
moves.
to say I am doing very good, but I like my position. I thought I will somehow, even if I would lose the e4 pawn, I think I have time to put my rooks on d file. Okay, you have to calculate, and I am usually too lazy to calculate, so I don't know. But I think it's a very interesting position, and I was like quite happy to have it. So rook d8, he played queen f3, and I didn't want to play f5 to be honest, but I missed some time. What I missed was instead of f5, I missed queen f3 actually. I didn't like that move because I don't know what to do otherwise if not f5, and your board got crushed.
Yes, just a second.
You destroyed chess.
No, ef6. Sorry, f5 instead of
Yeah,
this.
and now I played it because I didn't know what to do, but I thought, okay, f5 is a position which I like. If he doesn't take, that it's very hard for him to make progress, and I have at least b5, b4. I can put bishop on e6, and I am extremely solid on in the center and king side. Okay, maybe he has some way, but it's not extremely quick. And my plan is like for kids, just push the pawn and whatever. So I was pretty happy to know that I have simple plan. And ef6, it came as a huge surprise to me because
Also the engine doesn't like it, so...
No, but I mean, it's even not the engine, but it looks very anti-positionally, yes, because I take with a queen. I mean, bishop f5 is a deadly threat. If I exchange the bishop, it's just 0-1. I mean, you don't have to think.
Because e4, e3, all of this very weak.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that he played g4, and I think he he calculated only the first move, knight e5, which looks like the critical move. And I kind of also missed it that queen f2, queen f2 check, but queen e2, knight c4, and now e4. And maybe there is something, but I didn't like it because I cannot move my d pawn now because knight on c4 is hanging.
Do you think knight b2, king b2, d4?
No, but knight b2, I play e5. And the fact that e5 is coming, I don't know, I was scared of going for that position, yes. That it may be good, but I didn't see anything concrete. But luckily I don't have to go for that, I just played this b5, and maybe it's not optimal, but I have the very simple game, and
e4.
yes, I just push the knight, now I put the knight on c4 because there is no this e4 move. And it's just very simple, yes, I don't have to think, so this brilliant environment for me.
No, rook e8 I liked a lot because it's like, I mean, you can rush, but here e3 is weak.
No, but I see the pawn hanging, so I attacked it. I mean, you don't have to be a genius, yeah, I mean, you just attack the hanging pawn, yeah. So the rest is pretty simple, yes.
Yeah, no, it was really, I mean, the way in which it finished looked so smooth.
Yeah, but okay, like I didn't like b3 by Gukesh because okay, position is extremely bad, but it just makes my task extremely easy because I'm sorry, there is no piece on g1. I am just having piece up, yes. So,
yes, exactly.
So it's very simple. So maybe he should have done it differently, but I think it was very tough for him because like he expected to win easily, yes. And unfortunately for him, he got a position when he is just like out of moves with bishop on g1. So very, very unfortunate for him.
You actually played with Gukesh quite quickly, right? You also played at London Chess Classic, now again here. So 2 games in like 2 months.
Yeah, in London I got a lesson. I had nothing to say. Today I checked this game briefly, just because I am forgetting my games, so I had to remember how poorly I played and how good he played. So I knew that he is a huge favorite, but luckily for me, he hadn't the best day in the office today.
True, but great win, and we saw there a result coming in. David Navara drew his game with Richard Rapport, which keeps our dream of 5 decisive games still missing from the tournament.
Oh,
because
very high demands you have.
Well, almost 4. We reached 4 today. So it was like a very, very bloody day.
So we need more 3 days. It makes players eager to...
Also, you need to play Matheso, so you get into that flow of things. Yeah, yesterday.
Yes, I have to have some brain activities not connected to chess.
But before we let you go, Matheus, if you could give us your thoughts on this live position of Prague and Nordirbeck. Do you think that Nordirbeck has any chances to hold this or not really?
Well, it's a position that you could resign, I think, with white. Yeah, I mean, very sad. So
materially, everything is looking okay. It's still bad materially, but it's just a pawn down kind of a thing, right? 2 pieces for a rook.
I don't know. I am bad at calculations, but I see that there is this b pawn which you can lose, and there is mate on g2, so it should be pretty easy. But of course, there are still choices. But okay, probably you just keep the queens, and sooner or later something should happen. Yeah. So you just shuffle, and randomly maybe some blunder. Yeah.
Yes. And I think Prague is good at doing that. So
I don't know, probably you even play like queen d1, rook e1, let's say, if rook e1, then queen g4, knight f5, and pawn on g3 should be.
And then h5, h4 also.
Yeah, that should be pretty simple, yeah. But maybe it's not necessary, but it looks like decisive.
Very cool.
But of course he has to be careful. Like, I mean, the way he cannot win it is that he trades queens and somehow pawn on b4 is. I mean, that's the only way.
Queen trade might not be a good idea, no? Here.
Well, it depends on the situation, because if you
like here.
I don't know, because he might be thinking, yeah, take, and playing b3, that knight goes quickly somewhere because everything is protected, but it's like the way not to win potentially. Yeah, why should you trade queens when your king is so safe and the other king is in danger? So queen e5 would be a huge mistake. So he just keeps queens, and he should be.
It's a check. And lastly, Mateusz, you are, I think, now enjoying this tournament. Yeah, this win, like on day one, you were saying that this tournament is kind of tricky. There's so many strong players here, and you didn't expect it when you won the challengers that the Masters would be so strong.
Yes.
But
yes.
now with this win, it looks good.
I was disappointed only by one thing, not by the number of points I have, because, well, I mean, it could be expected. Let's put it this way, but simply the level of my games was extremely low at some point, and losing the games I lost to Nodirbek or Parham, yeah, it was just pathetic. So I am very happy that in other games I played so. Yeah, because
Vidit was a decent game.
Yeah, but I mean, I can accept that I've lost with such a strong young players, but I think I am capable of having a much more interesting, much tougher battles than something like this. That I come, I play some random moves, and then I say goodbye. I mean, that's not what I was born for. Yeah. I mean, I can burn, but in flames. But there were no flames in some of those games, so that was pretty disappointing. But yeah, I am very happy that I managed to play a good game today, because I believe, well, of course, it was not a good performance by Gukesh, but well, at least I didn't blunder anything, and I had some object to be mated, and I mated it, so I'm pretty happy.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, Mateusz, for joining us and also showing us your thoughts during the game. I think it really helps.
You know, at some point I thought, okay, the tournament goes how it goes, so I have to make it possible that Sagar would invite me for interview. So that was my only.
Now I didn't even have to sort of make elaborate arrangements. You came on your own, so you made the arrangements by winning the game, and I hope you keep coming. 3 more games left.
Will do my best.
Good luck for that, and we'll join you again in a short break. Welcome back everyone. We had Bartel here showing us his win over Gukesh, but with one game still left and a very critical one between Nodirbek and Pragnananda. Something very unusual has happened, Amruta. I mean, when you left, Prague started winning. We'll just go through that. But as of now, the live board, when Nodirbek brought his queen back, the general understanding of everyone here was that Prague would not trade the queens because the white king is weak and keeping the queens on would give you good attacking and sort of mating chances. But Prague actually went in and traded the queens, which now feels that this endgame might not be very trivial to win.
It was a very difficult decision though when you said that the queens should be kept on the board. For me, it was not so clear as to,
Yes, but
why keeping queens on the board helps.
But we had Mateusz here and he explained it very well that here you can go check. If the rook comes back, put your queen here, bring your knight here, push the pawns.
The king is weaker. Maybe the king is weaker.
And it could be a very, very dangerous attack. But that being said, it's not like Pragnananda has sort of squandered his advantage. He's still better. It's just that now to win this is going to take a lot of time.
Isn't it like David and Rapport also have rook and two pieces?
Yes.
Rook versus two pieces?
Yes.
What's happening there?
No, but if you remove these two pawns, then it's a draw. But by keeping them on, Prague is trying, and that's why he plays the move b3. So just in case, like if you can win this pawn on b3 for the pawn on b2, that is Nodirbek's dream here.
But he can't, for
No,
sure.
he cannot do that easily. And I think that is the reason why Prague has also gone for it. Also, Prague sometimes takes these very practical decisions where maybe to win might take a lot of time, but he's not really worried about it.
You mean it's maybe practically slightly easier for him to play, like he played b3, he fixed the pawn on b2, now he will make it a target.
Now he'll play
the
h5,
knight will attack.
He'll put pawn g6,
And
he'll bring his knight, then he'll slowly bring his king. And I think that's how he will do it, like step by step.
Yeah, actually if you see the bishop on e6 defends the b3 and f7 both.
Yes.
The king has a clear-cut route to come ahead. It's nice for black.
Yeah, it's
In fact, I am very
sure.
surprised that Nodirbek blundered, but I believe he was under time pressure and...
I can show you where the blunder happened,
Just that
Amruta.
one move, maybe
So
if you could...
here Nodirbek was actually doing fine, and as we discussed, there were many ways perhaps here to keep the balance. Maybe one of them, and I'm just thinking without much thought, like maybe bishop e3 back also seems fine. But what he did was he went knight d6, which was okay, queen b3, and now this pawn was under attack. And so he defended, first he played bishop f3, and here we were analyzing, I think bishop takes b2, rook b1, queen c3, if you remember.
Yes.
Attacking here, if you take with the rook, then check back on the back rank,
yes, I remember
and so
this
on.
all.
But then he played h6, bishop h5, then they repeated.
Yeah, we thought they might agree with a draw, but
And it was a psychologically interesting moment because Nodirbek, instead of repeating, made a blunder. And the blunder is that if you now, he took, and the point being,
bishop d6, what's happening?
Check,
Queen.
and you win this. But
Because bishop d4
no, you just win two pieces for a rook.
directly.
Yes, but when he played this, Nodirbek was banking on the fact that he would give a check, so that now the bishop controls this square, and then he would pick it up and he's won an exchange. But what he missed was that after take, there is no longer this check because the bishop controls, but there is a winning move.
Queen d3, bishop d4 idea.
No, but the queen d3, I think you have bishop c5. Like,
You stop bishop d4
Yes.
instantly.
so there is a winning move here. Maybe our viewers, if they haven't seen yet, would like to find. Bishop d4, fantastic. And this is what I think Nodirbek
nice.
might
Queen
have
F3.
missed.
3 and it's a forced
takes.
mate, yeah?
There is a
Wow.
check here and here. So he had to play queen f2 and then a check came from d1 and he won this.
Oh my god.
So beautiful combination there by Pragg.
But from nowhere, this is really a good chance that you get to press your opponent over here.
But
with
this
the
was,
black
if you
pieces.
look at the bar, it's totally winning right now for black. And that is the reason why
Exchanging
this
queens may not
exchange
have
of
been the-
queens might be a slightly.
But this is still winning, right? Like,
No,
let's say.
this should be winning, yes. But again, this requires effort and I'm not so sure. And Nodirbek is a very, very big defender. And what I love about Nodirbek is that if you look at him, he doesn't look like
He's blundered. no?
sad that he's got into this position. He just looks at this position as a fresh, new position where he's worse. Let's defend.
It's so true.
Look at him, yeah. Like it doesn't even feel like there are other people who generally are shaking their head, who are like, yeah, what a sad position now to defend for 4 hours again or 2 hours. But this is why he is one of the best in the world. This attitude, fantastic. So king f2.
And Pragg is thinking.
No, I believe Pragg will go h5 here. h5, g6.
Not king g6, also possible.
Yeah.
But Sagar, one moment, because I have no idea what's happening in David Navara versus
They drew.
Rapport. They drew, yeah?
It's the only
Oh.
drawn game. So the results, Amruta, are Bartel beats Gukesh, Keymaster beats Vidit, Nguyen beats Maclu, and Pragnananda and Abdusattorov are playing. So G6 played now.
So this
And
is the only game going on.
if you look at the bar, it's almost come close to equal mark. Yeah, like okay, it's far away, but it's moving upwards. And here we are being joined very, very soon by the man of the day, the one who's played maybe one of the most brilliant games of ever to be seen in this city. Let's take a very short break and come back. Maybe we'll have our producer G coming back and then we'll
should I?
let him. No, he'll come back. So until then, look at this, Amruta. This is why h5 might have been more accurate here instead of g6, because Nodirbek pushes his pawn to g4 and you can't take it because the knight is hanging. So it's time for a short break because this game is getting very exciting and
Very
it can
long.
go either way. It could be a draw or it could be a win for Pragg. But before that, let's have Van in our commentary box. Man, what a game today. Would you say the best game of your life?
First of all, thank you. I don't know if best game. I don't have that good of a memory that I can recollect all my good wins, but it's definitely one of the very sweet wins because I'm normally known for positional grinding wins. And today it was in a completely different style, which made me quite happy. So
You beat Maksudlu in his
in
style.
in his type of position.
In his type of
Like
position.
H4, that's not what I usually play, but today it worked out very well.
Let's look at your game. Till what point was it your preparation?
Well, to be honest, I expected him to deviate somewhere because that's his style. He can play anything. So I repeated what I prepared against Prague, and he surprised me with his early b6. Because normally, let's say the line is, for example, b6, knight f3, and short castle here. This is the main theory.
Instead of bishop a6.
Yes. And now it's like bishop g5. There's thousands of games here. Bishop a6 and queen a4. And now black has to go c5, and it's some theory.
Yes.
But he went bishop a6, and now I was confused because now I understand that it's not transposing, because after queen a4 check, he cannot castle, so he has to go queen d7. But now, queen c2, I don't know who
So
this
you were
benefits.
already out of your prep.
I was out.
Wow.
I had never seen this before, but I also understand that in this line I should not risk too much. So he short castles, which is logical, bishop g5, c5. Yes, this is all very standard, d takes c5, rook d1, and now I think queen b7 is like so dubious. He should play maybe rook takes c5 or queen e7. For example, queen takes c5, there's a nice line here. Queen e4 and queen c7.
Mhm.
And here I think I should just play normally, because if I take that rook on a8, bishop b7, queen takes a7, rook a5, and I don't want to take on a5 because his queen will be very active, but I probably have to, because now if I try rook d8, which at first might seem like I'm winning, then queen takes d8, queen takes b7, and probably rook c5, and it seems like,
Wow.
or maybe rook d5, one of the two moves, and it looks really dangerous. It could be just lost.
Beautiful.
So that's why maybe he could have tried this, but I would not have taken the rook. I would have just developed somehow. So
Right.
anyway,
But queen b7, you felt it, that something
I felt
is wrong.
something's wrong. I mean, at least you can go queen e7 closer to the king.
Yeah.
But do they even allow gf6, you mean? That is okay to
This
allow,
is very
yeah?
standard in this
Uh-huh.
line. It happens in basically every single line in this particular Nimzo. So the structure is common, but queen b7 just looks like all his pieces are on the queen side. And now I have time to go h4 because
But this,
I think
this
he underestimated
move,
this
it's
a lot.
not at all easy to find.
I think it's the only move
Yes,
that
it's-
can give me anything.
Because we were thinking e3, g3,
Yes.
we
Rook
tried
d4,
everything.
A lot of moves were tried, and then h4 was.
I spent a lot of time
Amazing.
here, but I at first I thought at least I can play e3 and make it raw, but then I still felt like it's so raw, queen b7, and then I saw this idea with h4,
Oops, sorry.
and the
H4.
point of h4 is that with rook h3 and queen coming to h6, it can be a mate immediately.
Right.
And I don't know how he should defend here, but in the game it's definitely lost.
Did you see this beautiful
Rook
line?
c5?
I'm sure you
Rook
did.
c5?
Yes.
Yeah, wait.
So I don't want to take credit. So I just knew that rook c5, rook d8, king g7 looks very dangerous, and at least I have queen a4, which is draw. I was just in the Czech commentary, and they told me that h5 here,
Yes.
amazing move.
And this is what we were analyzing, and then Tadeusz came and showed us because he could see it. We didn't have the engine, but what a move, yes.
It's unbelievable. h5,
Wow.
rook c2, h6, king g6, rook g8, and rook h5, and just mate.
And this is like,
It's so beautiful. This h5 move is like so. It's a dream, you know.
it's that, you know,
Exactly.
that's why we fell in
And
love
actually,
with
it is
H4.
very possible to fall for such a trap, right? I mean, did you analyze later after the game with Maksudlu, where did he
I
speak
just
about
told
rook
him-
c5?
I told him actually that rook c5 looks so dubious, but I actually did refute it. So maybe you could have tried it. And then in the Czech commentary, they told me h5 is the only move to win, and it's just gorgeous. So, but it feels so wrong, you know.
Yes.
So that's why he went 97, and he was still confident, and
But this was a beautiful idea again, like you found.
This was what I had calculated. h4, knight c5, queen h6, and now if he goes queen e7, trying to stabilize
Yeah.
with, for example, king h8, rook g8. Now I have knight g5.
Oh, here it works. Yeah, not rook h3.
No, because rook h3, just king h8, maybe. King h8, and now knight g5, fg, f5, it's not so clear. But that's why I need to start with knight g5.
This is always very tricky,
Finally,
right? Which
your
move
move
order?
came, Amruta. Because
Exactly.
she
I
was
wanted
all the
to
time
make
wanted
this
to
work
play.
so much, but it wasn't working at the right time.
Yes.
But move order matters a lot, like when you're attacking. So this
Because
is beautiful.
when you
what
sacrifice a piece, one tempo can mean winning or draw or loss even. So here f5 is needed, g takes f6,
Yes.
queen f7. And the point is that I don't want the rook from h1 to go, I want rook d4, the other rook, to come. And now if king h8, rook g4, rook g8, and now queen h7.
Oh,
Queen h7, rook h4.
my
It's beautiful.
God.
What? Whoa! What a
Crazy. This is amazing.
beautiful.
You calculated this on the board. Wow.
It's just like so. I mean, but I understood that Parham would not go for this because
It's
he.
very defensive.
It's like a very straight line, but it's very beautiful.
beautiful. Yeah.
And that's why what he did in the game was by far the best. Knight e4, rook h3, and now rook c5 only move.
Beautiful move.
Only
Yeah,
move.
this is very good defense by him.
Amazing if it's because I just want knight d2. For example, instead of rook c5, if he goes rook d8, I just go knight d2,
And you're winning.
queen d7, and f3. Resigns.
This is just made.
This is just over. And that's why rook c5 was like amazing defense. I actually had missed it at first. And the point is that now knight d2,
Yeah.
rook d8, and
And it's you who's in trouble, yeah, at some point. Like, okay,
I
there's
mean,
a
okay, I
draw.
can always make a draw, but it's already rook takes d1, king d1, queen e4, and the point is that rook g3, rook g5, and nothing works. Just draw. So that's why knight d4 I played. Maybe also knight h2 works,
Yeah,
but
knight
Yeah,
h2.
did you
it
see?
looks so wrong.
The thing is, I guess in the line where you go queen c7, f3, knight g3, this move then becomes like a great attack, you know.
Ah,
That's what.
That's why.
Maybe your knight on d4 couldn't participate in the attack. That's
yes.
why.
But I just thought like, you know, if I miscalculate, if something ever goes wrong, I have a knight on h2. I mean, like, if my attack is over and my knight is on h2, I'm just worse. So I calculated only knight d4. And
So,
I,
but you did consider knight h2 during the
saw-
game, like
I
on
even
a
considered-
superficial level.
I
Yeah.
even considered knight g1, but I thought it's too stupid. But knight h2, I was like already more seriously thinking it's maybe best move. But again, I just thought, why not centralize the knight? So now queen c7 is best, f3, knight g3, and now
Did you
it's
consider king f2?
yeah,
Because
king
that
f2,
was the
but
move
knight
you were.
h5, and
Yes, knight h5.
now I can try g4, but he
Yeah.
can go knight g7, and it's like, or knight f4 maybe also. But the point is that now I'm not sure. The rook on h3 is kind of not participating. Like I'm sure computer will show some win, but you know I play rook h3 not to go g4.
Also, yes, you never want to go. You want the rook
I
on
want
g.
the rook. I want to mate him, not like take a pawn, you know. So that's why I didn't go king f2, but I played b4, and
Sorry, king instead of king f2, b4.
b4. I think rook h5 is the only move. Queen f6. Now I don't know how to defend for him. I mean, if he takes on f1, what does computer say here is best for him? Rook d5 maybe.
No, we didn't check, but sorry. Oops. Instead of queen c3,
Yeah,
if
it's-
we-
I did think he would go queen
rook
c3.
d5.
Yeah, rook d5. This was what I was expecting, and probably I'm not sure if knight takes e6 works here, but I can at least go king f2. And knight h5, and just queen h6. And it should give white some significant advantage here.
Yes.
I'm not sure if winning, but it looks like at least I can get some endgame with pawn up and maybe even more with knight takes e6 coming sometimes. So, but he should have tried rook d5. I didn't think it was over yet. But he went queen c3, which in a practical game looks very tempting because king f2, knight f5, everything is pinned and queen e3 is coming. But
Oh, you know what? We were analyzing like this, and
Just, this is
We were like, oh, e4 what will happen? And then. So f4 was also beautiful. This was a great move.
Oh, but
Thank
today Vidit's game did happen, something like that.
Where?
Rook at 7 blunder.
Ah, yes,
he
this
missed.
blunder, yes.
Mm.
So,
I mean, f4, if he tries to keep the pin with queen b2, I will go rook b3.
F4 was a nice
you
move
just
actually.
remove the queen from this diagonal.
Yes, and now knight takes f5, rook g3 mate. So he has to go what he did, knight d6, amazing defense. King, I think here, rook e3 was winning, like very winning. This is, they showed me in the Czech commentary, but I mean, not an easy move to find.
No, for sure.
So I calculated king g1, knight e4, queen e7, queen c8. And now, actually my initial idea was to go rook e3
Huh?
to remove the knight. And now if bishop b7, which
Yeah.
I calculated, then knight takes e6, queen takes e6, queen takes b7, rook e8, rook d4, and I will take on e4, rook g3 and mate after f5. So this is completely lost, but actually I had missed from afar that after rook e3 he has queen b7. And now my queen is trapped, so I have to trade queens, and suddenly I'm just pawn up, and it's like, you know, from mating him to playing an endgame.
And also Parham is escaping in all
Like
the games.
Every game. I was
Yes.
already thinking like, come on, he cannot escape again. So then I saw b5, and now he can try bishop b7.
Yes, bishop b7 was possible.
But I was gonna go rook dd3. And the idea is to go rook g3 with mate, and it's very hard for him to defend. Maybe rook h6 is already the only move, I believe, but it looks super
could
dicey.
also go something like h5 maybe, yeah?
Yeah, maybe h5, but I mean it's clearly lost. I'm pawn up, better king, better pieces, so something should be there. But still, in time trouble, I can go wrong. But then he went bishop takes b5, which I was very happy to see because I saw this rook e3 trick. And
Yes.
now his knight cannot be protected easily, like bishop c6, just rook c1, I guess. Looks complete. No. Bishop c6.
Maybe.
Knight c6, queen c6, rook d4, rook e8. This is not so clear. So take, and now what? Rook e8.
Maybe you have to
No,
go
just easily rook d8. I get the
rook
piece.
d8.
I could have started also.
Oh, nice.
And queen d4 and knight f6, rook g3. So this is how I win the game. So that's why he cannot protect the knight on e4, and he cannot move it because of mate. So I expected bishop a4. It's like the typical Parham blitz move, you know? I attack his knight, he attacks my rook. But now rook d3, he just helps me because it's mate on g3. His knight's hanging. So in the game, actually, yeah, rook g3. He cannot take because it's immediate mate, and queen f7, mate is threatened. Knight takes g3, just knight, queen f6.
Yes, this was a key move.
This is key move, and then it's
And
mate.
then you take here.
So yeah, this is
Rook g5, you took, and he resigned.
yes.
Wow, what a game. Beautiful. Yeah, this, I think your second win in this tournament, and you sort of took down one of the person who was unbeaten in this
Yes.
event, and I think now this looks like a very nice event for you. Plus, I think you're
No,
on
I'm
50%.
50%. But after the start I had, which was quite difficult because I lost the first 2 games, now I'm finally back on, like, not on negative score anymore, and beating Parham is, of course, he's very slippery.
Yes.
And I had played against him multiple times. I was having so many chances to win in many games against him, but he always escaped. And today finally he did not escape. So
Well, thank you so much for showing us this game of yours, so beautifully played, and well, we wish you good luck for your remaining games.
thanks.
And we'll take a short break and be back. Welcome back everyone. After having here Thaidaiwan to show us his beautiful game, we are now going to watch this end game between Pragnananda and Nodirbek, which is still going on, and what a crucial game this is. Amruta.
Absolutely, Sagar. I really enjoyed the game analysis with Nguyen, and he had a lot of interviews today. He played such an amazing game, and beating Maclu, we had seen how hard it is. That guy was not letting anybody beat him. So yeah, a great analysis. And here, Sagar, 15 minutes for Nodirbek, 13 for Prague.
Yes.
What do you think? What does your sense feels?
When he played the move G6, Nodirbek found this excellent move G4 because then he doesn't let Prague's knight settle down on this square, which was like a nice outpost if the pawn had come here on H5.
So H5 was important.
Maybe it was more accurate.
Okay.
But then Prague went here, G4, King G7, Nodirbek pushed his pawn, King F6, Rook E4, and finally he played H5. And here, if he took, then maybe he takes back, and then this pawn is slightly weak, you get the F5 square anyway.
F4 is also weak. I mean, GH5 is the last move to consider.
Yeah. So he defended it with his king, and now knight came to D5, King H4, provoking him to take, and King G7 by Prague. So Prague, in a way, is being patient, which is the right thing to do here. Not to hurry.
Yeah, he's looking here and there and very relaxed actually.
He knows that his position is kind of winning, but for me it feels like Nodirbek will keep on sort of posing problems to Prague. And one of the questions is, how does Black actually try? What should be the plan to win here? So one of the things which I was thinking is that he might want to go knight f6, put pressure on this pawn, provoke g5, so that later on the bishop can get the f5 square and settle down on c2. Once that happens, then this knight can jump from here and attack b2, and actually it would be very difficult to defend that pawn.
Like there is knight can go to a4, c4,
Yes.
d3, number of ways to attack that.
So sort of provoking that g pawn to move. Meanwhile, if you are Nodirbek, then you want to push f5 somewhere. If you can get more pawns traded, so for example, if you can get king g5 and f5 coming in, it would be great news.
And already it's Nodirbek's move, and this is the question right now. If king g5 with the threat of f5, what is the plan? Do you want to no.
Because if I go knight f6, then as we discussed here, f5, but
no, knight f6 is possible.
yeah, no,
directly.
f5, this is hanging, so
Sorry.
you don't have time
you don't
for
have
f5.
King g5 at all, it's a double attack.
Yeah, so king g5 doesn't work.
So knight, so how do you stop the threat? Maybe move the rook to...
I wanted to keep my rook on e3 to put pressure here and try for f5, but the knight has taken away that
f4.
Square.
And knight
Yeah, I mean rook e3 is not possible.
Okay.
So rook
d4, let's say.
Threatening f5.
Anyway,
now,
you go with knight f6, that's your plan. Yeah, knight
yes,
f6.
makes sense, yeah.
Do I have anything like f5 in between?
I think
gf5, g5?
so.
Is there a possibility, something like that?
But g5, now I just put my knight here. I mean, it's not like some middle game where you have spoiled my structure. My bishop is solid, my knight is well placed. So it doesn't feel like that move.
The pawn
works.
sacrifice is actually a pawn blunder.
Yeah. And
you can try knight e3 from d5.
yes.
Because you are putting pressure on d4.
Yes.
Yeah, and you
playing
also...
knight c4.
That's also
Knight e3
very
is a
strong.
nice
Knight e3 is also excellent. So I think here Nodirbek seems
doesn't
to
have a
be
good
in a big trouble. Yeah, somewhere it did feel like the bar really went up. Like Nodirbek had some, like here, it felt like he had some chances, but maybe this move king h4 just dropped everything.
Okay, tell me something. Now that we went to that position after king g7, which was completely, white is kind of lost there. What better could he have done here?
Who? White.
Nodirbek.
Yeah.
The same threats are there.
I don't know. Yeah. Maybe it's just that the engine gives it like this, and if you give it some time, it will anyway go down. It's
Max
not-
to max, maybe you go g5 so that you keep that h pawn.
But no, Amruta, once you push this, you are anyway long term lost because I bring my king.
Only by chance,
And
are
then-
you interested to come forward to f5, Sagar?
Yeah, that is something which
Thank you.
I am, I can do it, but not Prague. So, knight d5, king h4, we took, king g7, and yeah, Prague is,
Oh my! So this is
No.
much winning than I thought.
yeah, g5 played by Nodirbek, but he doesn't make this move happily, yeah, like this is a move you do not make in such positions, because now you have given up this f5 square permanently, and as we just discussed, we want this to happen, bishop c2, but if you go bishop f5, maybe it works, yeah?
Yeah, where do you go? By the way, I have some nice
Rook
idea of
d4 maybe, I attack here.
elegance. Is knight c3 elegance happening, or it just show off?
Ah, nice.
No, it's show off because you have rook b4, you have
No, but wait.
bc3.
What is the move here? Is that I think it's rook b4.
Okay, bc3 is lost.
Yes,
B2,
because
rook
then
b4,
b2,
b1,
yeah,
and
that's winning
that's
for
lost.
black.
Yeah.
But rook b4 is just trouble for you because now I take your pawn, otherwise I take your knight. So g5.
This is where the 30 minutes extra really make a difference. Yeah, Prague can take his time.
Exactly.
And
Exactly. This time control, if there was no extra 30 minutes, it would have been tough for Prague to convert such a position. But
they
now with
both
this,
are almost inside the board. If you look at them, it's like
I'm thinking about this. We edit a video, right? Every next day there's a highlight video, and we put a board in between the players and commentate.
yeah.
Here it's impossible to put the board because they both are like so close to each other.
It will be very
It's
small.
very tough.
They're like, Sagar, you making us calculate tough positions will also make your editing a little tough.
Yes, bishop f5 comes on the board, and now I'm expecting rook d4 by Nodirbek almost instantly, because if he moves anywhere else, let's say rook e2, then just bishop c2, and then the knight comes here or here.
Yeah, e4 is covered, you can't really stop. e6 is also
And also,
covered.
by the way, f4 is hanging.
But
so that
anyway, even if you
shouldn't-
go rook anywhere, Sagar, after bishop f5, rook d4 also the same problem, no? Bishop c2.
No,
Oh,
this
sorry,
is hanging,
right now
yeah.
that is hanging. So knight e3 I will go.
Yeah.
Because then knight d1 or knight c4, you will have to control both the squares with your rook on d4. It means it will be in zugzwang. So king
Oh, yes.
g3.
No, but then bishop c2, knight d1, correct. He
Yeah,
goes rook
anyway.
c4.
He doesn't maybe want something like knight c3 in the future. But now just bishop c2,
Yes.
knight e3, knight d1. It's over, game over.
But knight e3, I can't stop, yes. There's no way to stop knight e3 from anywhere. So, and Prague has
over.
seen it. Bishop c2, threatening knight e3, knight d1. And actually, Prague will take down the leader of the tournament. This has been such a round, yeah, like 4 decisive games.
Unbelievable. In fact, the fifth one also, David versus Richard, it ended in a draw, but it could almost have been decisive. So
Yeah.
today has been crazy games, insane. People were interested. We had a lot of people watching the games. Guys, do vote at praguechessfestival.com/voting for the best game of the day.
Which one would you choose, Amruta?
No doubt. Nguyen versus Maclu.
Tie-dye one, yes.
No doubt for me. But of course, for people, there were many other games also which were very nice. In fact, today Bartel played a nice game as well, beating Gukesh. So, Nodirbek is the leader, and
Yeah.
if Prague beats him, then Prague goes to how many points? Do you remember?
He was on 50% after his win yesterday. So now he will go to +1, which means that he moves to 3.5 out of 6.
Nodirbek will still remain the sole
He
leader,
will be
it
on
seems.
4, yes. He will be the leader. Because the people who have won were all behind. So even Rapport, who drew, was on 3 points. So he moves to 3.5. Prague moves to 3.5. But the tournament,
Yeah, becomes more interesting. Everybody is kind of gathering around Nordirbek.
but you can see how dominant Nordirbek's performance was in the first 5 rounds, that even after losing, he keeps half a point lead.
Yeah.
Also for Prague, maybe it's a good win here. And the thing is, he lost like this game with Rapport,
Yes.
which was quite a
Pretty
heartbreak
heartbreaking.
for him. But then he scored 2 wins against Vidit and now with Nordirbek, which just shows his mental strength. And in fact, he's the only candidate who won today. Both the candidates lost.
Yeah, they had a tough time, very tough time in fact. We saw Vidit, you see that one blunder and he was so sad. Sometimes whoever the player is, you just see him so sad, you feel sad.
Yeah.
That's about the emotions. But also Prague, Sagar, if you see the 2 games he's lost, he's the only one who was actually winning them in a way in this tournament.
You know, he's played well.
potentially.
He's played well for sure. And he would be very happy with his games. And this one also, I think overall this game quality was pretty good until Nordirbek blundered. But Bartel was here and he mentioned 2 moves, 2 points in this game which he thought were very curious. So he mentioned this moment where he said that the position looked kind of fine, you know, around equal or maybe slightly better for white. And then he plays the move G3, which he did not like because it created these light square weaknesses around the white king.
But Nordirbek decided that the knight on G6 to be inactive is a much more
And then another
advantage.
moment which he did not like was this move F4. And I think these 2 moves were the one which went and made this tactic possible at this point, where, you know, this bishop D4 and you see the light squares became weak.
In hindsight, we can say that, but I really like that Nordirbek went for G3 F4 because that's the kind of a player he is who creates such tension and is actually able to manage that, follow it up usually. Such a blunder by him was not expected, but you see it was a very tricky blunder. It was not like the obvious, oh, I missed one move thing. So Prague was very alert in time pressure. Hats off to him for sure. Not easy to get Nordirbek in that trap.
Yes. And now knight e3 played. I am expecting Nordirbek perhaps to resign here because you just have no other way.
He resigned. My goodness, what a sense of it.
No, but he was looking like this, but that to resign from last couple of moves. Finally now with knight d1 coming, he has resigned. And a big win here for Pragnananda, which does not change the leader of the tournament, but makes the tournament wide open. Because now we'll have 2 players just half a point behind Nordirbek, and this rivalry between these youngsters continues. You know, one win by sometimes Nordirbek beats Prague, sometimes Prague beats Nordirbek, and it goes on.
And what about Vaishali actually? She was playing with Abhimanyu Mishra today, so has...
Oh, by the way, there we have the standings, Amruta, we'll go there. There are 3 players on 3.5. Maksudlu, Richard and Pragnananda following just half a point behind Nordirbek. We have Vincent on 3 points, Thaidaiwan on 3, Navara on 3. So, you see 7 players there. Then Gukesh on 2.5 and Vidit on 2. In fact, Vidit, who was almost close to winning today, would have reached on 3, but he blundered, and it is Vincent who is on 3. Bartel also moves up to 2. So, you know, now this event, no one is like really far behind.
Absolutely. And Maksulu, in fact, today, if he would have drawn, he would have been the leader. Even a draw.
But he had no chance to
no
draw
chance.
today. Yeah, like Thaidaiwan played like
Amazing.
a beast today, giving no chance. And just some results from the challengers. We have Stalmack, who drew his game against Edis Gurel. We have Erwin Lamy, who seems to have found his form going after beating Vaishali in the previous round. Now he's beaten Rebek. So he's scored 2 back-to-back wins. Korobo and Rodstein are still playing this game. It seems around equal this game, but...
And yesterday was insane that Korobo won with, not yesterday was a rest day, but a day before, rook, knight and bishop versus rook and knight.
Yes, and he
And
created
he-
a nice mating net.
Yeah, with Abhimanyu Mishra. So very interesting.
And so here we'll see maybe it's around equal because, but it's a sharp position,
yeah,
very
anything
sharp.
can happen because in time pressure with the knights on the board and so passers, I wouldn't say
Yeah,
that
it's not easy.
it's equal.
And Abhimanyu Mishra is actually pressing against Vaishali.
But can there be a fortress? Because the king is on h3. No, now if h4 pawn is lost, then it's.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I don't think this fortress is very solid, but
Do we have them on the. Oh, do we have.
yeah, there we have them. They are thinking. And I think clearly Abhimanyu is the one who's pressing, but
Yeah,
there are some drawing chances because you can keep moving your rook from g6 to e6. Like even if let's say I take here,
even with the g
yeah,
pawn.
e6, g6 look like stable squares, but the queen can of course move this king away from f7 and then try to somehow create
But also
some
the queen can
Zugzwang.
attack the a6 pawn, right? Then you move the bishop.
But
Okay.
even if you lose
Oh,
the
this-
a6 pawn, it's not a
No,
tragedy,
if you
right?
lose then a4 and then b5, but you don't have to lose the e6 pawn. That's the point. Whenever the queen goes in there,
Yeah.
the bishop moves. So in fact, there is a very good fortress possibility. I'm not sure. This could be a draw. Not
Could be. And there is Jaime Santos Latasa who beat
Finneck.
Finneck, yes. So Finneck having quite a tough event here. And that is the results of challengers. We can quickly look at the futures. There we have a game going on between Sisku and Stara. And that's going on. There is also a result. Breznina beats Nikodem. Nerurkar wins another game, this time against the top seed. He's on 6.5 out of 7 because he played a game on the rest day as well. So he's like running
I think if
away
you give
with
him
the
another
futures.
opponent on the last day, that also he will
Yeah,
play.
he's just, and we have the young Ayansh Guntaka who beat Peglau, and Jakubse won against Markina. So yeah, in futures it seems like this
There is
young
future.
Indian boy is running away with this tournament. But yeah, challengers is the one where the key game is going on right now. Two key games, Korobov Rothstein and Vaishali Mishra.
Do you think Prague would be able to come here? Or
Yes, maybe
should-
if we can
Should I
ask
try
if he can join would be great. But who knows? It was a long game, so. But it would be very nice because we have had two winners who joined us out of the 4. Vincent did not today join because that was a very like a one move turnaround for him. One thing that I love about Abhimanyu Mishra, who by the way became the youngest GM in the world at the age of 12 years, 4 months, then also crossed 2600 recently, now has a rating of 2630, is his intensity on the board. He's always so intense and also keeps on calculating so many lines. Yeah, he's just tremendous. On the other hand, Vaishali is like super calm. You can't see her, thinking as intensely as Abhimanyu, but she's also a calculation machine. She is now number 14 in the world in women's, and she has qualified to the candidates as well. So clearly one of the big women stars of Indian chess.
Sagar, very instinctively, if you just try a few moves with me, I just play rook e6, rook g6, where I can dance, I can still play that, I can close my eyes, I can still play.
Okay, I play queen f5 check, and already it's not so simple.
King g7.
King g7.
King g7, king. Oh my god.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, I don't know.
The bar doesn't understand. Let's say the bar is an idiot.
Oh, I was thinking if I push g5, you might put your rook.
G6,
No, yeah.
rook G6.
Let's go g5.
Rook g6.
Rook g6.
Take the h4 pawn.
Maybe I take.
Rook e6.
Rook e6.
King h5, you go and you stop rook g6. Okay,
Maybe I
that's the
first
point.
play g4.
Should have taken on g2 or what?
No, d7 was hanging.
But
Yeah.
why g4 a mistake? You play g4?
But if I play this, then you might really go and take this pawn. It's blunder.
No, I think it's something else.
Oh yes,
E1.
this would be blunder
Rook E1.
because of g6. Yeah,
And then-
threatening here. If rook f6, then there is take.
So I
yeah,
have to
maybe-
make sure that I don't allow g6, for which I'll need to keep bishop e4. Okay, it doesn't seem like a fortress.
No, it's very
suddenly.
difficult, right?
But one
Because-
question is, when you played the move g4, why was it a mistake? Is it because of bishop e4 that you stopped g6?
Here, yes.
And you stopped g6.
Right.
Okay.
So queen h5 check.
Oh, wow.
Wow, knocking on the door and entering not just this room but also near the leader
Ginny.
is Pragnananda. He will be joining us in a bit, so let's take a very short break and maybe we'll also get him to give his thoughts on the game of his sister who's playing here. Taking down the leader is none other than Pragnananda. Pragg, congratulations for
Yeah,
your
thank
win
you.
against Nodirbek. What a tense game it was. And we want to go over that game with you. But first, the live game that Vaishali is playing against Abhimanyu Mishra. If you could just give us your thoughts. Does this seem closer to a draw or win for White?
Maybe it is a fortress, but I think in a practical game with this time situation, I think it's much easier to play with White. Yeah, it's just very hard for Black to defend.
But you know, Abhimanyu had like 7 minutes, but he's been thinking a lot. I think he's trying to find a very direct way to win.
Yeah, I think he wants to keep this G2 pawn maybe. But I don't understand. Maybe you can just go Queen D2 and grab the pawn. No, what is the problem?
Yes, you can.
So Black is trying to say that it's Black wants Bishop E4 and D5. Yeah, maybe.
Yes. If you get this, then maybe G6 never comes.
Yes, then it's a fortress. Yeah, then yeah.
So
Then actually it's not easy. Queen D2 was played?
no,
Queen
he
H4.
took on H4.
But Bishop E4, what does he want?
And then if D5 comes in, then suddenly the rook protects here.
Yeah, then I can understand Black holding in a practical game too. Unless there is some way to break, yeah, which I don't see right now, but maybe there is still.
Maybe something, but
Like-
A4 doesn't look like any good pawn break there.
Yeah, to me it looks like a draw. So there is still some tactic hanging in there. Like it's not clear. Like you can go.
After Bishop E4,
But why is the bar saying it's bad?
Bar says it's bad because of Queen D.
No, it's still okay, yeah? Yeah, this is what I was worried of, like, and then go G5, King H4, King H5, and somehow,
Yes, and then sack.
and
your
then,
queen-
yeah, sack the
queen
queen at the right point.
True.
Because Also, it's not clear.
I think it's a very, very tough defense for black. Like,
Yes.
such a white has all the fun, but of
In
course,
one way, like with this time, you don't have to suffer too long because moves will be faster. But in another way, it's just very hard to defend.
yes.
But also very hard for white to find a plan, come up with plans.
If you were white, would you like try to really come up with a plan, or you would just make moves and hope that something works out?
Yeah, if I don't see a plan, I will just
Yes,
keep
because
playing and somehow try to trick. Yeah.
I think for Abhimanyu, maybe that might be the more prudent way to go.
Yeah, I think that's much easier to do.
So do you want to stick here, or should we look at your game?
Yeah, maybe we can just look at my game, then come back.
Okay.
When
Because they will continue for a bit. Yeah. So here,
Yeah, today was a crazy day actually.
4 decisive games.
Yeah.
We were almost closing in on 5 actually there, but
Yeah.
4 decisive games. And first, your decision with this move knight g7.
Just
You've
to
played this before, right?
no, I played with without a6, so that's a different thing.
This one.
Yes.
So with a6, it was the first time that you.
Yeah, it's a
played
bit different. There are there are some differences with including a6. And yeah, I was. He plays a lot of things, so I looked at this today, but still I couldn't remember it. For rook e1, I'm pretty sure I had this in the file. I couldn't remember it
Bishop
during the game.
e6 is a novelty, it seems, because until now we saw
No,
some
the
games
thing-
by Raunak Sadhwani. He had gone bishop e7.
No, but bishop e7, I was not sure about. Wait, what's happening?
She gave a check and g3.
Rook e1, what does he want?
Queen h7, no?
King f8? Queen f5 and then rook. King h4, yeah?
Not a mate, yeah. Somehow.
Yeah.
He almost created this kind of net.
Yeah.
So, but did you know bishop e6 is a novelty here, or? you
No,
were
I
already
didn't
out
know.
of it?
I forgot, yeah. I had few lines in the mind, but somehow it was different.
And why did you not take here?
Knight g5, I couldn't find, but I
but
kind
long
of.
castle?
No, I remember the
And
CD.
this rook e6, you are afraid of
Yes.
this? But yes, I mean, we don't know, we didn't see the move, but the bar showed better for black.
No,
so
the thing is, I kind of remember the CD4,
Yeah.
but I was not sure, as I said, like I couldn't fully remember. So, but I was trying to make it work, but I couldn't make it work. Knight f7, I was seeing all the moves here.
So here, long castle.
Queen e7, bishop g6.
Let's have a look also what
Yeah,
our friend
queen.
says here. Queen e7.
Queen e7 it wants, yeah.
Yes.
Bishop g6. Hg, knight h8, dc.
Yeah.
Wait
It doesn't
No, I
seem
know.
very easy.
No. I saw till here. I'm 100% sure I saw till here. I rejected it for some reason. I'm trying to. Yeah, I think queen e1.
CB, bishop b2.
b2. I think I kind of stopped somewhere here. I wasn't sure how to win the piece. Yes, I saw queen before bishop c3. Yeah, this I saw, but queen e8 I didn't
queen
see. Yeah,
b4.
queen e8 I didn't see at all.
Queen e8.
Queen e8 is
Defending
very
this
nice,
pawn.
yeah.
And there's no way he can attack here because of the back rank issue.
Yeah,
So,
queen
and
e8
then
is
you play
very nice,
bishop
yeah.
out and win. Not easy, but you saw almost till here. So basically you wanted to take on d4, but you couldn't make this line work, so you had to go bishop e7.
Yeah, I didn't like
It's such a
bishop e7,
pity,
but
yes,
yeah.
because long castle is. But okay, it's bishop e3 takes.
It didn't look
Sorry,
so
long castle.
bad actually to me, but then somehow it
And
was.
here, were you tempted by long castle?
Yeah, I was looking at it, but I didn't think I was going to mate him in this position. Yeah, I thought castle is
Safe.
No, I was not sure how to play this position actually.
Were you?
Queen c7 is bad, yeah.
Yeah, maybe according to the.
I should put the queen on c6. Rook a8, queen h5, queen c6. Yeah? I wanted to stop this f4 thing, so that's why I went queen c7. Kind of anyways allows it.
But were you a bit surprised when he put his pawn on g3, or it's because we had Bartel here who also mentioned that he didn't like this move.
No, I thought it was making sense during the game.
Yeah.
But now I see queen c8 is just strong, yeah? Okay, it's a very bad game then.
Not a bad game, come on. It's just like it went very slightly up and down.
I don't understand why I didn't go queen c8. Yeah, queen c8 is
a good move.
Yeah.
Queen e2, b5.
No, here I played this phase I was playing quite badly actually. Yeah, it was fortunate that I didn't end up in a very bad position.
What is the gist of this position? Like, what is black trying to achieve and what is white trying to achieve?
White is just trying to take all the pawns, yeah. My queen side pawns are very weak.
These pawns, okay.
Yes, and knight on g6 is misplaced. And it's also
Terribly.
getting knight b3.
That's terrible.
Yeah, knight b3 is coming, rook a7 is coming. Yeah, it's just basically free roll unless I do something immediately.
So you want to trade these bishops?
Yeah, I want to trade at least one bishop because if I trade more pieces, it's actually good for me.
Bishop h1. And then
I was very happy to find this actually, b4, c4, bishop f6 idea. Maybe there is a way for white to...
Yeah, we didn't find it. We saw knight e4, bishop d4, but what was the move here we didn't find. So I don't know if there was.
Yeah, I also couldn't find.
Maybe there's something very special.
Yeah, here I saw knight g5. This was bothering me a bit, but.
No, the move is take and rook a5. And you lose the pawn, yeah?
This was missed, yeah. No, I was. I didn't like knight g5. This is something I was concerned about. Bishop is coming to d5. It's also much easier to play with white. But actually, this rook a8, what he did was very tempting because it looks like he's just winning a pawn.
Yes.
But this queen d3 is.
Queen d3 is a classy move.
Yeah. The main thing is it look like from afar it looks like this knight f6, gf6. You kind of stop. Easier to stop. But actually, this position is okay for black. Yeah, bishop c5, queen c4, and my king is very safe and his king is very weak.
True.
It's not easy for him to progress.
So he was a bit ambitious here, I guess. Knight d6. It's also difficult to say at what point you started getting ambitious and where.
No, somewhere here actually, because he started to go low on time, and I thought he is kind of losing control. And I thought if I. What is the move here?
Bishop b2, I think.
No, I was spending all my time on bishop b2. Knight f7.
Why did you take? Knight f7, because rook b1, queen c3.
No, rook b1, queen c3 I saw. Knight f7 was a problem. I spent all my time on this and then queen f7, yeah? Queen f7.
Yeah, queen f7.
Yeah, queen b2, queen d5 or queen f5, I saw both. Bishop b6 here.
Bishop?
b6. Rook d6. And here there was something I didn't like.
Bishop d1, yes, threatening bishop b3 maybe, or not?
Can you flip board?
Flipping board. Here.
Okay, wait. So something here. No, bishop b2, knight f7, queen f7. This whole time I spent on this line. King f7, f5, I didn't like it. And this I was actually trying to make it work. King g8, fg6, bishop f6, but I felt like I am in more trouble than him. Yeah? Queen e2 something, and then my king is weak.
So bishop b2,
knight f7, queen f7, queen b2, queen d5. Yeah, here there was something which was
bishop b6 or bishop g6 maybe you. But bishop g6, queen c5 looks okay, no? For you?
Yeah, bishop g6, queen c5. I liked it.
Yes. And so you have to play
bishop b6, rook d6. Something was bothering me here. I remember seeing till here and
Bishop g6 maybe? Or
bishop g6 or g6. Yeah, I don't know. But then I thought, okay, I'll just repeat once.
I don't think you would have also agreed to a draw, yeah, if he played bishop h5.
No,
or
I would
what?
have definitely thought more.
Correct.
I knew that he won't repeat, so like
He's also very
kind of
yeah,
played.
he has to
But
fight.
actually, maybe I thought here maybe he will repeat because he's on +3
Yeah.
and Param is losing. So it's like get a point lead, yeah.
But I think Nodirbek didn't even see what others are doing.
Yeah.
And this rookie too,
Yeah, it's just
did you instantly
Yeah,
understand?
sorry, it felt wrong, yeah, this rookie too. I mean, allowing queen d1 check ideas.
But he had rookie 8 in between.
Yeah, I quickly spotted it. It's kind of everything is forced, yeah. Cannot stop after bishop takes d6.
And here, how did you assess it? Like totally winning, or you thought?
Yeah, it looks totally winning, but he's a tricky guy, yeah, so I had to be sure.
Yeah, and I was actually surprised by your decision to trade queens because
Yeah, maybe I should have kept on, but I thought trading is you should win by hand. That's what I felt, but I
and
don't know.
h5 here, no?
Yeah, maybe I should have started with h5. I don't know. Like I was not 100% sure if I should exchange this pawn.
Because when you went g4, I felt like, oh my god, now you don't have the f5 square for your piece.
No, but if I go h4, anyways, he goes h3 and then goes g4.
Anyway, that'll happen.
Yeah, so it's more or less same. So I thought I will go g6 to see if he goes at g4. I can go h5 at any time.
Ah.
And okay, here he blundered, yeah, with king h4.
Why is that a big mistake? Like, what is the reason that just knight f6 is coming now?
Yeah, because g5 is provoked basically. No, not just knight f6. Yeah, I'm threatening bishop takes g4 for king g7.
Yeah.
And yeah, g5 is what he played in the game. If he moves the rook to a d4 or something, I'm getting knight e3.
Yes. So here g5, here.
Yeah, this is just over.
Wow. And yes, Pragg, that was a great game. Thank you for showing us that one.
No, I'm not sure if that was a great game, but yeah.
No, it was quite exciting for sure. Also opens up the tournament completely.
Yeah.
And it's funny that Nodirbek, in spite of losing, is still in the lead, half a point. No one has
Yeah, it
caught
shows
up
that
with
he has
him.
been playing really well.
Yeah.
No, he's been in a great form last few months. Yeah.
Also, he's, reached top 5 in the world, which is a fantastic achievement in itself. Here, it seems like the bar now just thinks white is
No,
winning.
because I think the problem is you just go queen f7 and g6 and it's over, yeah. He's even defending that point. No, but now, yeah, d5 queen f7 is still there, so.
Why were you so happy with d5? Because then in all those pawn endgames, the d pawn is
Yeah,
pushing.
because the problem is, let's say black passes bishop e4 or something.
But let's say in this position you said queen f7, yes?
Yes, is it bad? No, it's bad.
it's very well.
No, the thing is, I'm just pushing g6 next, and the pawn ending is
Take.
lost. Yeah.
Take
With pawn on
king
d5, you just start pushing.
d5,
King f5.
king f5.
With
So
pawn on
if
d5,
I prepare for it with king c6,
g6.
still you are
Yeah.
faster. Because my king cannot go out. Yeah, it's king
Yeah, with pawn on d5, if you do the g6 thing, I just take and push d4.
d4. Okay. So very interesting. d4.
Yeah, now
Maybe
it's kind
for
of lost. Yeah.
Vaishali, d5 might be a move or
Maybe a3, d5 should have been right.
she goes bishop e4, queen g8, king d6.
Yeah, g6 now. Yeah.
G6. Are you able to spend time working with Vaishali here, like or do you get, because generally you guys always discuss your games?
Yeah, in this tournament not so much because there's not much time. Wait, queen c8, but why not g6? Yeah.
And now the bar is like very happy.
No, because now you can go king e7 and push d5. Now this I'm not sure. Yeah, king d6, g6 was the winning move, right? No? No, maybe not.
Ooh, g6, bishop g6.
Maybe some trick, yeah?
Queen
King
G6.
is no rook
King.
G6.
This was maybe fantastic trick by Vaishali. King E5. Shouldering. So maybe not G6.
Okay, then I was wrong. Yeah, then okay, it's now D5.
I think she has on her mind to play D5. Maybe if she plays, but still I think D5 does not. Maybe it works here. So
It'd be very nice to have this bishop on G6 and make a draw.
just wait.
But King H6 is coming right now.
when?
Instead of D5. But actually you can do that. Bishop G6, King H6, bishop. Yeah, E4, let's say King G7, Rook G6, King H8, you have to go. Okay, maybe this is just a draw. Yeah? D5, something, you just wait. This looks like a draw.
But then at some point it was totally winning for white. Maybe it was
Yeah.
important not to waste time with A3 then.
But still Queen f7, King D6 is the problem.
Queen f7, King D6.
Just do Zooks.
Because now again G6 is not possible.
It's Queen f7, King D6 is the idea, yeah? Anyways. Looks shaky.
Maybe there's some zugzwang, yeah, like Queen f7 now. How do you nothing?
Bishop
moving.
B1, yeah?
Bishop B1,
Yes.
like in the check.
King C7,
C7. Check.
King D8.
D8.
Then Queen f7 maybe. Queen f4, King C6.
And now G6 is a threat.
Queen f4, King C6, then Queen B8 or
You have
something,
to-
yeah.
you have to stay there. Yes, King.
Yeah,
C6.
no, it looks. Queen 7 also you can win a
Queen
piece. Yeah,
C1 and
okay.
You lose the bishop. Okay.
No, from this calculation, I understood one thing, that I'm just tired.
Yeah, we'll let you go. It has been a very long game.
Yeah.
Thank you for joining us and congratulations
thank
for
you.
the win. Amruta, what a day we've had today. 3 decisive games, 4 in fact, 4 decisive games, 1 draw in the Masters. And as we had many guests also joining in, Prague joined us. That was very cool.
Wonderful. I know today was the most exciting day in terms of the games, I would say.
Yes.
Do you agree?
I agree completely. And actually, we have one game that is going on in fact, 2 games which are going on in the Masters. We have, in fact, Rodston won his game. So, only one. Vaishali is playing against Abhimanyu Mishra. And Amruta, my feeling is that while Abhimanyu had a great position,
Yes.
it seems like Vaishali is getting very close to holding this, that fortress which we were talking about with d5, bishop e4 has arrived here. And
No, but the only thing is, I don't know if she will go rook g6 and from there where she will keep shifting, but d pawn is another force, which is, you know,
Yes.
white can't just say that
so
I
now
have
king and
all
pawn
the
endgame
time in
is
the
not
world.
possible.
Not possible.
So
Once
if
d5
if you
is
go
played.
king here and I do this, you
G6.
take king g6. Now suddenly d4, d3 is a very quick queen happening.
Right.
So
So I think Vaishali will hold this with Abhimanyu.
good
and that would
chances,
be-
good chances, but I wouldn't go to that extent that it's a dead draw. There are a lot of possibilities for white, especially with the king coming down from here and trying to enter from the other side. So Vaishali will have to be tremendously careful.
The
to
good
hold
part
this.
is when she keeps her rook on g6, after that she can keep moving her king. Everything else is defended. The a6 pawn is defended with the rook.
Yes, that's true.
I don't know actually how white is going to make progress, to be very honest.
Yes, one is of course the bringing the king in. That might be
Where?
the only this way, like just get the
And
king in
you get to dead end c5
or here.
and e5. e5 and c5.
I agree,
c5
but
are
Amruta,
dead
once
ends.
you get your king here, then you have many possibilities. Sometimes g6, sometimes you know.
No,
you
your
can-
rook is on g6.
Yes, no. I mean, you will
No,
have to make a move.
literally have
Zugzwang is a very
king
important.
d8, king f8. No zugzwang, not even a
No, but
dream
king
of
d8,
zugzwang.
when your king is on f8, I can put my queen on d7, and generally in
King
such
g8.
endgames, there are some zugzwang opportunities for sure. I mean, this is normal.
Because I
can't-
was upstairs and I was calculating about this, and I really did not see much to do with white.
Well, let's see how it
But time
pans
pressure,
out.
of course.
But we will not be covering this entire game for now, because I think it's been quite a long day at the office, and we wanted to cover all the games of the Masters. These are the pairings that we have for tomorrow, with the big matchup between Pragnananda and Gukesh, who always have some exciting games to play with each
So
other.
two candidates tomorrow playing against each other.
And yes, there's also Bartel versus Navara, which is an exciting matchup. Nodirbek will face Vincent. Vincent won his game today, so he's on the upward trend. Maksudlu faces Vidit. Both of them lost their games today. Tomorrow will be an exciting game there. And Richard Rapport versus Thaidaiwan. This is how things look in the pairings for round 7.
Wonderful.
So, we'll take your leave now. Amruta, any final words from your end?
No final words, but no, of course, we had an excellent day. Thank you guys for joining us. Do vote for the best game of the day at praguechessfestival.com/voting. And tomorrow, be here. Let's cheer up. Last 3 rounds, only Sagar, which will decide the winner.
Don Giovanni Hotel in Prague is the place to be. See you guys. Bye bye.